In her past life, Xiyun was a most unfortunate soul, transformed into a wretched zombie, captured for dissection and research. After enduring the torment of captivity, she finally gained her freedom, only to be obliterated by a crystalline explosion. Just when she believed her fate was sealed, she was reborn. In this new existence, not only did she avoid becoming a zombie, but she also awakened formidable abilities, even gaining control over space itself. Xiyun pondered, is this divine retribution for my suffering? Thus, she embarked on a journey of relocation, stockpiling resources and mastering martial arts without neglecting any aspect. She sought not immense wealth or power, but merely the chance to exact vengeance upon those foolish hounds who had subjected her to their cruel experiments. When faced with a self-righteous provocateur, Xiyun retorted, "Do not flaunt your scant intellect." When thugs attempted to ensnare her, she declared, "Such underhanded tactics merit a swift response." Chapter 1, Prologue. Xiyun's body was marred with wounds, scars inflicted by those pursuing her with their extraordinary abilities. Helpless, she collapsed into the charred earth, her pallid visage starkly contrasting the dark surroundings. After barely escaping the torment of the mad scientists in the laboratory, she could not evade the grim fate of death. A heavy boot crushed her face, tauntingly pressing down, "Why not rise and run again?" With a feeble grasp, she caught hold of the foot that trampled her, only to have her arm viciously wrenched away by another assailant, who feared her resistance might harm his comrade, resulting in her other arm being broken as well. This zombie is different from the rest. It seems to possess its own consciousness. Be cautious. Do not let it slip away. No need for you to remind us. Let's finish this quickly. The chilling gaze of her blood-red eyes was unsettling. It was best to eliminate her and depart swiftly. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she evaded the sharp blade aimed at her head, and, before the supernatural beings could react, resolutely extracted the blue crystal core from her brain. With a stiff smile, she mocked their ignorance. The core had long been implanted with a miniature bomb by the madman in the laboratory. Once detached from her body, it would detonate. Observing the fleeting glimmer of the small white, she understood the countdown had begun. Even in death, the presence of these superhumans would serve as her collateral, and that was worth it. Gripping the blue crystal core tightly, she gazed into the distant night sky. Weary of being at the mercy of others, she opened her eyes wide, committed to memory the faces of those who had pursued her. In her next life, she vowed never to be captured by the deranged scientists again, and she would ensure that those before her would pay dearly. Suddenly, she found herself opening her eyes once more, greeted by a pristine white ceiling, her mind momentarily failing to comprehend. Turning her head towards the window, she was bathed in the bright sunlight streaming through, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. In disbelief, she sprang up, momentarily stunned, and her hand instinctively reached beneath her pillow, where she felt the cool surface of her phone. Upon opening it, she was met with an unexpected sight. July 13th, 2086, her eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with disbelief, she had returned to 2 months prior to the apocalypse. In her previous life, she was among the first infected by the mutated virus, transforming into a zombie. Unlike other zombies, she retained her cognitive abilities even after mutation, which led to her capture and confinement in a laboratory where she was subjected to various unknown substances. Gradually, her body became grotesque and distorted, yet her face remained reminiscent of her former self. Those individuals, akin to monsters from another realm, cloaked their sinister intentions under the guise of researching an antidote for the zombie virus, conducting cruel and merciless experiments upon her. Given a second chance at life, she remained uncertain whether the apocalypse would indeed manifest, but she resolved not to succumb passively this time. She would wield the knife, rather than be the lamb led to slaughter. Her immediate course of action was to resign from her job. Swiftly, she submitted her resignation, for it was hardly a position of significance, and successfully departed the same day. Now, having secured this hard-won tranquility, Xiyun refrained from immediate action, instead indulging in 3 days of languorous living, eating and sleeping in equal measure. However, this morning, she stumbled upon a news report that had not garnered much attention. Recently, there have been frequent incidents of unidentified creatures attacking people. Along the coastal regions, in her past life, she had also encountered this report. Yet like the masses, she had dismissed it without further inquiry. Who could have anticipated that the eventual outbreak of a zombie virus would be intricately linked to this news, which had quickly faded into obscurity? A fortnight prior, Country R had discharged a substantial quantity of harmful substances into the sea. claiming that the released wastewater posed no threat. Merely half a month had elapsed, and coastal cities and regions worldwide were now besieged by bizarre creature attacks. She recalled that those who had been bitten or injured had undergone mutations and had been secretly quarantined. Naturally, the information circulating online had been suppressed, but later, when she was confined to the laboratory, she discovered that those individuals had long been imprisoned at that time. The viral outbreak had only just commenced. Those detained had already transformed into mindless zombies, proving utterly useless for the deranged individuals conducting research, leading to their eventual disposal. She alone was transferred elsewhere, but during this relocation, an unexpected incident seemed to unfold. At that moment, she had been sedated and lacked consciousness, only feeling a jarring motion before awakening in the laboratory. Reflecting on her harrowing experiences within the laboratory sent chills down her spine. Even now this time, she must diligently safeguard herself and absolutely avoid contracting the zombie virus. Following the news report, she was resolutely convinced that the apocalypse was imminent and the high-security residence she had been eyeing could soon be secured. With time still on her side, she immediately began preparations to confront the impending apocalypse. In her previous life, confined within the lightless laboratory, the information available to her had been scant, yet she possessed an unequivocal understanding of zombies. In the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, the zombies moved sluggishly, devoid of intellect, driven solely by a primal hunger. However, it was rumored that after the prolonged periods of polar day and polar night, the zombies underwent a significant transformation. During a specific time frame, she could sense the changes within her body, indicating that this extreme cycle was indeed a perilous turning point. Currently, with her finances in disarray, she focused on fortifying her doors and windows, replacing them with the most robust materials available, leaving her purse severely depleted. Yet, where there is a will, there is a way. She meticulously explored various lending apps, reasoning that with the impending apocalypse, who would care about repaying debts? Unfortunately, her attempts yielded meager results. She had initially hoped to modify a vehicle, but the exorbitant cost deterred her. Perhaps she could wait for an opportunity to acquire one at little to no cost. Under her vigilant supervision, the renovations at her new residence were completed, and today marked her moving day. With the door ajar, she organized the items she intended to take with her. A few boxes had already accumulated at the entrance, and while she could see them from her position, her neighbor, Aunt Nyo, also had her door open, and once again, the familiar sounds of commotion reached her ears. It's been so many years, yet your cooking remains inedible. Indeed, mother, even a simple stir-fry of bok choy can turn out excessively salty. It seems you're intent on driving us to our demise. Aunt Nyo, busy in the kitchen, was oblivious to the complaints of her son and husband, who were already devouring their meal with gusto. Despite their contempt for Aunt Nyo's culinary skills, they consumed more than anyone else. By the time she returned to the dining table, the food had nearly vanished. Observing the remnants of the meal, Aunt Nyo's expression turned blank as she began to clear the table. However, this was merely the prelude. Once Aunt Nyo finished eating and tidying up, the true commotion would commence. As Xiyun silently counted down her mind, 3, 2, 1, the hallway erupted with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Any irrationality in the narrative is merely the author's creative liberty. Should one find any eccentricities, it is undoubtedly the author's whimsy. If it becomes unbearable, feel free to turn away. It is difficult to please everyone, and the author possesses no extraordinary talent, merely seeking to amuse and entertain. This was the routine torment Aunt Nyo faced every few days. Whenever her cooking fell short of her husband's standards, it triggered a wave of violence. It is not an exaggeration to say that on occasions, her son would even incite the situation, showing no concern for his battered mother. As the ruckus subsided, neighbors would emerge to mediate, their intervention timely, albeit after the spectacle had unfolded. When asked why she did not assist, it was a jest with her frail limbs. She would be of little help and might even exacerbate the chaos. A simple phone call for assistance proved far more practical. Fortunately, such matters did not require her intervention, for the ever-compassionate Yang Yin would undoubtedly be the first to respond. As anticipated, the next moment brought forth Yang Yan's indignant voice. How can you, a grown man, treat your longtime wife in such a manner? Do you not feel any shame? And you, Aunt Nyo, as his own mother, how can you endure such treatment without fearing divine retribution? In Aunt Nyo's household, she alone seemed to be the voice of reason, while the others were far from innocent. She is my wife. I shall treat her as I please. You, a mere girl, should refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Be silent at once, or I shall not hesitate to strike you as well. Yang Yin, intimidated by the fierce demeanor of the father and son, recoiled several steps, fear gnawing at her heart. Yet, aware of the multitude of eyes upon her, she mustered her courage to retort. Let me remind you, domestic violence is against the law. I have already contacted the authorities, and when the police arrive, you can expect to be escorted away. Upon hearing that she had called the police, the father and son exchanged glances, their sharp, cold eyes glimmering menacingly, causing Yang Yin to falter and turn, just in time to see Xiyun emerging from the house, cradling a large box. Seizing the opportunity to divert the attention of the Niu family, Yang Yin called out to Xiyun, who was about to re-enter the house. Xiyun, everyone is outside advocating for Aunt Niu, yet you remain indoors as if you've seen nothing. Do you not possess an ounce of compassion? Looking around, she realized that only a few were genuinely intervening, and perhaps even they did not sincerely wish to assist Aunt Niu. Do not presume to decipher others' intentions with your meager intellect. Did you not claim to have called the police? Where are they? Without granting Yang Yin any leniency, Xiyun retorted with a stern expression, indifferent to the consequences of her words. Of course, they're en route. Do you think everyone is like you, merely observing with indifference? With that, she cast a jealous glance at Xiyun. Oh, is that so? Xiyun clapped her hands, leaning against the doorframe, casually surveying the anxious Yang Yin. Internally scoffing, she noted that their old neighborhood was not far from the police station. If there was no incident, why the lies? Yang Yin, your character is truly lacking. With that, she boldly took out her phone and dialed the police in front of everyone. This action twisted Yang Yin's fair visage into a grimace, and the Niu father and son exchanged uneasy glances. Before long, the police arrived upon seeing Aunt Niu battered and on the verge of unconsciousness. They promptly called for an ambulance to take her away. You see, one ought to speak less and act more. Would you not agree? Yin Zi, without caring for the dark expression on Yang Yan's face, she turned gracefully and returned to the house, just as the moving company arrived, dusting off her hands as she departed. After relocating to her new abode, Yang Yin became a distant memory as she was overwhelmed with tasks. The scant funds in her pocket were insufficient for acquiring more supplies. She managed only to stockpile substantial items, such as solar panels, generators, and water storage barrels. Additionally, she procured seeds, multifunctional tools, and a supply of essential medications, all accumulating in her newly renovated home. The reason she did not stockpile more was not due to lack of desire, but rather the limitations of her finances, compounded by the fact that her new residence could not accommodate additional items. Furthermore, she needed to reserve some funds and space for future food purchases, with the majority of supplies awaiting the onset of the apocalypse for a zero-cost acquisition. Moreover, she has enrolled in a martial arts class, which she has been attending for a while now, and the results have been quite satisfactory. After moving, apart from shopping for supplies and reinforcing her new home, she has devoted the remaining time to the dojo. Following her final day of enduring the rigorous training at the dojo, she finally had a moment to breathe. The instructor was indeed excessively harsh. Upon returning home, she collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if her bones had melted away. After a brief moment of contemplation, she flipped on her back and took out her phone, noticing that the official account she followed had posted a new update. With temperatures across the nation continuing to rise, she muttered to herself as she stared at the news on her phone. Is it starting now? Discarding her phone, the news still echoed in her ears. There were merely 2 days left until the onset of the apocalypse. She had done all that she could, and the rest would have to wait until the end of days commenced. After a moment's reflection, she sprang to her feet, heading towards the bathroom while murmuring to herself, since there's a zero-cost shopping opportunity, I'm a scout ahead. Living in a sunlit community located in the city center, she had yet to familiarize herself with her surroundings, and the next 2 days were just right for exploration. Time seemed to fly as she busied herself, and before she knew it, the brief 2 days had slipped away. Under the night sky, Xiyun prepared a feast, eating while awaiting the arrival of the end times. At precisely 8 o'clock, the blood moon, reminiscent of her memories, made its anticipated appearance, followed by the ominous black rain that would trigger mutations. The once pristine white moonlight gradually became stained with crimson, and the rare blood moon hung high in the sky, draping the tranquil earth in a veil of hazy red. Shortly thereafter, the dark raindrops, akin to silver needles, silently pierced through the thin layer of red, seamlessly merging with the soil. The inky essence spread through the earth, wafting a faint, metallic scent that enveloped the city in the night. Unaware of the impending doom, people marveled at the dreamlike blood moon, while Xiyun lifted her glass, a serene smile gracing her lips. Welcome to the apocalypse. Moments later, a familiar sensation washed over Xiyun, and she uncontrollably collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to unconsciousness. A similar fate befell others, including pedestrians on the street and drivers, who instantly lost consciousness. Vehicles careened uncontrollably down the streets. Even if those inside managed to awaken, they would no longer be human. The blood moon and black rain pressed the pause button on the world, rendering everything silent yet permeated with an eerie, metallic scent. As dawn broke, the once bustling city had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Vehicles lay dead on the streets, causing blockages, with some overturned cars ablaze at the roadside. A glance down the road revealed walls marked with bloody handprints, while the air was thick with a nauseating blend of putrid and charred scents, leaving one breathless. The shops in the commercial district lay in ruins, scattered with goods left behind after looting and some chillingly shattered corpses to end the days preceding the once bustling square now lay desolate, haunted only by a few stiff-limbed, hollow-eyed zombies, their skin a ghastly shade of ashen blue, meandering and howling in the eerie silence. The sky, shrouded in a leaden gray after the dark rain, cast a pall over the city, plunging it into an apocalyptic gloom. Xiyun, emerging from a deep slumber, awoke abruptly. She had maintained her position, sleeping from 8 o'clock on the evening of the 13th until now, 8 o'clock on the morning of the 16th, her movements revealing a palpable stiffness. The first thing she did upon waking was dash into the bathroom, peering into the mirror to scrutinize her body for any abnormal changes. In her previous life, she had succumbed to the zombie virus after awakening from a similar stupor, transforming into a sentient creature of the undead. Although her body remained intact, the haunting image of her blood-red eyes was an indelible shadow from which she could not escape. It was those very eyes that had led her to the laboratory, where she was subjected to a myriad of injections, ultimately morphing her into a grotesque abomination. This time, she was resolute in her desire to be free of those crimson orbs. Examining her eyes closely in the mirror, she repeated the process until she confirmed there were no other hues present. They remained the normal shade of black. With her racing heart finally at ease, she turned away from the mirror, smiling as she gazed out the window, reassured that she would not relive the horrific experiences of her past life. However, as Xiyun sighed in relief and contemplated the future, a fleeting glimmer of red flickered in her depths, only to vanish almost instantly. I wonder if I have awakened any abilities? During her time as a zombie, she had been aware of her water-based powers, though opportunities to utilize them had been scant. Having been granted a second chance, surely she would not lack the water abilities from her previous life. Drawing upon the methods she had used before, she summoned the warm currents flowing through her limbs, gradually manifesting them in her palms. She noted the violet-black orb representing her lightning abilities, the pale green hue of her wood powers, and the blue-white glow of her water abilities. This feels somewhat different, she mused, recalling the colors of others' abilities. Her own seemed distinctly unique. Could it be that her rebirth had endowed her powers with greater strength than those of others? A perplexing thought, yet she chose not to dwell on it excessively, as she believed that solutions would naturally present themselves in due course. Gaining 2 additional abilities compared to her previous life paralleled the multifaceted abilities of the man who had been captured next door, who possessed wind, fire, and psychic powers. That it was thanks to his selfless sacrifice during a critical moment that she had managed to escape the laboratory. Otherwise, she might have remained trapped there indefinitely. My name is Xiyun. And you? She regretted not having had the chance to reveal her name to the kind stranger before the end. It is not that she was unwilling to speak, rather, she had been rendered mute through the torment of various experiments. Xiyun, in my previous life, you fought for my brief freedom. In this life, I shall protect you from being captured and dissected by those individuals. With a somewhat juvenile vow, she failed to realize that she, too, possessed multiple supernatural abilities. In the end, it was uncertain who would protect whom. The unfinished meal from that evening had become inedible, yet she had anticipated such a scenario and prepared an extra portion to store in the refrigerator. Now, reheating it would provide a satisfying meal. It would be challenging to enjoy such a feast again in the future. As she dined, a horde of menacing thugs infiltrated the building in which she resided. A flustered Zhang Chong, along with his band of miscreants, rushed into the building, carelessly barging into an apartment on the upper floors. Coincidentally, this was directly beneath Xiyun's residence. Upon entering, they slammed the door with a resounding thud, followed by a cacophony of chaos and the piercing screams of both men and women. Strange? Xiyun pondered, her curiosity piqued as she savored her braised pork ribs. The soundproofing of the building was exceptional. It should have been impossible to hear such noises. However, a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to set down her ribs. Concentrating intently, she successfully discerned the scene unfolding below. The residents of a lower apartment were affluent university students who had invited close friends over for a gathering on that rainy night. Upon awakening, they found their world had irrevocably changed, and they huddled in their home, awaiting rescue from their government. Little did they know, their misfortune had led them to encounter a gang demanding protection fees. Fortunately, the group of crispy sharks had not succumbed to zombification otherwise. The thugs would have been met with a gruesome fate. A group of crispy sharks found themselves bound together with ropes, imprisoned in the master bedroom by Zhang Chong's subordinates. After 2 days of evasion, Zhang Chong and his crew rummaged through the apartment, uncovering a substantial stash of food. Brother Chong, what shall we do next? Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, they had merely been debt collectors, casually demanding protection fees. Faced with a monstrous threat outside, it would be a lie to say they were unafraid. That night, they had all remained indoors, resting in their respective homes. After a fitful slumber, they awoke to find that the others had transformed into ravenous beasts. After narrowly escaping with their lives, they discovered that the entire city was overrun with such monsters. In desperation, the gang sought refuge at Zhang Chong's residence. Zhang Chong had been asleep longer than the others, but upon awakening, he shattered the bed upon which he lay. Realizing his newfound strength, I observe that the monsters in this community are few. We can temporarily remain here and await rescue. With a scarred face that exuded an aura of menace, his calm yet glimmering eyes indicated his determination to safeguard his comrades. Zhao Sheng, pale and emaciated, trembled in fear. If there is no rescue, Brother Chong, I do not wish to perish. Seated beside him, Zhao Kai abruptly struck the back of his head, wearing an expression of disdain. Could you not be so timid? What kind of impression do you think this gives to others? In the absence of rescue, we must rely on ourselves. We cannot simply await our fate, Xiyun thought, losing interest in whatever transpired below. The delectable sweet and sour ribs and the fish-flavored shredded pork on the table would soon lose their appeal if left uneaten with the tea present. It seemed that the gang leader, Brother Chong, was still manageable, of course. It would be even better if the crispy sharks were released. A sumptuous meal accompanied by a psychic ability, such a transaction is hardly a loss. In this lifetime. She resolved to evade others, as the shadows cast by her past experiences loomed too large. Thus, she had no intention of traveling in company. She dared not gamble on the nature of humanity. As for protecting Jiang Han, she could discreetly safeguard him after locating him, without the necessity of exposing herself. It would be an utter misfortune if, in the end, it were she who fell victim to experimentation rather than Jiang Han. Armed and ready, wielding a baseball bat, she strode out the door. Anyone daring to obstruct her path would receive a swift reprimand. The building was secure, yet the moment she stepped beyond the gates of the community, danger loomed. With no vehicle at her disposal, she relied solely on her short legs to run. Fortunately, her training at the martial arts academy proved fruitful, allowing her to swiftly shed her pursuers. Nearby, a sizable supermarket awaited. This would be her first destination for a zero-cost shopping spree, not only due to its proximity, but primarily because of its vast selection. With a couple of decisive swings, she dispatched the ordinary zombies loitering at the entrance, creating a small opening to slip into the supermarket. Numerous deficiencies awaited her within, and treasures were yet to be uncovered. Chapter 4. The commotion begins at this moment. The power had yet to be cut, and the supermarket remained illuminated, teeming with zombies. Within the semi-enclosed grocery store, the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay. A few oddly moving zombies, upon detecting Xiyun's presence, rushed towards her with the fervor of dogs that have caught a whiff of meat buns. Xiyun, her face mostly obscured by a black mask, gripped her baseball bat tightly, her expression not one of trepidation but rather exhilaration, momentarily oblivious to who the real meat bun was. As the zombies approached, Xiyun swiftly struck one, cleaving its head with a resounding crack, and with a deft motion, dispatched another attempting to ambush her. With minimal effort, she eliminated 2 of the undead. For the slower-moving zombies behind, she refrained from physical confrontation, choosing instead to extend her hand silently. While physical damage was straightforward and brutish, It often soiled her weapons and attire. Magical attacks, though taxing, were undeniably cleaner. A formidable surge of purple-black lightning coalesced in her palm, and in an instant, it erupted forth, obliterating a trio of zombies lined up before her into a shower of gore. The remnants of their shattered forms accumulated at her feet, and the number of surrounding zombies dwindled without her awareness. Her eyes, unbeknownst to her, had turned a vivid red as she focused on dispatching the zombies ahead. The corners of her concealed lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc unbeknownst to her. Another grotesque zombie materialized from behind, lunging eagerly towards her back. Without flinching or dodging, she spun around and struck, bursting its head and providing a macabre display of close-range destruction. Utilizing her psychic abilities, she effortlessly crushed the zombie's skull, observing the carnage with an expression of indifference. Before long, her efforts bore fruit, as the supermarket was cleared of zombies, allowing her to safely select the supplies she desired. The heap of zombie corpses obstructed the supermarket's entrance, yet Xiyun remained unfazed. After all, the store boasted more than one exit. Navigating through the snack aisle, her eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of various flavored potato chips. She was exceedingly fond of them. She opened her backpack and began to stuff it with chips, but it quickly filled to capacity, leaving no room for anything else. Alas, if only she possessed spatial abilities. While lying in the cold laboratory, she had overheard discussions of such powers. These abilities were rare, and the size of the space varied. Typically, only those assigned to significant missions were accompanied by spatial manipulators. Perhaps the heavens had heard the envy in her tone, for in the blink of an eye, the backpack she held vanished from beneath her very eyes. Not particularly greedy, she felt that the heavens, recognizing her unfortunate past, had bestowed upon her a stroke of fortune that she would be remiss to ignore. With a heart brimming with joy, she retrieved her backpack and poured the chips inside, arranging them within the newly revealed infinite space. Secretly elated, she marveled at the generosity of fate, granting her a boundless expanse. As she casually passed through the toy section, she placed a miniature hourglass inside, only to discover that it remained motionless, never releasing its sand. In that moment, she comprehended that her space was not only infinitely expansive, but also possessed the ability to suspend time. Whatever was placed within remained unchanged. Blessed by fate, Xiyun cleared out the entire supermarket, leaving nothing for others, not even the lollipops at the checkout. Just as the saying goes, plucking feathers from a passing goose. Xiyun embodied this maxim to perfection in that instant. Always mindful of her protective mission, Xiyun entered each shop she passed, even raiding the pet store. Her own standard of living could not be compromised, nor could that of her benefactor, Jiang Heian. After a day spent wandering, Xiyun returned to her apartment complex, having driven back in a Wrangler. The vehicle, however, contained no food, as such conspicuousness posed a risk to her safety. She ascended the stairs with only her backpack, having determined that the elevator had likely been out of order for 2 days. Even if it were operational, its reliability was questionable, and with other residents in the building, she dared not take that chance. She huffed and puffed her way up the stairs, thankful for the spacious, illuminated corridor, despite a few burnt-out lights on some floors. Armed with a flashlight that could illuminate the darkness for a brief moment, she felt no fear. Her apartment was not high up, only on the 14th floor, and upon reaching the 10th, she fortuitously encountered a group led by Zhang Chong. There was no interaction between them. Zhang Chong politely stepped aside, which surprised Xiyun. With a nonchalant nod, she moved past, fully aware that such courtesy did not equate to genuine goodness. Once Xiyun had departed, Zhang Chong lifted his gaze thoughtfully before leading his companions away. Upon returning home, Xiyun set down her backpack and cleaned herself up in the bathroom before bustling about in the kitchen. As she boiled water and prepared noodles, her mind wandered back to the individuals she had just encountered in the corridor. The leader, Zhang Chong, had a fierce appearance, complete with a scar and an unsettling gaze. Yet, those who accompanied him seemed to hold him in high regard. It took a person of cunning and resourcefulness to command such loyal followers, she mused. Having only briefly met him, Xiyun had already labeled the scarred Zhang Chong as dangerous and shrewd. After dinner, she began to tidy up the various items that had accumulated in her home, storing them safely in her space. A small portion was left outside as a decoy. If anyone intruded, they would see that she possessed no supplies, thereby dispelling any suspicion. Thus, the food from her backpack was placed outside, and if it were taken, it would not be a loss. Once everything was in order, she reclined on the sofa, scrolling through her phone to check the current situation outside. A blogger had recorded a short video at home, showcasing their ability to manipulate water, with the caption boldly declaring water manipulation alongside a cheeky emoji. Below, a myriad of fortunate souls awaken from their slumber, each sharing the transformations their bodies have undergone. Upon rousing after a prolonged nap, they discover their strength has remarkably increased, with one individual claiming to have smashed through the wall of their bedroom with a single punch. Indeed, I too awoke from a lengthy sleep, only to find my speed enhanced to such an extent that I nearly collided with a wall. Hearing your experiences has quelled my fears. I had been unconscious for nearly 2 days and realized while cooking that my hands were ablaze. It is amusing how some individuals remain unfazed, engaging in discussions about their newfound abilities when they should be preoccupied with concerns about their own survival. Scrolling through, I stumbled upon an official announcement stating that efforts were underway to construct secure bases, with rescue teams urgently dispatched to various cities to save survivors. She had no desire to reside in a secure base, fearing the possibility of being dissected or injected with various substances. Thus, she felt compelled to steer clear of the rescuers. The author is not a social butterfly, merely an unremarkable individual plagued by social anxiety. Chapter 5. An unexpected visit. Anxiously scrolling through, I came across a content creator who hoarded supplies, prompting others to showcase their own stockpiles. Those with a modicum of sense cautioned against such displays to avoid attracting unsavory characters, yet many dismissed these warnings as mere envy over their provisions. Well-meaning advice was met with disdain, leading some to delete their comments in frustration. In this apocalyptic era, self-preservation is paramount. One should refrain from excessive altruism, for extending a hand to those suffering may inadvertently rescue a thankless wretch. Upon witnessing the foolishness of others, I was astonished to find someone from the same building exhibiting similar folly in the next video. Not only did he flaunt a mountain of supplies, but he also foolishly offered assistance to those lacking food, even providing his address in the comments. I nearly crushed my teeth in frustration, reminding myself to resist the urge to confront him. Despite my irritation, I recognized that his reckless behavior could attract ill-intentioned individuals, shattering the fragile peace we had maintained. Naturally, I preferred to remain undisturbed until the rescue teams departed, allowing me the opportunity to discreetly seek protection from my benefactor. This fool's antics jeopardized my plans. I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Fools abound in times of crisis, with an abundance of them during this apocalypse. After venting my frustrations with a series of punches, I prepared for a new day of resource gathering. Meanwhile, above, Xiyun had drifted into a peaceful slumber, while below, the crispy sharks were left ravenous. A brave male student pressed his ear to the door, straining to hear silence in the living room, before stealthily extracting a mini folding knife from his pocket to cut the ropes binding them. After a series of careful maneuvers, the 8 crispy sharks successfully liberated themselves from their restraints, allowing their stiff bodies to relax. With no one outside, should we seize this opportunity to escape? Where would we run to? The streets are crawling with zombies. There's nowhere to go. However, remaining here is not a viable option. Perhaps we should relocate to another house while we await rescue. 8 individuals sat in a circle on the bed, exchanging glances, momentarily uncertain whether to agree or disagree. As the host, Ganyu forcefully struck the mattress, successfully capturing her friend's collective attention. Listen to Xiyun. I have another apartment upstairs that has yet to be occupied. Now is the perfect time to move in. Having lived in Sunshine Community for some time, she was well acquainted with her building and knew several units were vacant. To her surprise, her foresight had proven useful. The hurried relocation commenced under the cover of night, not far from their current residence, just upstairs in Xiyun's building. They swiftly settled in. Upon Zhang Chang and his group's return, they immediately discovered the room had been emptied. The short-tempered Zhao Kai kicked a stool in frustration. Just as he was about to raise his voice, a mere glance from Zhang Chang silenced him. All right, let us not stir up trouble at this late hour. Those items belong to them anyway. They've moved, so be it. Qin Qian, trailing behind with 2 large bags, flickered a mocking glance in the darkness. Had they not scavenged a hoard of food from a nearby store the previous night, it would have been peculiar for the hypocritical Zhang Chang to spare those university students. The following day, Xiyun awoke to a cacophony of pounding on her door, unleashing her abilities to assess the situation. To her astonishment, the fool who had exposed their location the previous night lived right across from her. Outside stood a group of burly men, seemingly formidable, comparable to Zhang Chang's crew. After a prolonged bout of knocking, the door finally swung open, revealing a lavishly dressed man whose black-rimmed glasses could not conceal the arrogance in his eyes, nor his disdain for the men outside. Clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he feigned indifference, dismissing the intentions of the group to enter his abode with an air of superiority. Just as he attempted to close the door, the burly man at the front wedged his foot in the way, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Hey, didn't you say you could assist those lacking supplies? Why the sudden desire to shut us out? The palpable pressure forced the man to wear a strained smile, inviting the group inside. though the forced expression was evident. Once the door closed behind them, silence enveloped the scene. Xiyun prepared her breakfast, though awakened abruptly by the commotion, disrupting her morning tranquility. A steaming bowl of savory shredded pork noodles could mend her mood. If one bowl wasn't enough, two would suffice. As she stepped out, she could hear the foolish man's lamentations from behind the door. Shaking her head, she shouldered her baseball bat and departed. One must reap what they sow. Driving her Wrangler towards a larger shopping mall further afield, she sought to procure supplies, having already cleared out the nearby shops in her neighborhood. The Shanchuan Mall, situated in the heart of the city, is an entire building comprised of 6 floors. Upon entering, one is greeted by a hall lined with numerous snack shops, and ascending further leads to her ultimate destination for the day. With a baseball bat firmly gripped in her hand, she swiftly dispatches the few zombies guarding the entrance. Upon crossing the threshold into the mall, she is met by a throng of over 20 zombies, their bodies reeking of decay. With agile movements, she skillfully dispatches the initial wave, the purplish-black lightning clearing her path as the feeble undead tumble one after another. A towering mound of lifeless bodies stands ominously in the center of the hall. After eliminating the zombies encircling the area, she gleefully meanders through the snack shops, taking anything of use. Continuing her scavenging upstairs, she is less ruthless this time, leaving behind a small selection of items she finds unappealing on the shelves. The 5th floor, filled with cosmetics and various jewelry stores, sees her acting without hesitation, collecting everything. After all, who knows if these treasures might prove valuable later on. The 6th floor, brimming with luxury goods, allows her to indulge further, taking what she fancies and leaving the rest. Though numerous zombies emerge throughout her looting, each is promptly dealt with by her bat. As she hastens her movements, familiar voices reach her ears. Could it be Zhang Chong? From her vantage point above, she observes a group of individuals swiftly filling their pockets with supplies, their movements even more nimble than hers. Leaning over the railing, she notes that the corpses of the zombies scattered throughout the hall have perhaps emboldened this group to gather resources without fear. However, their overconfidence blinds them to the new horde of zombies gathering below. In this stage of the outbreak, zombies are particularly drawn to the fresh blood and flesh of the living, creating an irresistible allure for these mindless creatures. Zhang Chong's group appears to consist of a dozen or more robust young men, essentially a free buffet laid out for the zombies. As the chapter concludes, Xiyun, who had no intention of getting involved, chooses to bypass them and descends the stairs from another side. Unfortunately, midway down, she is startled by a series of piercing screams from behind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickens her pace, only to find that the pursuers are surprisingly swift. Zhang Chong spots Xiyun and, with a chilling glint in his eyes, nonchalantly shoves her backward. Qin Xian, following closely behind, witnesses this and, though he disapproves of Zhang Chong's actions, opts to keep his distance and follows Zhang Chong to safety instead. Preserving one's life takes precedence over meddling in others' affairs. Xiyun, now thrust towards the advancing zombies, feels a wave of dread wash over her. Escape seems unattainable. Unbeknownst to her, her pupils momentarily shift to a crimson hue, causing the nearby zombies to instinctively part ways, while those trailing behind close in on her. In an explosive flash, the purplish-black lightning erupts, incinerating the zombies that dare approach her. A group of individuals, having fled down the stairs, found their path obstructed by an onslaught of zombies surging through the entrance, forcing them into an unwilling halt. The heavy thud of a corpse hitting the ground startled Zhao Sheng, causing him to involuntarily flinch and glance back. With an aura reminiscent of a deity of death, Xiyun descended, her feet treading upon the charred remains of the undead. Instinctively swallowing hard, he unexpectedly met her icy gaze, momentarily questioning if he had lost control of his faculties. At the forefront, Zhang Chong remained oblivious to the shifting dynamics behind him, singularly focused on breaking through the zombie encirclement to escape the mall. Just as he tore open a gap and swung the mall's doors wide, a bolt of purple-black lightning arced menacingly across the doorknob. The jolt seared his palm, darkening his already dim eyes with a shadow of despair, and he turned expressionlessly to Xiyun, who stood poised at the rear. "Can't tell your hands are filthy?" he scoffed, wielding a baseball bat lazily. Yet his gaze was sharp as it met Zhang Chong's malevolent glare. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The audacity of this woman, daring to venture alone in search of supplies, unmistakably marked her as extraordinary. Having witnessed Xiyun's capabilities, Zhang Chong's thoughts swirled, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty and lurking danger. The charade of ignorance was ill-suited for a duplicitous character like him, merely a ruse to deceive his dim-witted underlings. The revelation of his thoughts caused Zhang Chong's hands to instinctively clench at his sides, the pain in his palms stifling his urge to retaliate. Meanwhile, his irritable subordinates, unable to contain their tempers, began to voice their objections to Xiyun. Who lacks brains? One shouted. Watch your mouth, girl. Did you eat something foul at home? Or did you forget to brush your teeth before stepping out? Without a hint of tolerance for their insolence, Xiyun retorted sharply, summoning lightning to strike down the two loudest of the bunch. They collapsed, their frizzy hair sparking with electricity, the scent of charm mingling with the stench of decay, creating a noxious amalgamation. As he witnessed his longtime followers fall before him, Zhang Chang's demeanor shifted, but not to one of sorrow. Instead, a blend of discontent and indifference settled upon him, though he feigned a semblance of grief, glaring at Xiyun with reddened eyes. They merely spoke a few words. There was no need for such a severe response. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, Xiyun assessed Zhang Chang's eagerness for his subordinate's demise, dismissing his judgment without a second glance. With your eyes, did you see them cease to breathe? They are still convulsing in agony. If you cared for their lives, you would be rushing to find a doctor rather than arguing with me over their fate. She was not one for excessive words. Rather, she found herself contemplating the necessity of eliminating Zhang Chang. However, the question loomed, who would then deal with the other gang inside the building? She had no desire to tarnish her hands with unnecessary bloodshed. They lingered too long in the mall, resulting in an increasing number of zombies surrounding them. At present, she still required Zhang Chang, so she decided to keep a mental note of the debt owed to him. You all continue the game. I shall take my leave. Farewell. Ignoring Zhang Chang and his companions, who were glaring at her with fiery eyes, she brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes and turned to depart. Left behind, Zhang Chang could only grind his teeth in frustration, especially upon witnessing the two individuals convulsing on the ground. His fierce expression transformed into one of utter disgust. Brother Chang, what shall we do now? The gathering horde of zombies continued to swell around them, and with the incapacitated two in tow, the others certainly could not escape unscathed. Feigning sorrow, he cast a final glance at his comrades, with whom he had fought side by side, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We move." This debt, he vowed, he would reclaim tenfold. Having returned home early, Xiyun stood at the staircase, arms crossed, wearing a bemused smile. In the short time she had been out, the pretty boy from across the hall had already brought a group to pound on her door. Whether they succeeded in breaking it down was irrelevant. He had received a thorough beating in return. Nonchalantly, she entered her own home after they retreated, her gaze drifting to the window. Before leaving this building, both Zhang Chang's group and those who had attempted to break in would have to pay a price. As night fell, with dead leaves tumbling down the desolate street, the wind propelled them forward, producing a rustling sound. Bang! A one-armed zombie collapsed onto the road, leaving behind a foul, serpentine trail as it crawled. Clad in black, Xiyun navigated through the darkness, her agile form reminiscent of a nocturnal feline, swiftly traversing the eerie, silent city. This evening, she aimed to scout one of the areas with the highest concentration of zombies, the city hospital. Raiding small pharmacies had proven too time-consuming, yielding minimal supplies, mostly mundane medications without any medical equipment. Thus, she resolved to undertake a significant endeavor before her departure. The hospital was teeming with patients. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, it was evident that the number of zombies within the hospital far surpassed those in the mall. Tonight, her primary goal was reconnaissance. Given her current capabilities, she was not yet prepared to seize all the resources within the central hospital. If possible, she might recruit others, provided that no spatial ability wielders interfered, as the majority of the supplies would still be hers. Visiting the hospital during the day felt manageable, but at night, especially with zombies still confined inside, it became a perilous venture. The chilling wind rustled the leaves, and distant hisses echoed in the air. Within the flickering lights of the hospital, conspicuous and eerie silhouettes danced. The main entrance was not easily accessible, so Xiyun circled around and slipped through a window with shattered glass. Upon entering the hospital, a profound sense of decay enveloped her, mingled with the putrid stench emanating from the zombies. End of Chapter 7. An early arrival. The pristine white walls of the corridor were splattered with fresh crimson stains, as were the doors of the patient rooms. In the confines of a secluded examination room, an overwhelming stench pervades the air. Peering inside, one can discern two zombies feasting. Fragments of glass and various objects litter the floor, shards and a clear liquid scattered widely, demanding careful navigation to avoid any noise. Stealthily advancing into the more concealed corners, a hollowed corpse and dismembered remains come into view. The wind howls outside, whistling through the shattered window, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. As I survey the hospital, it appears strangely devoid of the anticipated number of zombies. This could either suggest a lack of presence within the hospital or imply that some zombies have undergone premature evolution. The former seems unlikely, as this is the city's central hospital, where one would expect a considerable number of patients. Thus, The latter scenario seems more plausible. However, with neither the eternal day nor night having manifested, could it be that my rebirth has inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect, hastening their evolution? Reluctant to delve deeper, I silently retreat from the hospital. Just as I am about to make a flawless escape, a foul wind laden with the stench of decay surges from behind. I crouch to evade it, then swiftly kick the attacking nurse zombie aside, rising to dodge another lunging zombie. Upon closer inspection of the nurse zombie, I notice her skin is not the typical ashen hue but rather a pallid gray. Her body is remarkably intact. Lacking eyes, she nonetheless adeptly discerns my movements through sound. Her actions are slightly swifter than those of other zombies, indicating that she has begun to evolve, possibly reaching the first stage of her transformation. Once more, the nurse zombie lunges, her sharp teeth bared, as if she wishes to embrace me at first sight. However, that would depend on my willingness. With a determined spirit, I rise on my toes, brandishing a longsword, an exquisite weapon I had fortuitously acquired from a deeply concealed antique shop, which I had effortlessly stashed in my space. Replacing my baseball bat. With purpose, I thrust the sword forcefully into her shoulder, advancing boldly, holding my breath as I wield my lethal blade. Witnessing the headless zombie collapse to the ground, I shake off the bloodied remnants from my sword and approach the severed head abandoned near the wall. With a firm step, I press down, frowning as I rummage through my thoughts. Eureka! My fingertips emerge damp as I cleanse the raw rice in my palm. My gaze fixated on a milky white stone, the crystal core, which has indeed manifested earlier than expected. Upon hearing a sound, my focus sharpens. This is no place to linger. I must leave the hospital before contemplating the crystal core further. I swiftly leap through the window, melding into the night, vanishing within moments. While I was surveying the hospital, the little mice residing in the building, enticed by the scent, ventured out to pilfer lamp oil. The ruffians from the Zhao family, led by the somewhat unremarkable Xiaoyu, are merely a band of thugs, lacking a definitive leader, disorganized like a pile of loose sand. Yet their martial prowess is undeniable. The most articulate among them is the slender man named Ren Li, fortunate enough to possess fire-based abilities. The resources at the residence of the young gentleman are scarce, and the arrival of aid remains uncertain. Should time stretch too long, this meager supply will scarcely last for a few days. Even with Xiaoyu's ample provisions, they cannot withstand the consumption of 10 adult men. Within a single day, a third of the food has been depleted, and if this continues, they can only endure for 2 more days at most. Renli, lounging on the sofa with arms wide open, gazes at Xiaoyu, who is curled up in the corner, his expression clouded with gloom and irritation, yet adorned with a hint of scornful derision. Was it not said that the residents of this building are either affluent or noble? Surely, they could simply raid a household or 2 for supplies. As he raises his right hand, a searing flame materializes in his palm, the flickering fire reflected in his eyes, casting an orange glow upon his cunning and arrogant visage. With this fire, capturing this building would be a trivial endeavor. The woman across the hall had ventured out to gather supplies, and she would be the first target. The leader mentioned that she had indeed gone out again last night. One wonders how much she secretly managed to procure. Among the 10 individuals, the nondescript and sly-looking Sindajia is Ren Li's foremost sycophant, always eager to flatter whatever Ren Li undertakes. However, the comparatively fair-skinned Yuan Fei furrows his brow, evidently possessing some intellect. Thus he is less inclined to endorse Ren Li's plan. But leader, this woman dares to venture out alone for supplies, even at night. She may prove difficult to handle. What difficulty could she possibly present? No matter how formidable she may be, she remains merely a woman, incapable of surpassing our leader. Sindajia, the obsequious flatterer, finds Yuan Fei's pretense utterly irksome, and an argument ensues between them, a cacophony of discord. Ultimately, it is Ren Li who calls for silence. While he is confident in his ability to subdue the woman across the hall, he cannot entirely dismiss Yuan Fei's counsel. Very well. Since we cannot ascertain the situation with the woman, let us first test our mettle against the inhabitants of other floors. Observing Ren Li's willingness to heed Yuan Fei's advice, Sindajia's countenance falls, revealing a subtle shadow of displeasure. Meanwhile, Xiyun quietly returns home, tidies up briefly, and then retires for the night. With the dawn of a new day barely breaking, the crisp sharks on the upper floor gather their meager supplies into backpacks and pouches. Initially hesitant to venture outside, they had discovered the awakening of 4 among them with distinct abilities the previous night, allowing them some time to familiarize themselves with their newfound powers. With supplies dwindling and a craving for practical experience, the group deliberates on exploring outside that morning in search of resources to sustain them. Xiaxi, you shall lead the way with me, while Zheng Ming and Man Man will bring up the rear. If there are any objections to this arrangement, speak now. The others shake their heads in agreement with He Ziming's plan. Since their relocation, He Ziming has assumed the role of captain for the Crisp Sharks. with all decisions falling under his command. Goni locks the door, and the 8 of them set forth, thereby evading the indiscriminate rampage of Ren Li and his band of marauders. The crisp sharks had departed for approximately an hour when the others in the building gradually awoke from their slumber. Today, Xiyun chose not to venture out for supplies. Instead, she dedicated herself to revising the swordsmanship taught by her master. Last night, her movements felt rather clumsy, and should she encounter a formidable opponent or a zombie, the sword in her hand would be as ineffective as a mere trinket. Let go of me, if you wish to avoid the same fate as those 2 ancient wretches. I advise you to obediently keep silent. Aligning herself with our leader, Li Gu, guarantees your survival. She sheathed her sword and approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe several men forcefully dragging a disheveled woman into the apartment. Following them was another individual, dragging a bloodstained nylon bag while wielding a knife, and it appeared that their patience was wearing thin. As anticipated, while she was having her lunch, a commotion erupted outside, intensifying with each passing moment. What are you all arguing about? If you don't want to meet your demise right now, quickly get the hell out of my way. Others upstairs, witnessing the formidable blade in Sindajia's hand, were hesitant to confront him directly despite their desire to reason with him. Seated at the doorway, she continued to eat while listening intently, and by the time she finished her bowl of rice, she had unraveled the sequence of events. The catalyst was Renly, who had spent the entire morning darting around the building, seizing the meager supplies of others, and even abducting a few attractive women. The remaining residents were ordinary individuals without supernatural abilities, and currently, the only revealed ability in the building belonged to Ren Li, who was causing this ruckus. They were unable to overpower Ren Li and feared his abilities. Their decision to confront him stemmed from a belief that they had a numerical advantage. You are being too oppressive. Indeed, it is difficult for everyone right now, yet you still resort to forceful robbery. Return my daughter, you scoundrels. A middle-aged couple lamented tearfully. But their accusations elicited no sympathy from Renly, who refused to release the girl he had captured. The girl, her mouth sealed with black tape, displayed a tear-streaked, innocent visage. Old man, what era are we in? Are you still daydreaming? Laughter erupted. I see he still thinks he can call the police. The police have transformed into monsters. Do you really believe they will come to your aid? Upon hearing this, Xiyun furrowed her brow, fully aware that this group had never ventured outside since their arrival. Thus, their words were nothing more than fabrications. Last night, as she scoped out the area, she had passed by the police station, which was surrounded by corpses, indicating that there were still individuals inside who had not been overrun by zombies. These people certainly dared to spout any nonsense. Sindaji approached and struck the girl's father across the face with a knife, then menacingly pressed the blade against her mother's neck, causing droplets of blood to seep and cascade into her collar. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the girl struggled desperately to grasp Ren Li, but as he remained unmoved, large tears fell to the ground, and in despair, she collapsed at Ren Li's feet. Do you still wish to follow me? He lifted her tear-stained face, her pitiful visage only intensifying Ren Li's desire for her. Her vacant gaze shifted to her father, who was being brutally beaten, and to her mother, whose life hung by a thread. With despair clouding her eyes, she slowly nodded. Renly, with gentle hands, tore away the sealing black tape and provocatively kissed the girl in front of her father. Meanwhile, Sindajia, the chief lackey, observed this with an exceedingly lascivious grin, then removed the blade from the girl's mother's neck. He then hoisted the kneeling girl and cast a dark glance at Sindajia before embracing the girl and leading her inside. As the leader entered the house, Sindajia swiftly ended the girl's mother's life with a single stroke and delivered a kick to the girl's father's head, extinguishing his breath on the spot. The gathered onlookers, witnessing the fate of the elderly couple, held their breath in terror, too fearful to utter a word. Their silence a testament to their horror as they watched the bodies being disposed of. The elderly corpses were cast from the 14th floor, quickly attracting the attention of zombies, who left nothing but mangled remains. After observing this grim spectacle, Xiyun, with a cold expression, retracted her dispersed mental energy, sank into the sofa, and gazed up at the ceiling. To be honest, she had witnessed little of the darkness that enveloped the world in her previous life, confined within a laboratory. Yet, she understood that in this apocalyptic era, beauty among ordinary survivors was akin to poison, and among those with abilities, a lack of sufficient strength was a slow poison as well. The majority of ordinary individuals would choose to leverage their beauty to align themselves with stronger abilities or higher powers, exchanging their bodies for the chance to survive. Had she not awakened any abilities, she might have opted to become a zombie, biding her time for revenge. After the commotion, the building fell into an even deeper silence, and the scavengers, burdened with hard-won supplies, quietly returned upstairs. Upon entering, the group felt as if they had returned to an impenetrable shelter. Normally, during this time, they would catch the scent of food wafting through the building, but today there was none to be found. Xiyun adjusted his glasses and questioned, "What on earth happened in the building? Why is it so quiet? Could that group of muscular men have seized our home?" Standing nearby, Songwen widened his eyes and covered his mouth in speculation, despite his name having literary connotations that had no bearing on his character. Just as Lu Shiwen entered and shut the door, he affectionately ruffled Songwen's hair, only to pluck a strand from his head the next moment. It seemed that having a lot of hair did not equate to having much wisdom. "Please refrain from pulling my hair so often. If I end up bald, will you take responsibility?" Songwen gazed at his roommate, who was laughing as brightly as the sun, utterly perplexed as to where this individual had acquired such a mischievous habit. "Enough of this nonsense. Quickly check whether the door is locked. If that imposing man who aims to conquer the world comes knocking, you might find yourself in for another beating." Summer Shi, helping with the bags and pockets, stepped outside to witness the two engaging in their antics. Feeling somewhat speechless, she turned her gaze back to Gan Yu and Xiaoming Guang, observing them as they meticulously organized the supplies they had brought back, slowly placing them into the wardrobe of the master bedroom. Chu Manman and Zheng Ming were preparing lunch for everyone, seemingly unbothered by the situation at hand. "Let us conserve the food we collected today. It should last us several days. For our safety, we must avoid making too much noise." Upon hearing this, the group unanimously nodded in agreement. Having ventured out that day without a clue about the events unfolding in the building, creating a commotion at this moment would not be conducive to their safety. Thus, it was wiser to remain discreet and cautious. "By the way, have any of your abilities changed?" Xiyun inquired, observing his friends seated together, indulging in instant noodles. Among them, aside from himself, who possessed metal abilities, Chu Manman wielded fire, Zheng Ming had strength abilities, and Summer She combined the attributes of the two. "I see no significant changes among you. It seems akin to the novels I read. The zombies have yet to evolve, and no matter how many you defeat, it may not guarantee an upgrade." In essence, it meant that currently, there were no experience points to be gained from defeating ordinary zombies without levels. Chapter complete. Chapter 9. Let the fighting begin. Not quite. Summer She and I have indeed grown stronger. For instance, at first, we could only lift a tree with our bare hands, but now we could probably manage to lift two. Nodding thoughtfully in understanding, it appeared that enhancement abilities like strength were more amenable to growth than magical damage abilities. Just as Xiyun furrowed his brow in contemplation, Songwen commenced sharing his insights. "You may not read much fiction, so you might be unaware that in apocalyptic scenarios, the initial phase is dominated by strength and speed abilities, while later stages favor your attribute abilities." Gathered together, the group listened to Songwen's informative discourse, gradually grasping the concept. "So, Minggu, you must protect me, the weak and helpless one." He theatrically clung to Zheng Ming's arm, his substantial muscles offering a sense of solid reassurance. Zheng Ming, blushing and scratching his head sheepishly, readily agreed. The day of change passed quietly amidst the collective anxiety of the group, excluding Xiyun, of course. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, glancing towards the door as a surge of mental energy emanated forth. Sindajia, in the midst of prying open the door, suddenly shivered, his flickering gaze scanning the surroundings. He felt an unsettling sensation as though a pair of eyes were fixed upon him from behind. Cold sweat drenched his back, compelled by Ren Li's command. He could only grit his teeth and continue to pick the lock. Yet, was Xiyun's room lock so easily compromised? Lying in bed, she could remotely channel lightning into the keyhole. As Sindajia attempted to pry the lock once more, the electric current surged through his tools, coursing through his entire being, rendering him convulsing on the ground like Zhang Chang's two lackeys. He collapsed, his body twitching uncontrollably. Had it not been for his singed, frizzy hair, one might mistake him for being possessed. During the modification, she had not employed the most secure lock, although it was merely an ordinary lock. She had crafted a daunting exterior. This was partly why Ren Li initially opted to break down the door rather than pick the lock. Perhaps the greater reason was his confidence in his own abilities. A startled lackey rushed out, dragging Sindajia back into the room. Sitting on the sofa, surrounded by his entourage, Ren Li's gaze darkened with a sinister glimmer upon seeing Sindajia. Who would have thought that the woman across the hall was such a formidable character? "Come over and explain the situation with the woman next door." He gestured dismissively at Zhao Yu, who was curled up in a dog bed. Though it was his own house, he now found himself usurped by Ren Li's group, leaving Zhao Yu filled with unspoken regret. Timidly crawling out, he knelt beside the sofa, too afraid to lift his gaze, murmuring the scant information he possessed. The woman next door moved in over a month ago, since her arrival. She reinforced the doors and windows and usually left early and returned late. Beyond that, I know little else. With a disdainful kick, Renly sent Xiaoyu sprawling. His expression one of utter contempt. Useless waste. Supporting himself on the floor, the sleeves of his clothes slipping down to conceal his hands, he clenched his fists. Retreating back to the dog bed, his lowered head hiding a face filled with intense hatred. While submitting, he silently vowed vengeance. Determined that this group would meet a terrible fate. Perhaps we shall deal with it tomorrow. The atmosphere outside quieted, and the occupants across the hall settled considerably. Yet Xiyun found no respite in sleep. She reached for the bedside lamp, sat cross-legged, and scrutinized the raw rice crystal core under the light. The milky hue indicated it was an ordinary crystal core devoid of attributes. In her previous life, she had heard Zhang Heian speak of the changes outside. Such attribute-less cores had become currency among ability users. Zhang Heian had mentioned that leveling up for ability users was arduous, and these ordinary cores would ultimately serve little purpose. Only those with attributes held real value. Gazing at the diminutive crystal core pinched between her fingers, she realized it was too small to retain. Rendering it useless, better to absorb it. However, the emergence of a crystal core at this time was an ominous sign, perhaps following the extremes of day and night. The zombies would prove even stronger than what she had heard in her past life. Resting her chin on her hand, she contemplated, should I leave this place tomorrow? Yet, departing without eliminating those two groups left her feeling discontented. What a dilemma. Throughout the night, the two rooms across the hall harbored their own thoughts, sleeping fitfully until dawn broke. Brother Chong, the group upstairs began their actions yesterday. What shall we do? In the past 2 days, they have amassed a considerable amount of supplies. Zhang Chong, the leader, decided to give his brothers a day of rest. The cautious and meticulous Chen Qian ventured out early in the morning. Having been robbed by Run Li the day before, the sight of a formidable figure like Chen Qian early in the day instilled a sense of fear in many. After a series of probing questions, it became clear what had transpired the previous day, prompting a swift return to report back. Before Zhang Chong could utter a word, Ren Li and his entourage descended upon them. Zhang Chong and his crew had left early the day before and returned late, which had spared them from being raided at that time. However, Ren Li had returned for a second attempt at plunder early that morning. With a forceful kick, the door was breached, revealing Ren Li leading a group of followers. Upon seeing the vast pile of supplies within, greed ignited in Ren Li's eyes and those of his minions. Zhang Chang rose calmly, his muscular physique coupled with a fierce, scarred visage instilling trepidation even among Ren Li's lackeys. Brother, don't you think it's reasonable to share some of these supplies? Ren Li, emboldened by his apparent advantage, brazenly fixated on the goods, causing even his companions to exhibit expressions of avarice. Unable to contain his irritation, Zhao glared at the uninvited guests at the door. Who do you think you are? Get lost before you provoke our wrath. The collection of these supplies had come at the cost of countless narrow escapes from death. The thought of these individuals attempting to seize them without consequence was preposterous. There's no need for hostility. We all reside in the same building. Shouldn't we help each other out? Without waiting for Zhang Chong's response, a sudden blaze ignited on the sofa behind Ren Li, swiftly spreading to the carpet. Chen Qian observed this scene with narrowed eyes and promptly pulled Zhang Chong, who was momentarily stunned, out of harm's way to prevent the flames from engulfing him. Zhang Chong, having narrowly escaped, stared wide-eyed in fury, his gaze filled with a mix of resentment and coldness directed at Ren Li at the door, previously wounded by Xiyun's lightning. He now found himself nearly scorched by fire. The power of these abilities was formidable indeed. It seemed Ren Li intended to forcefully seize their supplies. He would soon discover whether he could take even a fraction of them. Ignoring the risk of burning his hands, Zhang Chong hurled the sofa towards Ren Li, compelling him and his group to retreat hastily from the threshold. Yuan Fei stepped forward just in time to intercept the sofa, shattering it with a single punch, leaving its remnants to ignite at the entrance. Oh, it appears that one of your brothers is also an ability user, though it seems you are the only one. Ren Li, emboldened by his own fire-based powers and the presence of Yuan Fei, a strength-based ability user, felt secure hiding behind his ally. Zhang Chong, lips pressed in silence, could not deny the truth in Ren Li's words. Despite having more numbers, he was the sole wielder of any abilities among them. Yet, the thought of bowing his head was unbearable. The prospect of the consequences of submission deepened his inner turmoil and darkened his gaze. Who said only Brother Chong possessed abilities? Do not underestimate us. At this moment, Chen Qian stepped forward to shield Zhang Chong, and a burst of brown energy repelled Yuan Fei, surging directly towards Ren Li's face. However, it merely grazed his cheek, inflicting minimal harm, which underscored Chen Qian's lack of finesse in controlling his abilities. Behind him, Zhang Chong's gaze flickered with subtle surprise. He had not anticipated that Chen Qian possessed powers as well. Noticing that the opposing side also boasted 2 ability users, outnumbering them, Renly surprisingly refrained from displaying his usual air of dominance. His eyes flickered momentarily before breaking into a grin. If brute force would not suffice, he would employ a more cunning approach. Since we all possess abilities, why not join forces? He proposed. With no sign of rescue on the horizon and the outside world proving perilous, it would be prudent to recruit them. This strategy would not only provide additional manpower, but also allow for a fair distribution of resources, achieving two objectives at once. Xiyun, however, refrained from taking initiative, waiting for Zhang Chang to speak, for he required the protection of Zhang Chang's team. Although he was an Earth-type ability user, he could not guarantee that he could survive alone until help arrived. For now, he needed Zhang Chang's team to ensure his safety. Upon discovering his own powers, he had harbored ambitions of usurping Zhang Chang's position, yet it became evident that these individuals were entirely loyal to Zhang Chang. Even if he were to ascend to power, he would struggle to command their allegiance. It was more prudent to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal himself. By winning Zhang Chang's favor, he could also gain the acknowledgement of others, thereby securing a degree of influence within the team. This would enhance his chances of survival in this perilous new world, and the opportunity now lay before him. Success or failure hinged upon this singular endeavor. It was not surprising that Xiyun acted thus. He was a recent addition to Zhang Chang's team, occupying a marginal position with little say. The perilous tasks fell to those like him, the subordinates. To safeguard his own life, he had to strategize, aiming to elevate his status and influence within the team, thus sparing himself from the most dangerous tasks. Aligning with someone like you, I fear I may not even realize how I perish in the end, he thought. Recognizing Run Li as a man of dubious character, he prided himself on not being of such ilk. Colluding with Ren Li would only diminish his own value. Knowing Zhang Chang would not readily acquiesce, he remained unperturbed, confident that the matter would eventually resolve in his favor. Today marked an unexpected introduction, should anyone reconsider. They were welcome to seek him out upstairs. With that, he departed with his entourage, but as he turned, the smile on his face darkened into a scowl, clearly signifying his displeasure. Maintaining a stern facade, he allowed these individuals to leave, shutting the door behind them to commence an internal meeting focused primarily on Xiyun. Their commotion was quite pronounced, enough to send curious onlookers scurrying back into their homes, while the timid occupants above dared not make a sound. When Ren Li returned empty-handed, venting his frustrations at Zhao Yu, Xiyun quietly slipped out once more. This time, her sortie was primarily for practice, with the acquisition of supplies as a secondary goal, leading her to a bustling pedestrian street. Whether she would return alive now depended entirely on her capabilities. Concealed in the shadows, I coldly observed the once bustling pedestrian street, now transformed into a domain of the undead. The lively shouts of street vendors and the laughter of tourists had been swiftly supplanted by the chilling roars of zombies, sending shivers down my spine. The once popular shops lay in ruins, their walls marred by gaping holes and stained with remnants of blood, mingling with the nauseating stench that permeated the air. This street, once vibrant and now teeming with the undead, served as an ideal arena for me to hone my abilities. Taking a deep breath, I plunged into the fray, wielding my sword with the agility of a panther, my feet moving with the swiftness of lightning. With my noticeably enhanced reflexes, I easily evaded the repulsive attacks of the zombies and unleashed a powerful orb of lightning. Effortlessly, I shattered two approaching zombies into mere fragments, their putrid blood splattering the ground. As I confronted the looming threat of an oncoming horde, I stood my ground, growing bolder amidst the carnage, radiating brilliance in the blood-soaked battlefield. However, as the battle intensified and the number of zombies swelled, I could feel my stamina waning. Resolutely, I conjured a wall of water to obstruct their advance, then unleashed a blade of lightning to carve a path for my retreat, escaping the encirclement without a backward glance. Navigating the winding streets, I finally exited the pedestrian area and took a few sips from a water bottle to steady my breath before seeking out my herder. Today's mission had been successfully completed, though I regretted not finding any crystal cores. Nevertheless, I reassured myself that there would be ample opportunities for those in the future, and I need not fret over the trifles of the present. As dusk fell, I found my herder parked in a designated spot, and with a pack laden with supplies slung over my shoulder, I ascended the stairs. Midway, I encountered familiar faces, Ren Li and Yuan Fei, who resided across the hall. I couldn't help but marvel at my fortune. Having run into Zhang Chang last time, and now meeting Ren Li, my luck seemed unusually favorable. Wearing a hat and mask that obscured my features, Ren Li was unable to discern my identity, though the bulging pack on my back caught his attention. I stood at the corner, leaning against the wall, waiting for them to pass when a shadow fell across my path. My gaze deepened, a hint of red flickering in the depths of my eyes. As I remained silent, curious about what this insolent creature might unleash. "What floor do you live on?" "I've never seen you before," Renly inquired, his voice grating and insufferable. His impudent demeanor was intolerable, and I rolled my eyes internally, dismissing his question entirely. Yuan Fei, standing beside him, frowned, casting an irritated glance at my unresponsive form. With a rough voice tinged with impatience, he interjected, "Hey, my brother is asking you a question. Do you not understand courtesy?" Ignoring the incessant chatter akin to a frog reciting scriptures, one must not expect her to heed his words. Instead, she continued her solitary path, head lowered in indifference. Observing that Xiyun remained unresponsive, Renly swiftly lost interest and, seizing Yuan Fei, descended the stairs with haste. Their footsteps, if scrutinized, bore a certain urgency, as if pursued by a ferocious Tibetan mastiff, propelling them forward with remarkable speed. This frantic pace was primarily due to Xiyun's recent escapade amidst a horde of zombies on the pedestrian street, leaving her enveloped in an unmistakable stench of decay. Chapter 11. The blocked crunchy shark. After merely a few minutes, Renly felt his eyes stinging from the foul air. If he lingered any longer, he was certain he would be compelled to vomit, and the nausea was already creeping upon him. As Xiyun lowered her head, she noted the sounds from downstairs dwindling, indicating that Renly had ventured far away. Only then did she lift her gaze, spitting disdainfully towards the staircase below. "What a fool to think he can establish a brotherhood. A wretched creature like you deserves to be cast aside, perhaps even fed to the zombies. Such a loathsome being might even be rejected by the undead." Bah! Following a pair of resounding thuds, the echo of hurried footsteps descended the stairs, piercing the stillness of the night. "Halt! Surely you do not naively believe you can escape this building." Yuan Fei obstructed the group of individuals rushing down the stairs, wielding a baseball bat stained with blood, evidently instilling fear in the fleeing crunchy sharks. Renly, trailing behind, leered unabashedly at the group of girls. Xiaxi and Chu Man positioned themselves protectively in front of the defenseless Ganyu, their vigilance fixed on Renly. Any sign of aggression from him would prompt them to act swiftly. To their surprise, they discovered that university students were still present within the building, rendering the occupants inside less intriguing by comparison. They remained oblivious to Renly's misdeeds, but his sinister demeanor left little doubt that his intentions were far from benign. "What do you intend to do?" He Ziming and Zheng Ming stepped forward. Both had faced zombies before, yet the prospect of confronting a rogue like Renly left them in a state of uncertainty. The group of burly men blocking their way erupted in triumphant laughter, and in the dimly lit corridor, the crunchy sharks resembled cornered hamsters. The scenario of a cat stalking its prey was all too familiar, and driven by curiosity, Zhang Chong and others ventured outside. Standing at the corridor's entrance, they recognized the familiar faces of the crunchy sharks, but had no intention of intervening, deeming it unnecessary. "Yuan Fei, why do you hesitate? Act." The gaze fixated on the three girls morphed into a twisted excitement. Initially, the evening was intended for a casual stroll, yet it unexpectedly promised delightful surprises. The baseball bat whirled in Yuan Fei's grasp, striking the wall with such force that even in a restrained manner, it created a sizable hole. Witnessing the crunchy sharks tremble in fear, Yuan Fei was filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He Ziming cast a glance at the gaping hole, and his expression grew profoundly contemplative. This individual is also a practitioner of supernatural abilities. Until now, their encounters have solely been with zombies, and they have yet to confront another adept. In this fleeting moment of contemplation, Yuan Fei seized Zheng Ming, attempting to draw him out from his protective shell, only to be unexpectedly thwarted as Zheng Ming forcefully swatted his hand away. Zheng Ming's resistance took Yuan Fei by surprise, but he quickly recognized he was up against a fellow practitioner. Shaking off his nonchalant demeanor, he scrutinized Zheng Ming with utmost seriousness, calculating the odds of a confrontation. Realizing their strengths were likely evenly matched, Yuan Fei decisively called for assistance from his superior. Boss, Renly, who was summoned, was somewhat irked. How many practitioners resided within this building? It seemed imperative for him to conduct a thorough sweep of the premises, ideally recruiting all practitioners into his ranks. Calling him is futile. Do you truly think we can be easily intimidated? Xiaxi, incensed, emerged between the two, snapping a handrail to serve as a weapon and deftly hurling it towards Renly. However, Renly was no mere slouch. He swiftly evaded the projectile, only to turn and witness a substantial hole left in its wake. His annoyance became increasingly palpable. All he sought was a few women for amusement. Why was this proving so arduous? In his frustration, he conjured a searing flame that enveloped him completely, transforming him into a being of fire. The illumination from the flames allowed them to clearly perceive the situation in the corridor. Above stood Renly alongside two towering bodyguards, while in the center lay the feeble and helpless Cui Sha. Below were Yuan Fei and his 5 companions. Zhang Chang and his group were situated even lower, enjoying the spectacle with great delight. Renli, you can't even handle a few inexperienced youths, yet you aspire to collaborate with us? Surely, you don't expect to achieve this without effort. Since Zhang Chang became aware of Chen Qian's abilities, he had abandoned his previous, more discreet approach to survival. He had advocated for Chen Qian's promotion to second-in-command, and the more he conversed with Chen Qian, the more he found his ideas intriguing. In this post-apocalyptic reality, clinging to conventional survival strategies was nothing short of foolishness. Thus, he closed the door momentarily to ponder. Perhaps collaborating with Renli could indeed be a prudent option, especially since they had practitioners within their own ranks. Nevertheless, Zhang Chang was not one to readily accept any potential partner if Renli did not demonstrate some tangible capability. He would prefer to ally with these youthful novices. Zhang Chang provoked Renli, who understood that Zhang Chang was inclined towards cooperation. Initially, he had only intended to intimidate this group of university students, but it was now evident that he needed to showcase his true prowess. The intense flames surged forward, crashing toward the cowering Cui Sha, while Xia Shi, pulled aside by Xiyun, narrowly escaped the onslaught. Suddenly, a dazzling golden energy manifested before them, forming an astonishingly resilient shield. However, Renli's flames were perfectly suited to counter the golden defense. Gradually, the shield began to melt under the relentless heat, and Xiaxi's solitary flicker of flame was insufficient against Renli's inferno. Together with Chu Manman's small flame, they endeavored to resist Renli's fiery assault. For the moment, Renli found himself unable to contend with them. Zhang Chang, having observed the unfolding drama, exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Qian. Although Chen Qian disdained the notion of launching a sneak attack from behind, survival compelled him to strike at the unsuspecting Ganyu and Songwon. With a swift motion, he incapacitated the 4 unenhanced individuals with a single blow, causing a stream of crimson to erupt from their injured midsections and pool upon the ground. Zhang Ming and his companions were preoccupied with fending off Renli, while Zheng Ming and Yuan Fei engaged in a fierce contest, completely oblivious to the covert assault. Summer Shi and Chu Man, momentarily distracted by a glance at them, allowed Renli to unleash his full strength. The trio, unable to withstand the force, relinquished their hold and collapsed to the floor. Only Zheng Ming remained entangled with Yuan Fei. When Zhang Chang casually snapped off a segment of the armrest and tossed it toward the unsuspecting Zheng Ming, the armrest struck Zheng Ming squarely in the back, embedding itself into his body, even lodging against his spine. Rendered incapable of resistance, Zheng Ming fell to the ground, his gray attire rapidly saturating with blood. Yuan Fei and the others parted, allowing Zhang Chang to advance, casting a meaningful glance at Summer Shi as he passed the fragile group. Confronted by Zhang Chang's approaching figure, Yuan Fei's expression darkened as their eyes met. Although an alliance had been forged with Zhang Chang, the circumstances were far from ideal. Such a heavy-handed approach, wounding a beautiful face, was hardly advantageous. Chapter 12. You shall not pass. With a light pat on Renli's shoulder, he feigned ignorance of Renli's shortcomings. Faced with 4 empowered individuals, he recognized Renli's prowess. Indeed, collaboration with him could yield benefits. Mind your own business, take the good ones, and leave, he thought, agitated and eager for Zhang Chang to swiftly depart with his companions. He had just realized that he was outmatched by these university students and had come to see Zhang Chang for who he truly was, a man of considerable malice. Why had he waited until witnessing his misfortune to intervene? Today had been utterly humiliating. No rush, for the sake of better cooperation. Let us deliberate. Shall you descend, or shall I ascend? I fear you may find it impossible to rise, he mused, contemplating the absurdity of attempting to gain an upper hand. Standing at the entrance, Xiyun surveyed everyone from her elevated position, advancing into the corridor step by step. Was it not rather shameless for a group of grown men to bully a few university students? The moment Renli and Zhang Chang laid eyes on Xiyun, their expressions and attitudes diverged dramatically. Renli, a lecherous individual, gazed at her with a lascivious hunger, wishing he could strip her of her garments at once. The repulsive glint in his eyes made Xiyun wish to gouge them out and perform a surgical procedure to ensure his sterilization. Conversely, Zhang Chang, harboring animosity towards Xiyun, was filled with resentment. Having already lost several brothers in the marketplace and sustained injuries at her hands, he was forced to abandon them. Were it not for Xiyun, his team would hardly have dwindled to the mere 15 members it currently comprised. Thus, he felt an overwhelming urge to pounce upon her and sink his teeth into her flesh. Renli, still attempting to feign cordiality, was brusquely shoved aside by Zhang Chang, who seemed intent on tearing Xiyun apart. Although Renli felt a twinge of discontent at Zhang Chang's roughness, He merely furrowed his brow and listened to Zhang Chang's coldly aggressive inquiry. "What is your name?" Leaning against the armrest with a playful demeanor, he appraised them and clicked his tongue in disdain. "Who do you think you are, to be worthy of knowing my name? Perhaps I should send you to meet the King of Hell, and you can inquire of him what I am called. How does that sound?" Renly was aware that Xiyun's sharp tongue had already left Zhang Chang at a disadvantage, yet he remained oblivious to this fact. Despite his internal grievances, Xiyun's captivating visage rendered his discontent fleeting. Throughout history, beautiful women have always possessed their own tempers. What of it if their words are sharp? A touch of spirit only adds to their allure. With her delicate nose, elegant brows, and striking phoenix eyes, Xiyun's cool complexion and charming lips exuded an air of aloofness, even when she was hurling insults. Renly found himself irresistibly drawn to her. "You, what is this? Have you fallen silent so soon? What a waste of a big head. Is there nothing inside it? Merely a decoration atop your neck?" Zhang Chang, seething with indignation from Xiyun's taunts, struggled to contain his fury and reiterated, "What is your name? I've already stated you are not worthy of knowing. Not only are you dim-witted, but your hearing is also poor. But that is to be expected, considering you are not even human, incapable of understanding human speech." A barrage of Xiyun's retorts left Zhang Chang seething with suppressed rage, his scarred face flushed with ire. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter her. Witnessing Zhang Chang's humiliation and his impotent fury, Renly felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, alleviating the tension that had built up within him. He regarded Xiyun with admiration, his eyes reflecting the sentiment that a woman he favored must possess remarkable prowess. "You, dear lady, possess an intriguing character," he began, but was instantly interrupted by Xiyun, who found his presence nauseating. "What business is it of yours whether I am intriguing? Who do you think you are? Spare us your posturing. Do take a moment to consider whether you possess the merit to display such flamboyance." Initially, Zhang Chang found amusement in her retorts, as who wouldn't he enjoy a spectacle? However, when the spotlight turned on him, Renly's expression darkened, and his gaze towards Xiyun grew increasingly hostile. "Do not overstep your bounds. For now, we are showing restraint out of respect for your delicate nature, but should we engage in physical confrontation, you shall be the one to suffer." Zhang Chang wished to silence the fool, but the words had already escaped his lips, and he was powerless to retract them. In their brief skirmish within the marketplace, he was acutely aware of Xiyun's extraordinary nature. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, he doubted his ability to best her. He remained perplexed as Zhang Chang's expression darkened further, his eyes brimming with cautious vigilance. Renly could not help but sneer inwardly, deeming Zhang Chang excessively timid. After all, she was merely a woman. "Oh, really?" He gazed at the wary Zhang Chang with a hint of amusement. "Why not test who will ultimately suffer the consequences? I shall refrain from involving myself in your quarrel and take my leave." He had no desire to meet the same dismal fate as those two inept individuals. Before descending the stairs, he cast a meaningful glance at Renly, whose expression conveyed confusion, yet his instinct told him that Zhang Chang looked down upon him. Having grown accustomed to a life of supremacy these past few days, he was not one to endure such indignation, regardless of Zhang Chang's intentions. He charged forward with determination to seize Xiyun. He assumed that capturing her would be effortless. However, as he reached out, he found himself crashing down before the Chui sharks. "Zhang Chang, I haven't permitted your departure." The electric net sealed off his escape route. Zhang Chang's expression darkened. He had thought he could slip by unnoticed, but that was not the case. The Chui sharks huddled together in a corner. Zheng Ming was grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death, while several others were bleeding profusely from their wounds. Zhe Ming, Xiaxi, and Chu Man struggled to shield their companions, blood trickling from their lips. Xiyun tilted her head, observing their woeful state, particularly lingering on Zheng Ming, who had a handrail protruding from his back. "Disturbing the neighbors at this late hour is unseemly. Shall we settle this swiftly?" Purple-black lightning crackled in her palm. Initially, she had no intention of unleashing her powerful electrical abilities, but considering these individuals deserved a thorough beating, she decided otherwise. The first target was Renly, who stood up with Yuan Fei's assistance. Upon encountering the supernatural force, Renly expelled black smoke, his entire being charred. The two supporting him were not spared either. Though their symptoms were less severe, their frizzy hair appearing somewhat more stylish. Next in her sights were Zhang Chang and Qin Xian. The moment her gaze locked onto Zhang Chang, her bright, sparkling eyes gleamed with anticipation. Realizing the impending danger, Zhang Chang hurriedly pulled Zhao Sheng and Zhao Kai in front of him as shields. For those intent on her demise, she struck with greater ferocity, resulting in their immediate deaths. "Zhang Chang, there is no escape for you today. The claw of lightning grasped his arm, a scent of charred flesh wafting from his injury, mingling with the odor of burnt fabric. End of chapter 13. Abate appears the agony in Zhang Chang's shoulder twisted his expression into a grotesque mask of fear. Yet he found himself unable to break free, helplessly witnessing the destruction of his arms beneath the relentless lightning. Dare to push me? Then these hands shall be forfeited. They serve no great purpose anyway. After incapacitating Zhang Chang's arms, the ethereal claw shifted to his head. Zhang Chang, do you wish to live or die? Release Brother Chang at once, or we shall not hold back any longer. Turning her head to glance at Zhang Chang's boastful lackey, she recognized the necessity of having manpower when going to the hospital. These individuals possessed commendable physiques and included some with special abilities, making them perfect bait. I could let him go, but you must heed my words. What do you think? Hearing her words, Zhang Chang, who was still alive, felt a wave of unease engulf all other thoughts in his mind. Xiyun patiently awaited their response, lowering her gaze to meet Ren Li, who was still breathing. A slender ice needle sprouted from her fingertips, aimed directly at Ren Li's vital parts. With a flick of her finger, the ice needle pierced his thigh, prompting a regretful sigh. What a pity, it missed. As the ice needle reappeared at her fingertip, terror gripped Ren Li's eyes. What manner of terrifying creature was this? The second needle struck the other side of his thigh and also failed to hit the mark, followed by a third and fourth. This torment shattered Ren Li's mental defenses, tears streaming down his darkened face as he shook his head in despair. The traces left by his tears made his human visage appear absurd and comical. It seems my aim is lacking. Perhaps I should employ a larger instrument. Without hesitation, Xiyun conjured a massive ice spear, the thickness of 2 fingers and a palm's length, narrowing her eyes as she aimed for Ren Li's crucial instrument. Crack! Covering her eyes with one hand, she peered through her fingers at Ren Li, who lay on the ground, writhing in pain. It seemed she heard the sound of something shattering. Witnessing Xiyun's methods of torment, Chun Qian averted his gaze in discomfort, but instinctively tightened his legs. Very well. As long as you release Changge, we will comply with your demands. What a perceptive and obedient child you are. Tonight, your Changge is in my hands. Remember to gather at my doorstep by dawn. Disdainfully, she bound Zhang Chang with electric cords, extending a long length to ensnare Ren Li and Yuan Fei, dragging them away. You are Chun Qian, correct? I entrust this motley crew to your care. I expect to see them by morning. Xiyun led a string of individuals back, leaving Chun Qian hesitant and motionless. Only when Xiyun was out of sight did he assume command, sheepishly guiding the group back to their commandeered room. As the people cleared out, the timid members of the group cautiously supported one another as they ascended the stairs. With no medicine at home and feeling Zhang Ming's body temperature steadily declining in her arms, Xiyun was in a state of frantic agitation. The 4 individuals who had lost excessive blood gradually fainted onto the carpet, while Xia Shi and Chu Mianmin busily tended to their wounds, cleaning and bandaging them as best they could. Having done all that could be done, Xia Shi knelt on the ground, fixated on Zhang Ming, who lay on the sofa. Her anxious heart grew resolute. You two take care of them. I shall step out for a moment. Xiyun, extending a hand in a plea, watched as Xia Shi dashed out the door. However, Xia Shi did not impulsively rush out, but instead approached Xiyun's home with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, only to discover, to her surprise, that Xiyun had not entered the house, but was still outside. Xiyun dragged someone back, but did not enter her own home. With a violent kick, she forced open the door of Zhao Yu's residence, and an indescribable stench assaulted her senses. To her estimation, this odor rivaled that of the zombies. It was astonishing that Ren Li and his companions could endure such an environment for several days. The layout inside was similar to her own home, yet it had suffered considerable damage. Upon hearing the door crash, Zhao Yu assumed Ren Li had returned and instinctively dove into the doghouse, fearing another brutal beating. Pretty boy, don't think you can hide in there and escape your fate. Come out at once, Xiyun declared, asserting that she was not one to chatter excessively. But the insufferable nature of these individuals compelled her. Upon realizing the voice belonged to a woman, Zhao Yu cautiously peeked out, momentarily entranced by Xiyun's striking beauty. If you don't emerge promptly, I shall gouge out your eyes. Her patience was finite. Should the pretty boy continue to dawdle, she would not hesitate to deal with him tonight. Cautiously retreating to a position behind the sofa, Zhao Yu attempted to distance himself from Xiyun while keeping a wary eye on her. You, release everyone in the house. If you fail to comply, you shall suffer the same fate. As she spoke, she carelessly tossed 3 bound black men into the room. Zhang Chang, now armless, lay somewhere, the sound of his fall echoing loudly. Before her lay the powerless Ren Li and Yuan Fei. Though he had never seen Zhang Chang, anyone associated with Ren Li was unlikely to be virtuous. If even a fire-type ability user like Li could be so thoroughly beaten by this woman, what chance did an ordinary person like him have to defy her orders? He crawled towards the guest room, trembling, and timidly entered to free the women from their bindings. The bewildered women regarded him with suspicion. With no alternative, Xiyun cautiously retreated back to his spot behind the sofa. I have untied them. What else would you have me do? He asked. These 3 are yours, but you must not kill them. Do you understand? She awaited the opportunity to use them to attract the hospital's doctors and nurses the following day. While it was permissible to toy with them, they must not be allowed to perish. Xiyun cast a glance at the ashen-faced Li on the ground and the immobile Yuan Fei, readily acquiescing to Xiyun's demands. Just a reminder, if they die, you will take their place. Prepare for that eventuality. With that declaration, he turned with an air of authority, opening his front door, only to be intercepted by Xia, who slipped inside. At the moment Xia crossed the threshold, a flicker of crimson passed through her eyes as she calmly closed the door, her demeanor indifferent as she regarded the anxious Xia before her. What do you want? Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if I could borrow some medicine. Fearing she might be repelled, she hurriedly continued, rest assured. I will return the medicine tomorrow. But could you lend me some now? I promise I will repay you. Please trust me. Calmly observing the crisp shark that bowed at a right angle before her, she offered no response, merely brushing past it to head directly towards the cabinet stocked with medication. With her head lowered, Xia felt her eyes moisten slightly, just as she intended to apologize for her abruptness. However, before she could rise, her gaze fell upon the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications, along with bandages. I will go to the hospital tomorrow. I hope you keep your word. Chapter 14. Departure. To the hospital. As she spoke while opening the door, the dismissal was evident. Xia had retrieved the medicine and, filled with gratitude, nodded sincerely before dashing upstairs with the medical kit in her arms. As she closed the door, she cast a lingering glance across the way. The door had been forcefully kicked open, evidently unable to shut again. She could clearly see Zhao Yu's fists, as large as sandbags, descending mercilessly like hail. Each punch delivered with considerable force. Stripped of his power, Li felt a profound despair. He exhibited little reaction to Zhao Yu's furious onslaught, save for the pain that prompted an angry glare upwards at Zhao Yu. One reaps what one sows. The liberated women, witnessing the tormentor who had inflicted so much suffering upon them meet this fate, did not hold back either. They quickly seized nearby tools and began to retaliate. Sindajia's eyes widened in terror. He had awakened when Xiyun kicked the door, and his keen eyesight had allowed him to spot the disheveled Li and Yuan Fei. He had mastered the art of feigning death, but he never anticipated that he would truly be facing death so soon. The girl, whose parents had perished at his hands, seized a chair and struck him with a violent blow to the head. Instantly, his skull shattered, and a gruesome mix of red and white splattered everywhere, even marking the girl's face. Startled by her ferocity, Zhao Yu momentarily paused his assault, and others soon followed suit. They exchanged glances, relinquished their weapons, and fled the room as if burned by fire. Noticing Xiyun's gaze, the girl looked up and met her eyes from a distance. Upon seeing the hostility and hatred reflected in her eyes, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Did this girl truly blame her for the suffering she endured and the death of her parents? In truth, Yang Dan indeed attributed all her humiliation to Xiyun. Why? With such formidable power, did she not emerge to assist them that day? Why did she not intervene to stop Li from inflicting such atrocities upon them? Had she acted, Yang Dan would not have been subjected to torment and humiliation, nor would her parents have perished at the hands of these monsters. All the misfortunes she had experienced over the short span of 2 days were solely because of Xiyun's inaction. If Xiyun were privy to Yang Dan's thoughts, she would likely scoff, in a world ravaged by zombies. Did she truly believe that everyone was responsible for her plight? With a light scoff, she shut the door behind her. Let her harbor her hatred, after all. She could hardly contend with the fool, thinking of how swiftly she could rid herself of such nuisances. Xiyun enjoyed a restful night's sleep, and awoke the next morning invigorated and full of energy. She casually tied her hair into a bun, donned her new combat jacket acquired at no cost, and concealed her natural beauty behind a black mask. Upon opening the door, Chun Qian discovered that a group, led by Zhao Yu, had congregated in the corridor. As she heard the sound of the door, Zhao Yu immediately sprang forth, dragging the barely conscious Li and 2 others out. Among the crowd, Yang Dan, clad in ill-fitting male attire with a cap pulled low to obscure much of her face, was determined to ensure that the aloof woman would never return. Instinctively clutching a concealed object in her pocket, a profound malice threatened to overflow from her gaze. With an air of self-importance, she declared, "Since I didn't have to go downstairs to catch you, follow me." Glancing back at the retreating Xiaoyu, she gestured dismissively at the pretty boy, instructing him to lead the way. The singled-out Xiaoyu shivered, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping him at the prospect of being in the forefront. I'm just an ordinary person. Perhaps I should stay behind. A cold and indifferent glance swept over him, as an overwhelming mental force bore down upon him. In mere moments, Xiaoyu felt as if his mind were being violently stirred, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. I'll go. Please, spare me. The intimidation tactic proved remarkably effective, prompting Xiyun to reconsider her intentions of intervening. And she even regretted her prompt acquiescence to her demands the night before. Rushing into the throng, Xiaoxi squeezed her way to Xiyun's side, eager to accompany her to the hospital. The reasons were twofold: to repay Xiyun and attend to the injured back home. Sister, I want to be a burden. Please take me with you. With a slight lift of her eyelids, Xiyun, faced with Xiaoxi's earnest plea, felt a flicker of compassion and silently acquiesced to Xiaoxi joining their ranks. Under Xiyun's guidance, the group set forth with great fervor, and as they departed, the building was enveloped in an eerie silence. The journey from Sunshine Community to the Central Hospital was not lengthy, though numerous wandering zombies obstructed their path. Xiaoyu, unaccustomed to such encounters, shrieked in panic, attracting a horde of zombies that blocked their way, prompting Xiyun to slap him, leaving his face askew. Having arrived safely outside the hospital, Xiyun could no longer feign ignorance regarding Xiyun's intentions. Although the daytime hospital lacked the eerie atmosphere of the night, the noises emanating from within were far from trivial. Xiyun stood behind Xiyun, her complexion pale. Yet a hint of elation danced in her eyes as she mused. If she could seize the hospital's supplies, she could finally depart from this place. Oh, the joy was almost overwhelming. What are we waiting for? Let us go inside. She urged the hesitant group, mindful not to squander her opportunity to escape. Contemplating her regrets, Xiyun cast a complex glance at Zhang Chong, who was left battered and unrecognizable. He was as good as dead, and saving him would be futile. I dare say, if you wish to avoid entering Zhang Chong as current condition serves as a grim harbinger of your imminent fate. Her voice chilled the air, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Xiyun, who seemed to waver at the thought of retreating. Seeing their hesitation, a whip crackled with electric energy appeared, ensnaring Yuan Fei from the ground and flinging him into the hospital. The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed like the fragmented hearts of others. The outcome for Yuan Fei was already conceivable. If one were to step inside, there might be a chance of emerging alive. However, if cast within, the only fate awaiting them would be to become fodder for the undead, with not even a whole corpse remaining. Under the pressure of the choice presented by Xiyun, Xiyun gritted his teeth and led the group forward. As he opened the grand door, the sound of breaking glass reached his ears once more. Glancing back, he noticed that Zhang Chong and Ren Fei had vanished without a trace. Closing his eyes, he realized that the recent noise signified the shattering of windows by Zhang Chong and Ren Li. To desire her life while expecting her to remain unscathed, what audacity led them to believe she would not retaliate? 3 corpses had drawn the attention of the zombies, and a significant portion of the undead had moved upstairs, leaving the lower floors less populated. The influx of living beings intensified the scent of the living, causing the zombies trailing behind to awkwardly redirect their pursuit. Xiyun lingered at the rear, impassively observing their gathering, which attracted the attention of the zombies, and silently maneuvered away from the crowd to another location. When Xiyun vanished in the blink of an eye, Xiaoxi made a concerted effort to diminish her presence. Though she had encountered zombies before, she had never faced such a multitude, leaving her pale with fear, yet she remained resolute in her search for medicine. End of chapter 15. Who is the blade and who is the flesh? Having exited the hall, Xiyun navigated the slightly empty corridors with agility and sharp reflexes, effortlessly evading the sudden appearances of obstructing zombies. Whenever she discovered usable items, she waved her hand to draw them into her spatial storage. She crushed a disabled zombie underfoot with glee, marveling at the delight of zero-cost acquisitions. Meanwhile, an unseen force propelled Xiyun and his group deeper into the hospital. Their foreboding instincts signaled that retreat was no longer an option. The sheer number of zombies overwhelmed those who had entered, leading them to fall one by one, becoming sustenance for the undead. Xiyun could only lead his companions upward while conjuring earthen shields to fend off the pursuing zombies. As he maneuvered amidst the throngs of the undead, he initially found it manageable to unleash his abilities, but soon found himself rendered impotent, forced into a desperate and chaotic retreat. In a moment of desperation, they took refuge in an empty ward, the frail door quaking under the relentless assaults of the zombies. At this juncture, Xiyun's usual composure had evaporated, replaced by a stark and predatory glare. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi, in her own resourceful manner, had fortuitously scavenged a considerable amount of medicine, stuffing it into her backpack, oblivious to the fact that the supplies were left for her by Xiyun. Otherwise, it would be a miracle for her to stumble upon any medicine while inadvertently following the same path as Xiyun, renowned for leaving no trace in her wake. Leading the way within the vast hospital, Xiyun adeptly avoided the grotesque variety of zombies that emerged, the air thick with the stench of mildew, blood, and the foul odor of decay. In the hospital, Xiyun wandered restlessly, suddenly hearing an eerie sound that tensed her entire being, causing her to breathe more softly. Concealed in a shadowy corner, she unleashed her psychic energy to envelop the entire building, striving to locate the source of the sound. Abruptly, the hospital echoed with the ghastly howls of zombies. After much effort, she pinpointed the origin of the noise to the morgue in the basement. There, a well-preserved zombie feasted upon the corpses, having transcended the ordinary to become a first-tier zombie. Retracting her psychic energy, she surveyed the chaotic scene before her. Debris lay strewn all around. Rusty, tainted water seeped into the floor, exuding a foul odor that briefly masked her scent. Outside the ward, zombies continued to loiter, occasionally lunging against the door, each impact deepening Chun Qian's sense of dread. They were cornered in the ward, with the powerless others trembling and huddled like quails. Gradually, the commotion outside subsided, and the audacious Qin Qian approached the door, peering through a small crack. The zombies retraced their steps, as if compelled by an unseen force. Gathering elsewhere, the hospital fell eerily silent. Xiyun swiftly collected the instruments left in various departments, seizing the fleeting opportunity to empty the storeroom. In a hurried search, she found Xiaoxi still gathering medicine. "Fool, haven't you sensed something amiss?" Her cold, emotionless words pierced Xiaoxi's consciousness like melting ice. Dragging Xiaoxi to the first floor, before she could utter an apology, Xiyun hurled her out the window, sending her tumbling onto the grass below. "Get out of here, and stop being a hindrance." Her voice was as frigid as the winter wind as she turned away from the window, her ominous gaze sweeping towards a corner where a black garment peeked out. A faint smile, devoid of warmth, graced her lips, revealing a ruthless intent as she advanced towards the hidden little mouse in the corner. Xiaoxi, having risen, wished to persuade Xiyun to leave with her, but as she glanced inward again, all she saw was Xiyun disappearing around the corner. Reflecting on her own abilities, she cast a final glance at the hospital, gritting her teeth before departing. She could not afford to be a burden to her sister. She believed her sister would be safe and resolved to wait for her return. Outside, Xiaoxi left, while within, Xiyun seized Yongdan, who had intended to ambush her. Initially unaware of Yongdan's name, she recognized her formidable psychic abilities, granting her a comprehensive awareness of everything within the building. Gripping Yongdan's throat with one hand, she slowly tightened her grasp, lifting her off the ground, her feet dangling helplessly. "Look at your current pitiful and helpless state. How dare you attempt to harm me, Yongdan? I am truly curious as to what has given you such audacity." With a swift motion, she extracted a device from Yongdan's pocket, a Bluetooth bee. Small in size, yet loud in volume, effectively attracting zombies with its secretive allure. With a diminished grip, Yongdan found an opportunity to speak, albeit in fragmented sentences. Yet it did not hinder her descent into madness. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been tormented by those beasts, and my parents would not have perished at their hands. This is all you're doing, you wretched woman." As Yongdan's insanity spiraled, she lashed out, inadvertently scratching Xiyun's hand. In a daze, Yongdan seemed to have discovered her vulnerability, frantically clawing at her hand. A flash of crimson flickered deep within her piercing, cold gaze, unexpectedly caught by the deranged Yongdan, causing her to abruptly halt her frantic movements. Gazing into Xiyun's dark, glistening eyes, she murmured the word monster in a trance-like state. Expressionless, Xiyun disregarded Yongdan's frenzy, gradually increasing her grip, causing Yongdan's face to flush a deep crimson. Watching as Yongdan slowly lost her vitality in her grasp, an indescribable thrill surged within Xiyun. This sensation was rather delightful. "Look, it seems your eyes reveal a hint of fear towards me. You wouldn't believe that I could effortlessly snap your delicate neck, would you?" As she drew closer, her elegant eyes met Yongdan's fearful doe-like gaze, and she leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips, sending a chill down Yongdan's spine, nearly causing her to succumb to her own terror. "When scheming against others, it's wise to first assess whether you possess the means. If you regard others as mere pieces of meat on the chopping block, you must also recognize if you are the knife wielding the cleaver, dear sister." With a soft thud, Yongdan's head slumped against her hand, her wide eyes brimming with regret and resentment, refusing to close even in death. discarding the lifeless body with a disdainful kick down the stairs. She let the water flow from her fingertips to cleanse the hand that had choked Dan, casually retrieving a handkerchief from her space to wipe it clean. After tossing aside the soiled handkerchief, a light azure energy brushed over the scratches on her hand, erasing them without a trace in mere minutes. Just as she had healed her wounds, she heard someone approaching her. Looking up, she realized that the bait she had set was arriving. Xiyun's gaze fell upon Xiyun, who stood at the edge of the staircase, and in an instant, his face turned pale and feeble. The zombies that had been outside the ward had left, allowing them a moment to escape, but unexpectedly, the undead had returned. Thus began their harrowing pursuit once more, as they reluctantly activated a parkour mode within the hospital. After a strenuous effort to evade the horde of pursuing zombies, they were suddenly confronted by a singular zombie, swift and blocking their path. This particular zombie not only matched their speed, but could also withstand his spikes, indicating its uniqueness. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Xiyun resolutely charged towards Xiyun, determined to face death alongside her. An electric fence manifested in front of him, isolating them from Xiyun. With no time to change direction, Xiyun, in a panic, grabbed the cowardly Zhao Yu, and at the moment of contact with the electric fence, Zhao Yu cried out in agony. At that moment, a cry served as a summons for the undead, leading to a surge of zombies both above and below. With a forceful push against the wall, I soared through the air, gracefully perching on the open window, legs folded and eyes cast downward. In this precarious situation of being besieged from all sides, one could only wonder if Xiyun regretted using Zhao Yu as a shield. Upon dismantling the electric fence, a group of individuals, now akin to a sandwich filling, was swiftly encircled by the ravenous horde. Xiyun, possessing supernatural abilities, had managed to recuperate somewhat while hiding in the infirmary. He immediately encased himself in a protective shell, retreating within its confines while the others resorted to hand-to-hand combat to carve out a path to survival. With a disdainful gaze, I observed the onslaught of zombies, their gaping maws dripping with viscous saliva as they howled frantically. They lunged mercilessly at their prey, their famished eyes scanning the disoriented and terrified victims who struggled in vain. The bloody carnage unfolded before me, the cramped space suffused with a nauseating stench of blood. The frenzied ghouls surged forth like a grotesque tower, amidst a chaotic whirl of severed limbs, entrails, and dismembered heads, all exuding a repugnant odor. The hapless victims writhed futilely, attempting to free themselves from the clutches of these insatiable monstrosities. As time slipped away and despair enveloped the air, a bloodied hand was raised high, desperately striving to escape the mountain of corpses, yet the sheer strength of the zombies far surpassed that of these ordinary individuals. The undead relentlessly tore at their flesh until every bone was stripped bare, leaving only the remnants of mangled meat and viscera for their gluttonous consumption. Humanity had completely eroded from these creatures, who voraciously devoured the writhing beings on the ground, relishing the warm, meaty flavor. Amidst this chaos, she sat high above, holding half a watermelon, observing with a cold, detached demeanor, savoring her spoonfuls with delight. The first to be consumed by the horde was Zhao Yu, who had betrayed her for self-preservation, inciting Renli to break down her door and plot against her. The outcome she faced was nothing short of poetic justice. Renli's actions had led to his swift demise, and she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Had she not been in a hurry to depart, she might have relished the prospect of keeping him around for a few more days. As for Zhang Chang, he epitomized the adage of no good deed goes unpunished. Had he not sought to escape by stepping over her at the mall that day, he might have lived a few more days without incident. The others who followed him, though not directly confronting her, had harbored their own ill intentions, subtly guiding the undead towards her. Today's grim fate was simply retribution. As for Xiyun, hidden within his shell, I could only describe him as a man with a beast's heart, having engaged in numerous despicable acts behind Zhang Chang's back. For instance, he had murdered the elderly resident on the third floor, turning the old man's home into his personal storehouse, and unbeknownst to many, he had been in contact with Tsundajia. On the surface, they appeared to be entirely different individuals, yet behind closed doors, their dealings surpassed even Renli's. Thus, the demise of these individuals was entirely deserved. Before departing from this world, she hoped to nurture this first-level zombie into something of greater value, thus finding solace in her demise. After leisurely finishing a slice of watermelon, she activated the Bluetooth device she had taken from Dan and tossed it away, successfully diverting a portion of the ordinary zombies. Yet, the first-level zombie remained still, head tilted as it listened for several minutes before continuing its feast. Xiyun stroked her chin, observing its consumption, while a daring zombie attempted to approach for a share, only to have its head crushed by a swift blow from the creature. With blood smeared across its mouth and bits of flesh lodged between its teeth, It held what appeared to be a still-beating, blood-dripping heart in its hands, growling menacingly to deter other zombies from coming too close, its teeth bared in a fierce warning. The ordinary zombies, filled with greedy desire, encircled it, their eyes fixated on the fresh, warm heart it devoured bite by bite. Without its permission, any zombie attempting to partake in the meat would face its wrath, and those who drew near would receive a punishing blow. Xiyun watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Feeding the zombie with flesh indeed accelerated its growth. The madman had not deceived her. As it finished one heart and began to rummage for another corpse, she noticed a clump of earth that had been knocked into a corner during the chaos, eliciting a chilling smile from her. With an invisible mental force manifesting as an arrow, she struck, causing the thin clump of dirt to explode instantly. Cowering within his shell, Xiyun covered his ears, his chilling screams echoing within the confines. Unprepared, a transparent mental arrow pierced through his calf, the pain forcing him to cry out, collapsing to the ground while clutching his bleeding leg in agony. Upon hearing his piercing scream, the first-level zombie, still clutching the freshly excavated heart, lunged towards Xiyun, the foul blood dripping from its mouth splattering onto Xiyun's face. Paralyzed with terror, Xiyun bit down in pain as the zombie loomed over him, ravenously consuming its fresh meal. After savoring the blood-soaked remnants on its filthy hands, the insatiable creature fixated its gaze on Xiyun, whose face had turned ashen from fear. Trapped in a corner, he realized that fighting back might offer him a chance. Surrendering would mean certain doom. Concentrating, a sharp spike of brown energy materialized, and Xiyun swiftly thrust it into the zombie's neck. A nauseating stench accompanied the dirty black liquid that splattered onto his head, even seeping into his mouth and nose. Roar! The violent tugging of Xiyun's raised right hand resulted in a mist of blood as he was hurled through the air, an arm severed. The zombie then pounced, akin to a famished tiger, sinking its teeth into his neck, rupturing the carotid artery. And a torrent of bright red blood mixed with the zombie's dark ichor flowed onto the ground. The steaming liquid gradually made its way towards the stairs, melding into the remnants of mangled corpses that had been devoured. With an elegant gesture, Xiyun wiped her mouth, locking eyes with the defiant gaze of Xiyun, who stared back in disbelief. She smiled sweetly and waved her hand at him, struggling and spitting blood. Xiyun summoned his last ounce of strength to kick the zombie's leg. Enraged, the creature violently tore him in half, scattering his innards across the ground. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 17. No unjustified sacrifice. Witnessing such a brutal and bloody scene, Xiyun maintained an air of indifference. During her confinement in the laboratory, she had encountered even more grotesque and sanguinary images. After all, what was one person being torn asunder? There was nothing to fear. The ravenous zombie greedily licked the blood from the ground, savoring the taste as it clutched one half of Xiyun's body, relishing the meal. Xiyun sat calmly by the window, observing its feast. The more flesh and blood the creature consumed, the greater the likelihood of it developing a crystal core in its brain. Although the extreme day and night had yet to occur, the previous night had already yielded a crystal core the size of a grain of rice. This level 1 zombie might very well possess one too. Typically, crystal cores were associated with level 2 zombies or higher. Yet with the butterfly effect already in motion, it was not inconceivable for a level 1 zombie to possess such a core. As she sat there, time slipped by until noon. Ordinary zombies remained in place, gnawing on bones and fighting for scraps of flesh that had fallen from other corpses. In contrast, the leveled zombie stood directly beneath Xiyun, its head tilted in curiosity as it observed her long, slender legs. To it, she was the unattainable delicacy hanging tantalizingly out of reach. Uncertain of her own abilities, she sensed instinctively that the zombie below, yearning to grasp her leg, posed no threat to her. If a level 1 zombie was harmless, did this imply that she had progressed to level 2 during her recent encounters with the undead? With practiced ease, she transformed water into a spherical prison, ensnaring the level 1 zombie within. She positioned the water prison at eye level. The foul-smelling creature bared its teeth, thrashing as it struggled to approach her, but the water washed away the blood and other unsightly remnants from its body. With a grim expression, she clasped her hands together, first forming a water column before condensing it into an ice spear, infused with dark purple lightning, and hurled it at the zombie's head. The ice spear pierced through its skull, and the water channeled the lightning, reducing it to a pile of black ash. As the water dispersed the ash, a crystal core, the size of a bottle cap, emerged from the remnants. Frowning in confusion at the floating black dust, she wondered if the lightning abilities were truly that formidable. With a gentle flick of her fingers, she summoned the clean crystal core into her palm. Although it was an attribute-less core, she had no qualms about it. Turning to survey her surroundings, she noted that a drop from 2 or 3 stories would likely not be fatal, but it could result in serious injury. Facing the wandering zombies below, their eyes vacant and emitting guttural sounds, she counted at least 20 still lingering beneath her. Surrounding her were no fewer than 20 to 30 others, their arms crossed and leaning against the wall, their heads tilted as they scrutinized her. Perhaps sensing her presence, they occasionally raised their heads, emitting guttural sounds accompanied by their grotesque, wall-crawling postures. Suddenly, one of them sat upright, producing a fresh, whole chicken from thin air, binding it with a rope of water and malevolently suspending it above the ravenous corpses. The fresh meat dangled tantalizingly before them, yet remained out of reach. Teasing them for a moment before using the chicken as bait to lead these corpses racing upstairs. When one chicken proved insufficient, another piece of bloody raw beef was summoned, swiftly diverting the attention of the agile corpses, leaving only the more decrepit ones behind. With an air of indifference, she leapt down and strolled past the lingering disabled corpses without a hint of trepidation. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered a few scattered zombies. Smiling slightly as she nimbly dodged their lunges, then blasted one in the head with a surge of psychic energy. Her mental prowess enabled her to emerge unscathed from the hospital. The sharpness and aloofness in her gaze vanished upon contact with the warm sunlight, replaced by a languid demeanor. Standing in a blind spot, she took a deep breath and silently proceeded forward. The scent of disinfectant formed the base note, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the lingering stench of decay, subtly infused with an array of peculiar odors for one to savor. As a wild boar cannot consume fine grains, this particular wild boar had decided to move on ahead. Xiaxi appeared restless throughout the morning, acutely attuned to the commotion below. While Ganyu and the others seemed stable, Zhang Ming lay on the sofa, worry etched on Chu Manman's face. Such severe injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person devoid of abilities. All that could be done had been done, and whether he survived now hinged solely on fortune. Zhang Ming, busy organizing the medical supplies, felt helpless. A protruding armrest was firmly lodged in Zhang Ming's body, and they hesitated to remove it, fearing that a misstep might lead to a swift end, liberating Zhang Ming to meet the two brothers of fate. At that moment, an unexpected knock at the door heightened everyone's vigilance. Xiaxi hastened to the entrance, peering through the peephole to see the impatient face of Xiyun. In that instant, her defenses lowered, joy flooding her heart as she opened the door. "Sister, I knew you would be all right," with excitement radiating from her. Xiaxi appeared to exhale in relief and was almost tempted to leap forward for a grand embrace. Yet the sharpness and impatience in Xiyun's captivating eyes held her back. Xiyun was taken aback to witness such joy and the relief of survival on Xiaxi's face, clearly surprised, yet her demeanor remained cold. This feeling of being cared for resembled basking in gentle sunlight. It seemed as though no one had been concerned for her safety in quite some time. Aware that Xiyun would not reciprocate her warmth, Xiaxi dashed back inside, clutching a large cardboard box, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at the contents within. "Sister, it is thanks to your assistance today that I am able to bring back so much. The medicine in the box is all yours." A cursory glance at the cardboard box revealed that it contained at least double what she had initially provided, likely packed with the majority of the medications acquired today. There was no pretense of refusal. She was no saint, and acts of kindness without expectation of reciprocity were not her style. Last night's moment of compassion was sufficient. Any further softness would be impolite. As she accepted the cardboard box, Xiaxi displayed no hint of regret, only joy at Xiyun's acceptance. Zhang Ming and Chu Manman remained silent, casting sympathetic glances at Xiaxi, who was infatuated with Xiyun. They never anticipated that the usually sharp-tongued Xiaxi could possess such an endearing side, which truly took them by surprise. Casually casting a glance inside, she noted that the crispy shark, propped up against the back, remained intact. The internet had not deceived her. Indeed, university students were akin to crispy sharks, fragile yet difficult to eliminate. Xiyun did not linger, as if her sole purpose was to collect the medicine throughout her departure. Xiaxi did not utter a word requesting her assistance in rescuing Zhang Ming. This crispy shark was certainly more sensible than that lunatic Yongdan. Recognizing that not everyone could be a mother figure, Xiyun could not help but feel a growing fondness for the crispy shark, at least finding her not entirely disagreeable. Chapter completed. Chapter 18. The rescue team enters the city. On the highway outside the city, a convoy of modified off-road vehicles appeared on the relatively clear road. The lead off-road vehicle barreled through any obstacles, leaving behind a trail of thick smoke and the jarring sound of tires grinding against the pavement. Meanwhile, Xiyun, busy exploiting the gas station's offerings at the highway service area, stealthily peeked out and swiftly struck down a would-be assailant, a disabled zombie, with a brick. She surveyed the scene, noticing that several modified military trucks followed the off-road vehicles, with a couple more off-road vehicles trailing at the rear. The convoy moved at an astonishing speed, silent as shadows, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Heart racing with trepidation, she ducked out of sight and patted her chest, relieved that her quickness had spared her from colliding with this rescue team. Ouyang Lin, wearing sunglasses, slammed on the brakes, the sudden screeching sound capturing the attention of the zombies outside the city. Damn it! Ouyang Lin, do you want to die? Jiang Han, who had collided with the back of his seat, felt the veins in his forehead throb as he could not help but curse at his driving companion. Ouyang Lin turned apologetically, intending to apologize, but was instead overcome with laughter at Jiang Han's comical appearance. Ha ha ha, Lao Jiang, your look is quite unique. Jiang Han's face was covered in pink bubblegum. The noise they had heard was the bubble bursting. His visage now resembled that of a cartoon character, with a distinct color boundary around his face. Observing his brother's relentless mockery, Jiang Han fixed a piercing glare on Ouyang Lin, as if determined to bore a hole through his face with his stare. As Ouyang Lin finally ceased his laughter, clutching his belly, he lifted his gaze to meet the composed expression of Jiang Han. Though his face was stern, it held no intimidation for Ouyang. With zombies encroaching, there was no time to waste. They needed to clear the area swiftly to facilitate the rescue efforts. Aware that further laughter would earn him a reprimand, Ouyang Lin quickly composed himself, exclaiming, "All right, you're the boss, I'll follow your lead." The two men descended from the vehicle, both towering at nearly 6 feet tall, and with long strides they advanced towards the encroaching zombies. Each wielded a wooden staff, gripping their weapons firmly in one hand, deftly evading the attacks of these ordinary undead while maintaining an air of calm as they precisely dispatched the zombies with striking blows to their heads. "Draw a dragon to my left, and a rainbow to your right. Oh dear." The exclamation echoed with the intensity of a winding mountain road, steadily rising in pitch. Drenched in the putrid blood of the zombies, Ouyang Lin wore a comical expression of near tears, casting a mournful glance at Jiang Han's back, but refraining from uttering a word. Jiang Han, leading the way, couldn't help but smirk subtly. The task had become much more manageable. Having cleared a path into the city, the convoy slowly meandered into the desolate and silent urban landscape. On either side of the road lay the remnants of collapsed buildings and charred vehicles, a scene of utter desolation. A gust of wind stirred, carrying with it the scent of dust. The entire city was shrouded in a lifeless pallor. Skyscrapers and overpasses lay in ruin, strewn with debris and rubble. As they drove past what had once been a bustling commercial district, the vibrant sounds of the past were replaced by an eerie silence, punctuated only by the aimless wandering of mindless zombies in search of sustenance. Despite having previously ventured into other cities to rescue survivors, their hearts ached at the grim reality before them. The convoy proceeded towards the city center, where upon arrival, they dispersed to search for survivors. Currently, technology could still aid in pinpointing the locations of any remaining individuals, though such assistance might not be available in the future. When it came to their mission, Jiang Han and Ouyang Lin's eyes reflected determination and resolve, adhering to orders as they led the rescue team in the search for survivors in the central area. The rescue team, composed chiefly of swift and resolute soldiers exuding a sense of security, operated with remarkable efficiency. Jiang Han and Ouyang Lin, as specially designated supernatural aides, were tasked with assisting in the endeavor. The city, resembling a wasteland, was overrun by zombies, the air thick with the pungent stench of decay. Despite their protective measures, they could not entirely shield themselves from the acrid odor that permeated the atmosphere. The scene in the city center was chilling. The situation had deteriorated more severely than in previous cities. Corpses littered the streets, and the zombies roared as they charged toward Jiang Han and his small team. The rescue team stood ready, weapons drawn, poised to confront any danger. "Let us retreat. Engaging with these creatures will only drain our stamina. Our primary objective is to rescue the survivors. Let us search the nearby vicinity first." Under the command of Jiang Han, a 10-member squad retreated swiftly and orderly towards a safe zone, avoiding the zombie-infested main roads and instead weaving through narrow alleyways. They had reviewed the city map prior to their journey, which they still kept tucked away for easy reference to their location. Several residential complexes were nearby, and the group divided into 2 teams, remaining vigilant for any survivors. "Understood. Let's gather at Sunshine Community later, and not a single person must be left behind." The team quickly split into 2, heading off in opposite directions. The chilling howls of the zombies echoed throughout the city, as if they were right beside them, instilling a sense of dread. The desolate urban ruins were littered with grotesque zombies, their swift and powerful footsteps resonating from below to above. Upon entering Sunshine Community, they discovered that the zombies had been cleared out. The entrance to the apartment building was barricaded from within, rendering outside access impossible. They had to find an alternative route to enter the building. Inside, they paused on every floor, and even with auxiliary tools, they could not guarantee that every survivor would be found. It was not until they reached the 15th floor that they encountered Xia and her group, the Crispy Sharks. Jiang Heian was taken aback upon seeing the still-alive Zheng Ming. "Incredible! How are you still alive?" Ouyang Lin exclaimed, squatting in awe before the sofa, gazing at Chu Man, who was tending to Zheng Ming. Casting a disapproving glance at the overly dramatic Ouyang Lin, Jiang Heian turned to He Ziming, speaking with gravity. "We are the rescue team here to take you to a safe base." At this, He Ziming nearly broke down in tears. They had finally awaited their rescuers. Xiaxi's hesitance piqued Ouyang Lin's curiosity as he leaned toward her, playfully poking her arm with his finger. She turned, bewildered, her expression clearly asking, "What do you want? Just say what's on your mind. We will tell you everything. Don't hesitate to ask. What do you wish to know?" As the chapter concludes, she hesitated, furrowing her brow, then softly asked, "When you came up, did you happen to see that particularly impressive and handsome sister on the 14th floor?" Mentioning Xiyun made Xiaxi's eyes sparkle, yet Ouyang Lin regretfully informed her, "There was no one in either of the 2 rooms below. Your charming sister isn't there. She must have left long ago. She's so capable that she could have departed safely without your help." Ouyang Lin raised an eyebrow. Curiosity now piqued about the sister she spoke of. To venture alone from a secure refuge into a city rife with zombies suggested she must possess extraordinary abilities. "Just how impressive is this sister of yours? Can you share her story with us? Since you have asked earnestly, I shall recount her tale." Engaged in this lively exchange, He Ziming and Chu Man stood by, speechless, slapping their foreheads in disbelief. Jiang Heian, without any other thoughts, took advantage of Ouyang Lin's conversation to lead his team upstairs to continue the search. Throughout the Sunshine Community, there were fewer than 30 survivors left. A fortunate circumstance given the scarcity of zombies in the area. His brow had been furrowed since entering the city, and at that moment, a message crackled through the intercom. They had already gathered survivors and could first escort a group out of the city. Following them, large trucks would set up camp outside the city to clear an area for receiving the evacuated survivors, ultimately returning them to safety. "Enough talk, let us get them moving." He sighed. Rising to reply to his brother, he turned to instruct the others, allowing them to carry the injured and follow along. The lightly wounded, including Gan Yu and a few others, lent each other support, while He Ziming and she took on the responsibility of carrying Zheng Ming. Chu Man, meanwhile, shouldered most of the supplies from inside the building. Once the group had assembled, the brothers forged ahead while the rest of the team provided cover from the rear. After everyone had successfully gathered, they arranged for the survivors to board the large truck in the center. During this process, the zombies, attracted by the commotion, began to encircle them slowly. As everyone climbed aboard, the roar of the engine drowned out the chaotic hissing sounds, which gradually fell into an eerie synchrony, effectively trapping their convoy in place. The encroaching circle was not yet solidified, and with determination, they could still escape this perilous situation. "Stay close, don't fall behind." The brief command echoed as Jiang Heian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. The off-road vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, accelerating unhesitatingly toward the zombies that had gathered in their path. Ouyang Lin aimed out the window, dispatching any zombie that attempted to climb aboard with a single shot, ensuring the safety of both himself and Jiang Heian. The mounting horde of zombies heightened the pressure and danger for the convoy, but Jiang Heian, ever cunning, skillfully maneuvered the vehicles onto alternate routes. They circumvented the blocked sections of road and obstacles strewn across their path, accelerating as they approached the main thoroughfare leading out of the city. Once the last vehicle exited the city limits, the speed began to decrease, and Jiang Heian let out a sigh of relief. As they slowed and smoothly merged onto the highway, he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings with keen awareness. It was not until they had traveled a considerable distance that the intercom crackled to life with the voices of others, accompanied by the location of the safe zone. Their escort vehicle awaited them at the highway junction, flashing its headlights twice before descending off the highway, traversing a vast field of wheat until they reached the temporarily established safe zone. The number of zombies in the city exceeded their expectations, and even Jiang Heian displayed signs of fatigue. He and the equally weary Ouyang Lin leaned on each other as they entered the safe zone, leaving the rest behind to manage their own affairs. "Let us hurry back, wash up, and rest," he remarked. "Has there been any word on when the second rescue will take place?" Baring his skin to the cool water, he allowed the stream to cascade over him, gently caressing his firm and powerful waist and abdomen. The muscles in his arms and legs subtly bulged, and it was becoming difficult to look any longer. For fear of being overwhelmed, with his eyes slightly shut, he relished the refreshing flow, cherishing each opportunity to bathe in this post-apocalyptic world, where such luxuries were rare. Ouyang Lin responded to Jiang Han's inquiries while washing, uncertain whether it was afternoon or perhaps the following day. Did boys take particularly swift showers? Within mere minutes. Both had dried themselves off and donned clean attire. Could it have been more than 10 minutes? The zombies surrounding the safe zone had been eradicated, and high-voltage electric fences dotted the area, providing a semblance of safety for the time being. Jianggu. Old Wu has scheduled us to venture into the city again this afternoon, striving to rescue another batch of survivors before nightfall. The brothers, gnawing on compressed biscuits, simultaneously raised their heads in silence, their gazes fixed on Li Xian, who was relaying the message. Don't look at me like that, Jianggu. It wasn't my arrangement. You can't pin this on me. Li Xian protested, clarifying that it was old Wu's orders he was merely conveying, and he couldn't be held accountable. He kicked Li Xian lightly with disdain. What are you afraid of? I wouldn't devour you. Let your people rest a while before we set off into the city. Indeed, your Jianggu will merely return to the base to foster camaraderie with old Wu. He won't impose anything upon you. Entering the city once a day had become perilous, especially since the dangers there far exceeded those of other locales. Just moments ago, had it not been for Jiang Han's exceptional driving skills, they might still be trapped within the city. Let us bring along 2 additional teams this afternoon. Punctually assembling, a longer convoy reappeared on the highway. Meanwhile, Xiyun, still at the service area, watched the convoy enter the city once more. Uncertain how many days this group would remain, she yearned to wander the city a couple more times. Having left in haste, she had not anticipated exploring the factories or the docks, both of which held numerous treasures, offering her the thrill of unboxing surprises. Brothers, do your best. Whether I can attain further wealth hinges on your efforts. She clasped her fist from afar, excusing her timidity and reluctance to engage with the rescue team. She truly wished to avoid another encounter with the laboratory. Jiang Han, having learned his lesson, sat in the passenger seat, chewing on watermelon-flavored bubblegum. Just as he prepared to blow a bubble, an unexpected sneeze caused the tiny bubble to adhere to the windshield. Jiang Han found himself with a snot bubble, experiencing an even greater embarrassment than in the morning. Ouyang Lin, momentarily losing control of the vehicle, drove erratically, prompting the trailing convoy to believe an accident had occurred. Ouyang, what is happening? Is something wrong? With a flushed face, Jiang Han glared at him as if ready to kill, while stifling the laughter that threatened to escape. He responded in an oddly strained tone, nothing's the matter. The chapter concludes. Chapter 20, Not Everyone Can Help. Detecting the subtle unrest in Ouyang Lin's tone, Li Xian, frowning and filled with anxiety, pressed on with his inquiries. Are you truly all right? Have Brother Jiang say something. Confronted by Jiang Han's icy, warning gaze, he trembled and awkwardly chuckled. I'm fine. You just focus on keeping up. How could I be so unfortunate over a bubble? He exclaimed, pulling out the bubble from his pocket, glaring indignantly at the watermelon-flavored one before angrily tossing it out the window, vowing never to eat it again. Witnessing his immaturity, Ouyang Lin dared not laugh, fearing that soon he might be drenched in the blood of the undead. With unwavering concentration, he continued to drive, accelerating as the convoy swiftly re-entered the city limits. Following the morning's operations, the streets and alleys of the city were nearly submerged in ruins. The swirling dust mingled with the foul stench left by the zombies, permeating the air throughout the city. During their brief respite, while some zombies had dispersed, numerous groups still obstructed the roads leading into the city. Their hollow eyes and faces smeared with dark blood, they craned their necks, emitting chilling sounds. The rescue team took alternative routes, avoiding the heavily infested main roads, and quickly infiltrated the urban area. Splitting up allowed them to minimize attention from the zombies. Gathering together would only jeopardize their safety. All right, just like this morning, everyone stay vigilant. We must exit the city before nightfall, without leaving anyone behind. Understood? Received. Understood. Yes. Captain. The convoy soon diverged at the next intersection, each team responsible for different areas, disembarking with weapons in hand to conduct a meticulous search amidst the debris. In the midst of the ruins, several survivors trapped in a basement, weakened by hunger, appeared gaunt and frail. The sole exit had long been blocked by zombies, preventing their escape while simultaneously keeping the undead at bay, resulting in a gathering of no fewer than 20 zombies above them. The watching rescue team surveyed the feasibility of a daring rescue. If they could divert the clustered zombies, they could expedite the salvation of the trapped individuals. I will lure the zombies away. You all rescue the survivors as quickly as possible, Li Xian decisively declared, arming himself before stepping out from his hiding place, firing his weapon to attract the zombies' attention and leading them away. The others acted on his orders, seizing the opportunity to clear the debris obstructing the basement, bringing the survivors to safety. Meanwhile, Xiyun, who had successfully diverted the zombies, found himself in peril. The commotion attracted additional zombies from various corners. He dashed into an abandoned villa, shutting the door behind him as he ascended the stairs, surrounded by the undead, trapped within their encirclement. Taking advantage of the moment before the zombies breached the villa, he opened the skylight of the attic and agilely climbed onto the roof, gazing down at the throng of zombies below with resolute defiance in his eyes. A sound was needed to attract the attention of the zombies. Now, equipped with a silencer, he dispatched the adorable little undead with a single shot each. After several bursts, the majority of the zombies were eradicated, but soon, others emerged to take their place. Having eliminated most of the horde, the remaining zombies climbed over their fallen comrades to reach the skylight. Xiyun switched weapons, expertly plunging his dagger into a zombie's skull. In no time, the bodies completely blocked the skylight, while the remaining zombies below fashioned a staircase from the corpses, reaching for Xiyun's feet. Just as he was overwhelmed, Xiyun appeared behind him, clad in a black tactical jacket and wielding a sharp sword, her gaze fiercely fixed on the approaching zombies. With a swift motion, she severed the dark claws that grasped at Xiyun's foot and pierced the menacing head of a zombie attempting to bite him. Just when he thought his end was nigh, the unexpected assistance of this formidable young woman reignited his hope. The two stood back to back on the rooftop, moving with agility as Xiyun charged toward the zombies climbing up. Her speed was astonishing. Xiyun barely comprehended her movements before she decapitated a halfway up zombie. Not daring to look further, he gripped his defensive dagger and followed Xiyun, launching a fierce counterattack against the horde. With Xiyun's aid, the advancing zombies were brutally subdued, yet there were too many. If they did not retreat soon, they would be overwhelmed. Xiyun promptly unleashed her powers, sending shards of ice and bolts of lightning slicing through the air like swords, carving out a path for their escape. Simultaneously, her newly acquired grappling launcher activated, establishing a zip line from the small building to the distant grassland. Glancing back at Xiyun and receiving a nod of understanding, she was the first to slide down, followed closely by Xiyun, who dispatched a zombie blocking his path before he too descended. Due to inertia, he rolled twice upon landing on the grass, and before he could rise, Xiyun pulled him onto a motorcycle, which roared to life. The pursuing zombies were left choking on exhaust fumes. The motorcycle sped along the narrow path, and before Xiyun could fully process the situation, it came to a halt in a hidden corner, where he caught sight of his squad through a gap in the light. Gratefully, he turned back to thank the young woman who had aided him, only to find that Xiyun had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the still-running motorcycle, he might have believed it all a figment of his imagination. In this suddenly apocalyptic world, where zombies roamed freely and dark forces surfaced, human survival had become increasingly arduous. For a girl like her to endure in such a realm was no small feat, let alone to assist a stranger like him amidst a throng of zombies. Her kindness was remarkable. If Xiyun were to learn that Xiyun deemed her kind, she might very well perform an impromptu display of lethal prowess. Her intervention, after all, was merely because he was a soldier. Had he been anyone else, it would have been fortunate if she had not added to the flames. As the sun began its descent, the rescue team, accompanied by survivors, commenced their retreat from the city, with Jiang Heian and Ouyang Lin leading the charge. Amidst the encroaching twilight, Xiyun perched atop a high-rise building, sword in hand, and settled down. With her assistance, the city's survivors had nearly all been rescued. The exhausting endeavors of the afternoon left her weary, indeed. Such laborious acts of goodwill were ill-suited for her disposition. She found greater affinity in taking lives rather than saving them, though she reserved her blade for those deserving of it. However, her efforts were not entirely in vain, for her psychic abilities had subtly matured throughout the day. She could not only perceive others, but also conjure a mental map. The zombies appeared as red dots, she herself as a small white, and the survivors as tiny green dots. The setting sun elongated her silhouette as she gazed at the retreating rescue convoy, which soon vanished beyond the visible horizon. Once the convoy had completely disappeared, she blocked the stairway leading upstairs, ensuring that no zombies would intrude. She casually arranged a lounge chair and reclined comfortably, savoring the picturesque sunset. Nightfall enveloped the world in silence, pierced only by the chilling breeze that swept through. Lying in bed, Jiang Heian closed his eyes, his mind wandering back to the afternoon's rescue operation. In a factory, they had discovered survivors, but as they prepared to escort them away, a horde of zombies surged in. eyeing them hungrily as potential prey. As the primary defenders, he and Ouyang Lin charged forward to dispatch the incoming zombies, managing to close the factory doors before the next wave arrived. While they sought a way to break free from the siege, a sharp buzzing erupted outside. He stood guard at the entrance, observing a portion of the chaos unfolding beyond. A mysterious figure descended from the heavens, wielding a shimmering sword with remarkable agility. Every move scrutinized by him. It was evident that this individual was a formidable fighter. The sword, crackling with violet lightning, dispatched several zombies in a single stroke. A sphere of dark purple lightning detonated amidst the horde, releasing a piercing shriek that astounded him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. As the smoke and debris from the explosion dispersed, only the shattered remains of the zombies littered the ground. Yet, the enigmatic savior who had captivated him vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of their presence behind. Restlessly tossing and turning, Jiang Han suddenly propped himself up, tousling his hair into a disheveled state. His roommate, Ouyang Lin, half awake, caught sight of his friend's midnight antics, gazed vacantly for a moment, then turned away to resume his slumber. After his brief episode, Jiang Han reclined again, resting his head on one hand as he meticulously reflected on the day's events. Though he considered himself quite capable, it was unmistakable that the individual who had aided him was even more formidable. Judging by her silhouette and the glimpses of her features, he deduced she was a woman. How splendid it would be if such a powerful person could join his team of psychics. Within the confines of the base, his prowess had already earned him a reputation as one of the elite, often referred to as boss by others. Yet, this afternoon, a certain woman incited within him a compelling urge to embrace the title. The idea of clinging to a powerful figure, to lean back and bask in their strength, was undeniably tempting. He genuinely wished to attach himself to this boss, while others regarded him in the same light, which was quite distressing. As Jiang Han wrestled with his mounting discomfort, he ultimately succumbed to fatigue and drowsiness, his expression reflecting a mix of grievance and discontent, perhaps even dreaming of how to latch onto a powerful ally. Meanwhile, Xiyun, savoring a delectable treat, found herself outside a factory that once brimmed with life, now reduced to a shadow of its former self. The vast structure, now enshrouded in the ominous gloom of a post-apocalyptic world, exuded an eerie atmosphere. Its once bustling workers now aimlessly wandering within. The faint mechanical hum and the sound of steel grinding against steel echoed throughout the nearly desolate factory. Slipping stealthily into the interior, she noted the cement floor marred by dried blood and drag marks, unmistakably indicative of a crime scene. Evading the disfigured zombies lacking essential parts, she cleverly collected the bottled water from the assembly line. As she ventured deeper, the mental map in her mind illuminated with an increasing number of red dots, guiding her away from densely populated areas and successfully leading her to the warehouse. The warehouse brimmed with water, all of which she eagerly collected. Although she possessed water-based abilities that allowed her to produce and sell water herself, she preferred to conserve her powers, transforming water into ice for combat instead. After gathering the resources from the factory, she exited through a secure passage, setting her sights on the next factory to continue her resource acquisition. Whether it was food production facilities, factories for daily necessities, or energy sources, she systematically raided them all, leaving no stone unturned. For several consecutive days, she traversed the city, thoroughly depleting the factories, and even took the opportunity to explore intriguing shops along the way. As a result, she amassed a significant portion of the city's supplies, sufficient to sustain a base. Yet she believed that having an abundance of resources was prudent, ensuring preparedness for any eventuality. With the factories now stripped bare, her next destination would be the docks. The allure of opening mystery boxes was new to her, and she was eager to discover the treasures hidden within the containers at the docks. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the once bustling docks had succumbed to desolation. The massive containers silently piled together. Arriving early, she found that the undead were still scarce, and with a sense of delight, she slipped into the area where the containers were stacked, ready to embark on her leisurely activity of unboxing. Climbing atop a container, she pried open an entry point. The first mystery box she successfully opened revealed poor lighting, so she retrieved her flashlight to peer inside. Unable to discern much, she forcefully widened the opening and jumped in, flashlight in mouth as she peeled away a layer of protection. Once she cleared away the obscuring material, her eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a modified motorcycle, charmingly painted in pink, eliciting a joyful smile as she triumphantly claimed her prize. Continuing with the next container blind box, she pried it open with a satisfying snap, only to find yet another luxury vehicle. She decided to store it in her space and planned to present it as a gift to Jiang Han. However, her luck began to wane as she opened several items of little use. Unbeknownst to her, beads of sweat began to form as she realized the sun had shifted directly overhead. Finding a clean container, she slipped inside, settled down, and retrieved 2 portions of self-heating rice, one with fish-flavored shredded pork and the other with kung pao chicken. The wait was not long. After a quick splash of water on her face and a cautious glance around for potential threats, she sat cross-legged in the container, entirely unperturbed by the possibility of a zombie encounter. She swiftly devoured both portions of rice and then, feeling carefree, lay down in the spacious container for a nap. Upon waking, she resumed her blind box explorations, opting not to utilize her supernatural abilities, merely scanning her surroundings for any lurking zombies. The experience of opening container blind boxes had indeed bestowed upon her countless surprises, and after 2 exhilarating days at the dock, she even unveiled 2 modified vehicles, one an eye-catching, high-performance off-road vehicle, and the other a remarkably safe, fortress-like RV. Perhaps the heavens themselves were celebrating her good fortune. The following day, she planned to exit the city via the main road leading from the dock and then merge onto the highway. However, she did not anticipate encountering a particularly familiar figure just before leaving the city. A pink motorcycle roared past and came to a stylish halt outside a gas station on the city's edge. Although her space held supplies, there was no need to tap into them since she was passing a gas station. The matching pink helmet hung on the motorcycle, adorned with 2 small antlers, stickers she had affixed later. Standing with her hands on her hips outside the gas station, her mental map indicated no zombies nearby, though a few survivors were present. Chapter 22. Killing you doesn't bring satisfaction from the outside. The gas station appeared somewhat dilapidated. A few shiny gas pumps lay abandoned on the ground, and gasoline trickled from the pipes, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. Surely, the occupants hadn't recklessly burned zombies with gasoline. She stepped inside, noting the walls plastered with large, blood-stained advertisements. Purposefully refraining from entering immediately, she circled to the back of the building and was astonished to find that the neatly arranged barrels were all full, and the fuel truck was safely parked by the roadside. Through the grimy windows, she could see that the interior was empty, save for some blood on the driver's seat, likely the result of the occupant's actions. With cautious steps, she approached the entrance and leaned in to listen for any sounds within. A smirk played beneath her hat as she pondered the odd coincidence of running into Xiyun wherever she went. What bad luck. A somewhat heavy-set, older man cautiously inquired if the people outside had left. Not hearing the sound of a departing vehicle, he deduced they had not yet departed. The vigilant young man peered through a crack in the door and confirmed that the pink motorcycle remained, and the rider had not yet vacated the area. Xiyun, an old acquaintance, initially concealed herself beneath the innermost counter. However, upon hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, she unexpectedly emerged from her hiding place. It was merely a motorcycle, insufficient to transport all of us. Ideally, she could have taken one person first, then returned to rescue the rest. Judging by the voice, the young man appeared to be quite youthful, and upon seeing just the single motorcycle, he hesitated before voicing his thoughts. There were 7 or 8 individuals present, and a single vehicle could only carry one person, not to mention the possibility that the rider might not even be willing to take them away. Yet, if she managed to escape on her own, she undoubtedly possessed the capability to assist us in leaving together. Seizing the moment, Xiyun boldly stepped forward, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, as if the outside world owed her a favor and would certainly heed her words. The young man, displaying a modicum of discernment, rolled his eyes in disbelief. Are you so certain they will take us with them? Absolutely. We're all injured and devoid of supplies to survive. She has the means and resources. Helping us would not be a burden. Outside, Xiyun chuckled softly, playfully tapping her cheek with her tongue. Xiyun had not changed at all. She remained as self-assured as ever, perceiving others as gullible. Moreover, if she could drive out of the city alone, surely she could spare some resources and later replenish them. After speaking, Xiyun discreetly observed the expressions of those lurking behind, noting their agreement with her sentiments, which made Xiyun puff out her chest in pride. At this juncture, Xiyun kicked open the previously locked door, prompting the young man crouched behind it to swiftly dodge aside. Yen, since you speak of procuring resources so effortlessly and safely, why not venture out and fetch some for everyone? Startled by the familiar voice in the abrupt entrance, Xiyun momentarily failed to recognize Xiyun. Her face painted with fear as she beheld the cold, dark eyes of her acquaintance. Taking a few steps into the room, Xiyun continued, I trust you will not abandon everyone in their time of need. After all, you are such a kind-hearted person, unable to bear the sight of others suffering. You would rather endure hardship or even face danger than forsake your desire to help. As she subtly assessed the interior, the disheveled state of the floor, and the bags piled high yet deflated, it was evident that, despite sharing the same roof, there existed a stark delineation between them, each respecting their boundaries. The shelves in the back were devoid of food and water, leaving one to wonder how they had managed to distribute their supplies evenly. Xiyun. You are Xiyun, aren't you? You are indeed Xiyun. Observing Yang Yan's sudden frenzy, Xiyun instinctively distanced herself from the unpredictable woman, wary of being touched by a madman, lest she become infected. It's all your meddling that led to my family not sparing me. Had it not been for you, I would not be enduring such misery and disgrace. Are you out of your mind? She truly felt exasperated, encountering someone clearly deranged. How had this virus failed to eradicate those with mental instability? Your affliction is evident. Were it not for your decision to alert the authorities, that father and son duo would have been unable to locate you, and their frustration would have been vented upon me. A mere scare would have sufficed. Yet you insisted on calling for help. Casting a disdainful glance at the tear-streaked Yang Yan, I felt no sympathy for her. She deserved her plight. Self-righteous and prone to moral coercion, she would not learn without a lesson. Yet, it was clear that she had not learned much at all. Roll out of my sight, or you might find yourself on the ground, I warned, my gaze sharp. She recoiled in fear, taking a few steps back, only to realize her own helplessness at being intimidated by me. However, she straightened her posture and approached me defiantly, looking down her nose at me. This is not your home. Why should I leave? If anyone should go, it is you. This is our sanctuary, and you have no right to expel me. I tilted my head in irritation, my hand emerging from my pocket to deliver a crisp slap that resonated loudly, invigorating and awakening. A bright red handprint marred Yang Yan's tear-stained visage, leaving onlookers in shock. Ah, Xiyun, I will have my revenge, she exclaimed, her flailing gestures lacking any real menace. I impatiently seized her wrists, delivering a kick to her abdomen, preventing her from escaping, forcing her to curl up beneath my grasp. The intensity of my gaze held a certain fascination, as if her hatred was about to overflow from her small eyes. Ah, Xiyun, I will kill you. At this proclamation, the temperature within the gas station plummeted, causing those in the shadows to tremble involuntarily. Each person present regarded me, their expressions betraying fear. As they huddled closer together, unwilling to risk themselves for Yang Yan's sake. In that moment, my eyes were filled with disdain and a murderous intent towards Yang Yan, who stood on her moral high ground, yet never reflected upon her own actions. To continue living was a waste of resources. I recalled how Yang Yan once delighted in moral coercion, and while I had previously chosen to ignore it to avoid trouble, I saw no reason to endure such oppression again. You wish to kill me, do you? Then resist, or it would be far too easy for me to end you. And I would gain no sense of accomplishment. Releasing my grip, she collapsed to the ground, unable to support herself, curling up and clutching her abdomen, beads of cold sweat adorning her forehead and cheeks. Enough, she has learned her lesson. Grant her mercy. The young man, an individual in his own right, had shared these days with Yang Yan, and there was a semblance of affection between them. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Let us see how long you can endure. A glance was cast toward the young man who spoke, not the one who had cowered. He appeared to be of similar age to Yang Yan. Do you wish to be the hero saving the damsel, or do you seek to perish for love? Yuan furrowed his brow in displeasure. In such tumultuous times, intragroup conflicts were unnecessary. A lesson should suffice. Did they truly wish for bloodshed? Spare me your grandiloquent rhetoric. If you do not cease your prattle, I may very well end your life alongside hers. Under the piercing gaze of Xiyun, Yuan trembled and retreated to his previous position, ignoring Yang Yan's silent plea for help, unwilling to confront Xiyun directly. With a derisive snort, he considered her a coward, a creature of like attracts like, utterly ineffectual. Not only did she harbor such thoughts, but Yang Yan, who had been roughly yanked by Xiyun and wore an expression of indignation, shared the sentiment towards the suddenly mute Yuan. Yet, this did not hinder Xiyun from taking action against Yang Yan. Gripping her chin with force, she surveyed the uneven handprint on her face, finding it unsightly. Allow me to assist you, she declared, swiftly delivering another slap that left both sides of Yang Yan's face marked with red imprints, visibly swelling at an alarming rate. Now, this is much more symmetrical. You ought to thank me for my beautifying touch. Yang Yan, her face swollen yet defiant, glared with eyes wide enough to rival a cartoon character, her fury almost palpable. Amidst the absurdity of the situation, Xiyun found amusement in Yang Yan's garbled threats, mockingly imitating her words. You shall not escape my wrath. With a grip tightening around Yang Yan's neck, Xiyun maintained a facade of joviality. Yet her strength continued unabated. I take great pleasure in constricting necks. The last victim was named Yang Dan. though her fate was far grimmer than yours, reduced to mere bones by the undead. She chuckled. Oh dear, your names are quite similar. Could you be family? It appears the family lacks intellect. Yang Yan's eyes widened further, nearly resembling those of a cartoon character. However, Xiyun was not mistaken. Yang Dan was indeed her cousin, though they rarely interacted, leaving Xiyun unaware of the latter's family circumstances. Initially, she presumed they had fled, only to discover they had fallen into Xiyun's clutches. Given Yang Dan's temperament, her demise seemed just. Xiyun leaned closer, locking eyes with Yang Yan. Do not misconstrue. Aside from Yang Dan, whose life I claimed, the deaths of others bear no relation to me. As she spoke, she twisted her wrist, preparing to snap Yang Yan's neck, when a towering, fearsome figure burst through a side door. His fist shattered the air in a furious rush, swiftly freeing the nearly asphyxiated Yang Yan. He single-handedly dismantled the door that obstructed his path, causing it to splinter into fragments. Xiyun retreated outside, casting her gaze upon the assailant, who was now cradling Yang Yan and speaking softly, concern etched upon his face. Noticing Chun Lei's evident concern, Yang Yan feigned innocence, cautiously clutching the fabric of his shirt. Brother Lei, just teach her a lesson, but do not take her life. All right, I will assist you in administering the lesson. Once you have her covered, you can seek your revenge personally. Let me first apply some medicine for you. Be good. Chun Lei gazed sympathetically at Yang Yan's swollen face, retrieving a bottle of anti-swelling ointment from his pocket to apply to her wounds. Despite her battered state, she still hesitated to let him act with severity. Her compassion was, perhaps, not a virtue in this circumstance. After tending to her injuries, Chun Lei turned his attention to Yi Wei-Yuan, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable threat. Yet, Yi Wei-Yuan was equally frustrated. Despite being more handsome and accomplished than Chun Lei, Yang Yan displayed greater warmth towards him, leaving him perplexed. Outside, Xiyun leaned against her pink motorcycle, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama of romantic entanglements, coupled with the second male lead's longing glances. She marveled at Yang Yan's prowess in swiftly finding someone to rely upon, pondering how long this affection might endure. After all, in this era, possessing special abilities was highly coveted. Would the man she chose to lean on, Brother Lei, remain steadfast? Once Yang Yan was consoled, Chun Lei entrusted her care to Yi Wei-Yuan and set out alone to confront Xiyun. Upon seeing her relaxed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to his presence, a surge of uncontainable anger welled within him. After all, who would dare to disregard him, given his abilities that had helped many escape peril? Who do you think you are, causing trouble for Yang Yan? Do you believe she has no one to support her? He clapped his hands, addressing the oddity of the situation, clearly indicating that it was evident who was truly seeking trouble. With a mocking smile, he faced Xiyun, clearly interpreting her stance as support for Yang Yan. Indeed, Yang Yan is kind-hearted and reluctant to allow me to act harshly towards you. However, after you have treated her this way, you must face the consequences. He interrupted her, impatient with her lofty rhetoric directed at impressing a woman. Enough of your grandstanding. As long as you are here to support Yang Yan, I am eager to see how much strength you can offer her. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at his robust physique, assessing his potential resilience. There were many strength-based ability users, and she had yet to engage with them in combat. Brother Lei presented an opportunity. With a mindset to test her skills, Xiyun struck first, her swift palm wind catching Chun Lei off guard, forcing him to adopt a defensive stance. Quickly regaining his composure, Chun Lei retaliated with a punch as large as a sandbag aimed at her face. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and agile, evading his blow by sidestepping. In a fluid motion, she executed a backflip, her leg connecting with Chun Lei and sending him stumbling back several steps. With a fierce expression, he halted his retreat and lunged at Xiyun once more. Xiyun deftly evaded his powerful fist, simultaneously delivering a precise strike to his throat. At that moment, Chun Lei unleashed a swift spinning kick, pushing Xiyun back. Quickly regaining her balance, she stepped aside to avoid the foul-smelling foot, seizing the opportunity when Chun Lei lost his equilibrium to advance with a forceful kick that toppled his massive frame. As he lay unable to rise, Xiyun relentlessly rained down blows on his body, which had undergone enhancements, each punch resonating with a piercing whistle as it sliced through the air. Chun Lei, initially able to withstand her onslaught, gradually found himself overwhelmed as Xiyun intensified her attack. Each blow landed heavily on his chest, the sound of cracking ribs echoing in the air as Xiyun positioned herself triumphantly above him. With an emotionless gaze, she observed his weakened form, dusting off her clothes with indifference before flipping him over and placing her foot on his lower back. It seemed he comprehended her intentions. as his face turned from crimson to ashen, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to plead for mercy. Xiyun's earlier strike to his throat had indeed damaged his vocal cords, rendering him unable to voice his surrender. Meanwhile, Yang Yan, weakly leaning against Yi Weiyuan, awaited the moment she believed would see Xiyun defeated and Chunlei avenged. To her astonishment, it was Chunlei who now lay beneath Xiyun's foot, his ribs shattered. Instinctively, she clutched Yi Wei's sleeve, her eyes clouded with hatred as she unknowingly gripped his arm too tightly, oblivious to her own actions. "Brother Yi, you must help Lei Go. Xiyun intends to kill him," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face like crocodile tears. The salve she had applied now smeared across Yi Weiyuan's attire, her expression shifting from disdain to a gentle facade in an instant. Noticing this subtle change, Yang Yan averted her gaze, a shadow of gloom crossing her features. How could someone so fragile and ineffectual dare to look down on her? "All right, I shall assist Xing Xiao. You take care of Xiao Yan," he declared, rising with determination and striding forth to offer aid without waiting for acknowledgement. As Xing Xiao dodged a kick from Xiyun, she cast a glance at Yang Yan's pig-like visage, choosing not to engage and instead focusing on her own actions. Turning her back on her, Yang Yan felt her teeth nearly shatter from clenching them in frustration. She had intended to recruit Xing Xiao into her ranks. But despite her myriad attempts at friendliness, Xing Xiao remained unmoved. Before she could dwell further on her thoughts, the commotion outside erupted anew, this time in a 2-against-1 scenario. Chunlei had already lost the capacity to resist, and Xiyun's heavy footfall upon his lower back, while impactful, had not yet incapacitated him entirely. This led Yi Weiyuan to emerge, utilizing his wood-based abilities to alleviate some of his pain, allowing Chunlei to muster the strength to counterattack Xiyun. Yi Weiyuan assisted him in targeting Xiyun, skillfully dodging the green leaf needles he hurled, while Chunlei seized the opportunity to strike back, grabbing a shard of a door panel and throwing it at her. Xiyun unfurled her lightning net, shattering all their ambush projectiles. The needle-like wooden fragments disintegrated into ash. Never coming close to her, 2 grown men resorted to underhanded tactics against a frail woman. How noble and honorable of them. With a ghostly swiftness, she appeared behind Chunlei and delivered another punch to his lower back, this time channeling her powers as countless ice needles pierced his flesh, tormenting him like ants gnawing at a carcass. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, blood pooling in his mouth mingled with dirt. Remaining, Yi Weiyuan was overwhelmed by a potent mental force that constricted his mind. An invisible pressure threatening to burst his head as if it would explode in public at any moment. Yet, Xiyun did not treat him with such brutality. She merely dispersed the increasingly solid green energy within his mind and used her mental prowess to extract it. This skill, learned in the laboratory, was being employed for the first time, and though she was somewhat unpracticed, she trusted that this strong man could endure until the extraction was complete. The extraction of his abilities concluded, and the cacophony of wails ceased. Yi Weiyuan became a vacant fool, sitting dazed on the ground, utterly bewildered. The mere removal of his powers would not render him foolish. It was just that she had been somewhat heavy-handed in her initial attempt, inadvertently causing his mind to falter. As the others in the room were taken aback by what they witnessed, a series of eerie hissing sounds began to resonate around them. Those familiar with the noise knew what it heralded. A horde of zombies was approaching. They needed to hide. But where could they possibly hide? The gas station was scarcely large enough, and with so many of them, where could they conceal themselves? They had been trapped here for days, occasionally encountering a stray zombie. And the sounds outside were unmistakable. There was no escape. Yang Yan, with a pig-faced countenance, glinted with a sinister light, immediately casting blame upon Xiyun. It's all her fault. If she hadn't fought, we wouldn't have drawn the attention of the zombies, and now we wouldn't be encircled. With their lives in jeopardy, someone had to take the blame. The crowd, ever eager to believe, quickly echoed Yang Yan's sentiments. Indeed, if it weren't for her presence, Chunlei and Yi Weiyuan wouldn't have fought, and they wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state, attracting so many zombies. In the corner, Xing Xiao shot a silent, reproachful glance at Yang Yan, pondering who had been the troublemaker all along, who had been the one incessantly shouting. Unfortunately, being mute prevented her from voicing her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have certainly given Yang Yan a piece of her mind. Without much hesitation, seizing the moment while the zombies had not yet completely surrounded the gas station, Xing Xiao stealthily slipped to the rear and hid within the cab of the fuel tanker, securing the door with utmost care. Fortunately, this tanker was unique, featuring 2 rows of seats. Otherwise, she would have struggled to find a place to conceal herself. The scene surrounding the gas station was nothing short of terrifying. The wandering zombies, drawn by screams and the stench of blood, gathered in search of prey. Their ragged breaths were filled with a ravenous hunger, and the foul odor of decay permeated the air, compelling one to flee this perilous place at once. Xiyun furrowed her brow and utilized a grappling hook to ascend to the roof of the gas station, thus evading the encroaching horde of zombies. Some of the undead, noticing her retreat to the rooftop, attempted to climb up, but were soon distracted by the scent of the living within the gas station, seeking out more substantial sustenance. Xiyun alone did not possess enough allure to hold their attention. From her vantage point atop the gas station, she observed the zombies assaulting those inside. Chun-Lei and Yi Wei-Yuan had been pulled in, with Chun-Lei, drenched in sweat, desperately disassembling shelves to barricade the doors and windows. Yet, the zombies continued to surge inside. While the shelves could provide a temporary barrier, they would not hold forever. Amidst the chaos, someone suggested throwing Yi Wei-Yuan outside to lure the zombies, allowing them a chance to escape in the tanker. The reasoning behind not sending Chun-Lei was clear. They still required his special abilities, while Yi Wei-Yuan had succumbed to panic, incessantly screaming. In a collective desire to extract the last ounce of usefulness from Yi Wei-Yuan, they resolved to cast him into the horde, buying precious time for their escape. Surprisingly, Chun-Lei concurred, raising his arm and exerting all his strength to hurl Yi Wei-Yuan out of the window, causing himself great pain. With beads of sweat forming frost as they met the chilling air, the thrown Yi Wei-Yuan crashed to the ground, fracturing his skull. The fresh scent of blood instantly attracted the zombies besieging the entrance. Their jagged teeth gnawed upon the unconscious Yi Wei-Yuan, producing a chilling cacophony from the throng of the undead. In this atmosphere of horror, those inside could hardly contain their urge to flee, rushing towards the fuel tanker parked at the rear. Xiyun observed this absurd scene, well aware that the tanker was operable, yet they lingered, waiting for rescue. Their thoughts surprisingly quick. Hiding within the vehicle, Xing Xiao had already locked the doors. When the group discovered they could not open them, they resorted to violently smashing the windows. 7 or 8 people squeezed into the cab, unable to fit. Quickly, shut the door and start the engine. No. My son isn't aboard yet. We can't leave. If we don't drive off soon, the zombies will be upon us. If you wish to perish, then accompany your son into oblivion. I refuse. If anyone should go, it should be that mute, who is of no use. It would be wiser to exchange him for my son. Let us not forget, had it not been for that mute locking the door, would we have needed to break the window to gain entry? As soon as those words were uttered, Xing Xiao felt the malevolent gazes of the onlookers piercing through her, and an involuntary tremor coursed through her body. It was indeed true. It was time for her to leave. Chun-Lei, unwilling to prolong the situation any further, grasped Xing Xiao by the collar and unceremoniously hurled her out of the vehicle. With a resounding thud, he shut the door, and under the weight of her despairing gaze, the fuel truck drove away. The image of the departing fuel truck grew increasingly distant and blurred in her eyes. Oblivious to the approach of 2 or 3 zombies lurking nearby, Xiyun, witnessing the scene of her abandonment, was inexplicably reminded of her own moments of isolation and vulnerability when pursued by those with supernatural abilities, a haunting echo of despair. With a faint sigh, she propelled a water hose toward Xing Xiao, encircling her waist and drawing her close with a firm tug. Noticing the profound despair etched on the young woman's face, Xiyun refrained from speaking, her attention drawn instead to the unsightly bloodstain marring the back of Xing Xiao's neck, evidently a fresh gash inflicted by a zombie's claw. A flash of crimson surged in Xiyun's gaze. The immediate priority was to vacate the area. She briefly washed the wound with water before rendering the young woman unconscious and encasing her within a water cocoon, hollow and equipped with small breathing holes to ensure she would not suffocate within. The sound of the fuel truck departing had attracted a portion of the zombies, leaving over 20 still fixated on Xiyun atop the gas station. With a composed demeanor, she retrieved several devices from her spatial pouch that emitted sounds, carelessly tossing them in various directions to clear a path to her pink motorcycle. After a brief wait, as the zombies dispersed, she deemed it insufficiently far and utilized her abilities to launch more of the noise-making toys, drawing the zombies even further away. Once she estimated a safe distance, Xiyun deftly maneuvered, pulling the young woman along as if she were a balloon, striding forward without concern. Donning her helmet with a fierce determination, the motorcycle roared to life, its thunderous sound undoubtedly more alluring to the zombies. Before the undead could reach them, the pink motorcycle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, ruthlessly plowing through 2 or 3 zombies that obstructed its path. The motorcycle, driven with fiery fervor, emitted a cacophony that resonated through the surroundings. As she navigated a winding road, she caught sight of the slowing fuel truck ahead. "We're on the highway now," exclaimed the man behind the wheel, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with one hand. Safety was finally within reach. Suddenly, a zombie leapt from the roadside, emitting a terrifying howl. The driver, gripped by tension, accelerated, obliterating the creature in a gruesome collision. Don't get out of the vehicle until we're on the highway. Once it's safe, you can all retrieve your own cars. One fuel truck, one tea suffice, Chun-Li murmured from the back seat. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the others fell silent, contemplating whether to heed Chun-Li's advice. Successfully merging onto the highway, the fuel truck soon found its path obstructed by a long line of vehicles, creating a sense of despair that echoed in the driver's mind. Currently, one can find solace in the fact that they have successfully escaped the gas station and embarked upon the safety of the highway. However, they have conveniently forgotten the possibility of encountering traffic congestion. With the absence of combat sounds and the roars of the undead, the occupants of the vehicle felt a sense of relief, liberated from danger. It was only then that they dared to breathe freely, open the windows, and alight from the vehicle with ease. The pink motorcycle chose a different path, veering off the highway onto a small road, eventually stopping at an abandoned farmhouse. Grasping a water balloon, she ventured inside, wielding her sword in one hand, and kicked open the gate to the courtyard. A virus-infected zombie dog lunged at her, colliding with her sword. Dark, foul blood splattered across the ground, and with a displeased frown, she casually flung the dog's carcass several meters away. The courtyard was desolate, featuring only a withered old tree and a well overgrown with grass. The furniture inside was coated with a thick layer of dust, indicating that no one had visited in quite some time. She let water flow into the house to cleanse it, sparing herself the trouble of cleaning, and set up a tent within. She placed the injured individual inside the tent, adjusting her collar to reveal the infected wound on her neck. In her previous life, she had heard no mention of an antidote in the laboratory. However, there were whispers that a mere 1 in 1,000 chance existed for survival after being scratched by a zombie, with a 1 in 10,000 probability of gaining special abilities. Casting her gaze upon the young woman lying on the blanket, she recalled that her name was Xing Xiao, possessing a somewhat androgynous appearance, her short hair giving her a boyish charm. She wore male clothing, leaving one to wonder if it was a product of the apocalypse or if she had donned such attire long before. The quiet of the night enveloped the courtyard, devoid of the sound of insects, save for the flickering orange flames dancing in the courtyard. The firelight elongated Xiyun's silhouette, casting it against the crumbling walls, which were beginning to sprout grass. The self-heating rice and hot pot eliminated the need for her to cook, and she relished the 2 boxes of food with delight. Inside the tent, Xing Xiao lay on her side, feeling an intense heat enveloping her. The fever symptoms following the viral infection wreaked havoc within her body. Sensing the anomaly, Xiyun paused for a brief moment before resuming her vigorous eating. Whether Xing Xiao would awaken now depended entirely on her own fortitude. As her body temperature continued to rise, it could be said that Xing Xiao's immune system was in a frenzied state. Survival hinged on her ability to endure, or she would perish alongside the virus. Rather than surrendering her kingdom, she would rather die fighting for it. A determination that propelled Xing Xiao's temperature to an alarming 50 degrees Celsius. In normal circumstances, a temperature exceeding 40 degrees is perilous. At 50 degrees, she transcended the limits of what could be deemed human. If there are grievances, please do share your thoughts. End of chapter. Chapter 26. High hopes for the little mute before sleeping. Xiyun entered the house to assess Xing Xiao's condition, only to be met with an unbearable heat. She even began to suspect that Xing Xiao might not succumb to the torment of the zombie virus, but rather to a fever that far exceeded normal limits. Meanwhile, the congested highway lay in chaos, with a fuel tanker ensnared within a stagnant flow of abandoned vehicles, rendering it immobile and unable to advance or retreat. The occupants, left with no choice, exited their vehicle to assist in the relocation of others, leaving Chun-Li shivering inside, trembling against the rapidly plummeting night temperature, exacerbated by the frost left behind by Xiyun. He could only lie there in anxious anticipation, waiting for the road to be cleared so that he might start the engine and depart. As the obstructing wreckage was pushed aside, they inadvertently overlooked a limping zombie lurking beneath the vehicle. As soon as the car was moved, the zombie lunged, seizing the leg of the nearest individual and sinking its teeth into flesh. A piercing scream echoed through the darkness, chilling the air, as the biting wind carried the scent of blood to everyone's nostrils. A nearby middle-aged man, trembling with fear, kicked the zombie's head away, tearing off a piece of flesh wrapped in tattered cloth. Blood gushed from the bitten man's calf, forming a large pool at his feet, while the zombie, having regained its position, lapped up the crimson liquid with relish. Accompanying the shriek were other zombies awakening, those who had been infected on the highway. Except for those restrained by seat belts within their vehicles, anyone free or outside was no longer whole. The chilling breeze rustled through the trees, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those standing still. More horrifying was the sight of the reanimated zombies converging toward them. Despite the wreckage obstructing their path, grotesque figures crawled forth. "What are you waiting for? Get back in the car." This cry jolted the stunned group into frantic action as they rushed to their vehicle. The bitten man was kicked aside and fell to the ground, quickly overwhelmed by the encroaching zombies. Those who managed to return to the safety of the car clasped their ears tightly, yet could not escape the horrifying sounds of the zombies feasting or the agonizing screams of their companion. Before long, the cries ceased, and the zombies gradually dispersed from the man, who was now a grotesque shell of his former self, his body ravaged and his entrails exposed. Having joined the ranks of the undead, huddled together within the vehicle, the survivors remained vigilant, stifling their voices to avoid drawing the attention of the lurking zombies outside. However, the zombies were evidently undeterred by their attempts at concealment, suddenly scaling the windshield, their bloodied mouths pressed against the glass as they howled and pounded on it. In a state of heightened tension, the abruptness of the attack caught them off guard, resulting in a middle-aged woman screaming uncontrollably. The consequence of her outburst was immediate. The windows became besieged by disfigured faces, smeared with filth and blood, each bearing bloody handprints that struck the glass, instilling terror within their hearts. From the outside, the entire front of the vehicle was engulfed by zombies, with more gathering around them. If no assistance arrived, their fate this night appeared grim. In the quaint courtyard of a rural homestead, a different scene unfolded. Xing Zhao's fever persisted until midday the following day, gradually subsiding. Her complexion bore a faint bluish tint, yet it was subtle enough to still indicate a semblance of normalcy. Frowning, I crouched beside her, encountering for the first time a state so eerily human yet disturbingly corpse-like. I wondered if she might bite like a zombie. In the next instant, Xing Zhao opened her eyes and bared her teeth at Xiyun. Her little canine teeth reminiscent of a vampire's, while her fingernails had darkened ominously. Fortunately, I had bound her beforehand. Otherwise, a bite from her could have led me down a perilous path once more. With a gentle tap on her forehead, I noticed a hint of a pinkish-white hue in her irises, which piqued my interest. Clearly, Xing Zhao had been infected with the zombie virus. Her condition mirrored that of her previous life, though back then, her hue was a vivid crimson, not this soft pastel shade. I abruptly pulled her upright and secured her to a pillar within the house. Unexpectedly, Xing Zhao opened her mouth and exhaled a plume of fire. Well, an ability. How delightful. Perhaps I should nurture her before extracting her crystal core. However, keeping her close would prove cumbersome. It would be wiser to let her thrive in the city. Although I could not absorb fire-type crystal cores, I could trade them for ones more suited to me, ensuring a profit without loss. Once she regained consciousness, we could resume our journey, utilizing the zombies along the way to gauge Xing Zhao's capabilities. Bound to the pillar, her mouth was fitted with an ice muzzle, while I fetched a chair and settled diagonally across from her. Cradling a bowl of snail noodles, I savored the dish, enhanced with fried eggs, crispy chicken feet, and water spinach, relishing every bite. With a lingering trace of human consciousness, Xing Zhao instinctively swallowed, her human side craving the noodles while her zombie instincts yearned to bite Xiyun, presenting a strikingly fragmented persona. Ah, how satisfying. This bowl of noodles was utterly delightful, prompting an involuntary sigh of contentment, accompanied by an expression of lingering desire for more. After tidying up, I secured Xing Zhao with water ropes, placing her against the back seat of my motorcycle. With one leg swung over, the motorcycle surged forward, leaving behind a trail of pink dust. Though her hair was short, it had grown to shoulder length since the onset of the apocalypse, and the wind tousled her hair, obscuring her face. As the motorcycle navigated the somewhat muddy mountain path and rejoined the highway, Xing Zhao, resigned to her fate, ceased her struggles, numbly observing the rapidly passing obstacles. Suddenly, the motorcycle came to an abrupt halt, and she lost her balance, tumbling onto the ground, her dazed expression meeting Xiyun's mischievous gaze. Xiyun scrutinized Xing Zhao from her elevated position. With a slender frame and seemingly weak arms, she presented as a girl unaccustomed to physical exertion. Yet, one must not forget that she now possessed supernatural abilities, existing as a hybrid between human and zombie. I unceremoniously grasped Xing Zhao from the ground, dragging her towards a pile of abandoned vehicles, intent on enhancing her long-range capabilities before strengthening her close combat attributes. I understand that you can comprehend, so I shall be brief. Soon, you will charge into the horde of zombies. If you emerge victorious, you shall be revered as the leader, but should you falter, you will be regarded as a subordinate and may even meet your demise at my hands for the crystal core. The choice is yours. As the words fell, Xing Zhao's bewildered gaze was lost in confusion, taking some time to decipher Xiyun's message. With a serious demeanor, she nodded solemnly, though her expression remained somewhat dazed. Xiyun placed a baseball bat into Xing Zhao's hands, urging her to grip the weapon tightly. Then casually pushed her forward and secured a loud alarm clock to her back. Chapter 27. Xing Zhao, the Zombie Warrior. Good luck, farewell. The motorcycle roared to life, swiftly disappearing down the highway where zombies might lurk. When she next glimpsed her vehicle, it was parked behind a small dune several hundred meters away, where she indulged in grilled skewers. In this passive combat scenario, Xing Zhao faced a relentless tide of zombies charging towards her, her anxiety causing sweat to trickle down her forehead. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she could no longer sweat. How could a corpse perspire? Despite her frail and slender frame, her speed and strength were still lacking, compounded by her recent transformation, leaving her inexperienced with her newfound abilities. She endured several bites on her intact body. Xiyun's mental focus remained on her condition. Although her appearance was marred, her abilities were gradually improving, revealing that loss could herald gain. The motions of wielding the baseball bat were still somewhat stiff, one of the most overt symptoms of being infected by the zombie virus. After sustaining multiple bites, the darkening hue on Xing Zhao's face deepened, her irises nearing a crimson shade, and her movements became less rigid. From a certain perspective, Xing Zhao shared a slight resemblance to Xiyun. The red in her eyes grew ever more pronounced, with Xiyun's being a vivid cinnabar red, while Xing Zhao settled at a begonia red. The encroaching zombies multiplied, perhaps provoked by her fierce assaults, as they relentlessly surged forward to serve as her sparring partners. As her actions became increasingly fluid and precise, a sense of joy blossomed within Xing Zhao, mirroring the delight of Xiyun, as it signified that the quality of the final crystal core would undoubtedly be superior. After several hours of training, exhausting herself with heavy breaths, Xiyun gained a deeper understanding of Xing Zhao's resilience. Given Xing Zhao's physical strength, she believed that en route to the next city, she could mold her into a formidable zombie warrior capable of standing alone. As Xiyun found tasks to occupy her, their journey became a series of stops and starts, revealing that Xing Zhao's body had become uneven and marred, lacking in completeness. Displeased with Xing Zhao's dirty and somewhat odorous state, Xiyun created a water balloon for her amusement, with Xing Zhao joyfully playing like a hamster in a rolling cylinder. Do you mean to say that you wish to remain here and live? The imposing figure of Zhou Wei, a muscular man with a fierce visage and a perpetually cruel curve etched between his brows, had seized the service station. Just days into the apocalypse, the prisoners locked away in the prison had seized the opportunity to escape, following Zhou Wei as they forged a path through the perilous city. They were fortunate, indeed. Zhou Wei not only emerged as one of the survivors, but also possessed an extraordinarily potent fire-based ability. Consequently, both Zhou Wei and his 3 subordinates, whom he had recruited during their incarceration, managed to escape alongside other willing inmates. The unfortunate souls left behind inevitably succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies, some even meeting their demise at the hands of former cellmates. However, the service station was not originally Zhou Wei's domain at that time. It still housed other survivors who were willing to accept those stranded on the highway. Yet, Zhou Wei, accompanied by a band of ruthless convicts, forcibly seized the station, leaving the remaining survivors with a misguided hope of mercy. But what could one expect from individuals with a criminal background? They were nothing but vicious death row inmates. Indeed, they intended to remain there, for at least within those walls, they would find security and no longer endure hunger. Chen Lei, supported by 2 men, stood resolutely in the center of the hall, gazing confidently at Zhou Wei, convinced that Zhou Wei would choose to spare them. Having witnessed the true nature of those behind him, he preferred to align himself with the group of convicts occupying the service station, to escape the encirclement of zombies. They had forced a mother and her child out of the vehicle, initially tossing the woman out to draw the attention of the undead. They then hoisted the bound man onto the back of the fuel tank, securing him with a rope, awaiting the vehicle's departure. Once they were distanced from the horde, the 2 atop severed the rope, allowing the man, now a bait, to be overwhelmed and torn apart by the zombies. Otherwise, how could the remaining few escape and conveniently arrive at the service station for respite? Such actions clearly indicated that they were not virtuous individuals. Had they not found him useful, he might have been the bait himself. Deep, uneven scars marred the brutal countenances surrounding Zhou Wei, whose sturdy and imposing physique exuded a chilling aura that left Chen Lei feeling utterly subdued. Should they wish to remain, they would need to demonstrate their worth. For this was not a sanctuary for survivors. No wretched souls could simply seek refuge here. Despite the autumn air growing cooler, Zhou Wei and his companions remained bare-chested. However, The glaring iron rings on their wrists and the glinting remnants of broken shackles around their ankles instilled a profound sense of dread in Qianlei. Yet, in order to distance himself from the menacing group behind him, he maintained an outward composure while internally panicking. Dealing with death row inmates was akin to courting peril. Zhou Wei's subordinate regarded him with a semblance of amusement, their eyes revealing calculations and assessments of his potential. I am an ability user of the strength type and can assist you. However, I am currently injured. If the elder brother is willing to accept me, I am prepared to offer her to you, he said, gesturing towards Yang Yan. It was for the sake of avenging Yang Yan that he had sustained his injuries. Yet she seemed oblivious to the care he had provided her during their time together. Upon witnessing his severe injury and incapacity, she brazenly exchanged glances with Wu Yu within the ranks. In that moment, he discerned the true nature of Yang Yan, nothing more than a shameless harlot. Brother Lei, how could you do this? I am yours. How can you treat me like an object to be handed over to another? Though she found the man before her more formidable, providing her with a greater sense of security, he was a death row inmate who had escaped from prison. And he was not alone, others shared his fate. Furthermore, upon her arrival, she noticed the absence of any woman in this place. Yet she could faintly hear the anguished cries of women. It was evident, even to the most basic of reasoning, that women were mere playthings in the hands of these ruthless death row prisoners. Though she wished to preserve her life, she did not desire to fall into the clutches of such men. Before you utter such words, perhaps you should consider the expressions of others around you. As Yang Yan's words left her lips, the countenance of the man beside her, the delicate-faced Wu Yu, darkened considerably. In an instant, Yang Yan's pig-like visage paled as she cast a furtive glance at Wu Yu, her eyes betraying a sense of guilt, before hastily averting her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes. To think you would offer me a troublesome harlot? Do you truly believe me a fool? Here, I could have any woman I desire. Yet I do not wish for a pig-like face to ruin my good mood, nor do I want her to tarnish my room or my bed. Chapter 28. Envy the man has been given to the elder brother. You may treat her as you please, as long as the elder brother keeps me. Without hesitation, they shoved her out, with Wu Yu lending his strength from behind, and thus, Yang Yan was thrust between the two men. Furiously glaring at the two men who propelled her into the abyss, her countenance twisted into an ugly grimace, reflecting her seething rage. Fine. But it must be a one-for-one exchange. No one else shall think to take advantage without offering something in return. Suddenly, the typically silent Huang Shui and Zhou Xiaoqing spoke up. I too possess an ability. May I remain here temporarily? I will not be a burden. When needed, I shall assist. Indeed, as long as you have a use for me, I am but a brick, to be moved wherever you require. If given a choice, they would not opt to remain in such a perilous location. Yet the reality was that darkness enveloped the outside world, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. In this moment of being cast out, their fate would mirror that of the mother and child duo. Becoming mere fodder for the undead, they still wished to cling to life, and although the dangers here were significant, they could at least draw breath. Oh, what are your abilities then? Show them to us. We will not accept useless powers. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhou Xiaoqing began to showcase his abilities, swiftly darting around the service station's hall in the blink of an eye. His agile speed was an ability yet unseen within their ranks. Zhou Wei gestured for his brothers to bring Zhou Xiaoqing to his side. Next came the unremarkable Huang Shui, who timidly approached Yang Yan, gradually manifesting a mist-like energy sphere in her hands. With a swift motion, she placed her hand over Yang Yan's face. Instinctively, Yang Yan recoiled. Yet the tingling sensation across her visage compelled her to halt. Moments passed, and as the mist dissipated, her face was entirely restored, even more radiant than before. Her complexion glowed with an ethereal brilliance, starkly contrasting with her current beggar-like appearance. If Yang Dan embodied innocence, she was a resplendent rose. Initially feeling as though he had made a regrettable bargain, Zhou Wei's perception shifted upon witnessing her transformed beauty, and he felt a sense of unexpected gain. With no pain or heat on her face, she joyfully covered it with her hands, marveling at her renewed appearance. Lifting her gaze to Huang Shui, the one who had healed her, she nodded in gratitude, only to find Huang Shui shrinking back, retreating to her previous position. You possess remarkable abilities. We would be honored to have you as our dedicated healer. Zhou Wei's voice resonated from behind, underscoring his regard for Huang Shui. Despite her lack of conventional beauty and an unremarkable physique, her healing powers were a rare treasure. He beckoned her to approach. First, attend to this person's wounds. You can assist this gentleman over here. Obediently, Huang Shui moved to the side of Qianlei, acting as his support, alongside Wu Yu, as they followed a subordinate to another location. As the others departed, including Zhou Xiaoqing, only Yang Yan remained, standing alone in the same spot. Initially reveling in her restored beauty, a sudden realization struck her, and she froze, her back to Zhou Wei. Just then, his eager voice pierced through her thoughts like a death knell. As for you, tonight, you shall keep me company. Days later, as she sped down the highway on a pink motorcycle, water balloons tethered behind her, Xiyun finally caught sight of the service station's outline, exhaling a sigh of relief. After several days of rough living outdoors, subsisting on nothing but self-heating rice and hot pot, she couldn't deny that the fish-flavored shredded pork was quite delectable. Trapped within the water balloon, Xing Xiao would reach out with her claws whenever she saw Xiyun eating, drooling, and baring her teeth. It was surprisingly endearing. To err on the side of caution, Xiyun refrained from recklessly speeding ahead. Instead, she employed her mental acuity to survey the area. Discovering that the intersection ahead was guarded, it appeared that the sentinels were armed with an array of lethal weapons. Tightening her grip on the motorcycle, a flicker of red flashed in her eyes. A notion of robbery crossed her mind, as her current supplies lacked firearms. She was hindered by a lack of funds, no means of acquisition, and had been preoccupied with stockpiling resources, neglecting to peruse the police station for potential opportunities. The more she pondered the feasibility of robbery, the less she noticed the intense pressure her fleeting crimson aura exerted on Xing Xiao. In that instant, Xing Xiao sensed an overwhelming dread emanating from Xiyun. Curling up in her balloon, paralyzed with fear, terrified that Xiyun might turn her attention towards her. Observing the occupied service station from a distance, it appeared desolate, lacking the cleanliness of yore, completely shrouded in dust and withered branches. The buildings seemed in a state of ruin, their neglected exteriors bearing traces of moss growth, while the interior light flickered weakly and erratically. Traversing the corridor evoked the sensation of wandering through a haunted house, where chaos and decay were evident, a clear indication of the wanton destruction wrought by marauders. Even the ancient wallpaper clung to the walls in tatters, strewn across the floor, and the rooms that had been invaded lay cluttered with discarded refuse. This place no longer resembled a safe haven for rest. Rather, it felt like a hellish realm cloaked in tatters. Her mental prowess penetrated the walls, revealing a dimly lit basement where nearly 20 women were imprisoned, their conditions appalling. Each bore the marks of severe mistreatment, far surpassing the cruelty inflicted by any previous tormentors. Their bodies were marred with wounds, devoid of unscathed flesh, and their expressions were vacuous, stripped of vitality. Though her heart ached to continue observing, the current state of the world dictated that if one did not rise to resist, no one would extend a helping hand. Without the means to defend oneself, one could only be tossed about like a mere plaything, rendering death a more appealing alternative. Redirecting her mental energy to the adjacent room, she found a group of powerless men, each blindfolded and bound, their frames gaunt from relentless torment. Further investigation into the next chamber revealed more men, yet these individuals seemed to have endured not only physical abuse, but also some form of humiliation. Retracting her powers, she feigned surprise, although internally she was already cursing. The malevolence exhibited by these individuals knew no bounds, as they wielded violence and utter inhumanity to dominate the service station, controlling those who had escaped the clutches of zombies but could not evade their poisonous grasp. The marauders left behind symbols of derision, contempt, and a grotesque distortion of humanity throughout the premises. Coupled with the plight of those confined in the basement, their savage and barbaric actions were appalling. It was as though, within these walls, fear of both zombies and thugs had become a normalized existence. Constantly fearing for one's life had become an integral part of the daily lives of the ordinary individuals imprisoned below. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 29. She aspires to be the leader. Xing Xiao, fortunate to have been abandoned by those individuals, would have met a similar fate had she remained with them. She gazed with sympathy at the balloon containing mushrooms. Meanwhile, at the corner ahead, Zhou Wei and others were perplexed. Although they had heard the sound of approaching vehicles, none had yet appeared. Just as he was about to peek out to investigate, a commotion arose ahead. The roar of motorcycles reverberated with palpable energy, prompting him to withdraw his head and excitedly watch as a pink motorcycle gradually came into view. With her helmet on, Xiyun didn't need to look closely to know where the riders were hiding, deliberately applying the brakes right in front of the row of spikes. Hey, she's just playing around. Isn't it infuriating? Xing Xiao may have been coerced by Xiyun. She sat obediently, leaning against Xiyun without any restraint. Dressed in a pristine outfit that concealed her battered form entirely, she wore a hood and a mask, leaving only her reddish eyes visible. Thus, as long as one did not approach Xing Xiao and catch a whiff of the stench of decay, she appeared to be a beautiful warrior adorned with colored contact lenses. With a sly smile, she beamed at Xing Xiao, gently patting her shoulder, albeit a bit too forcefully, as if afraid of breaking her arm. Her tone conveyed both trust and a hint of temptation. Xiao Xiao, it's your time to shine. If you perform well, I'll reward you with an entire chicken. How does that sound? Rest assured, she was confident that, regardless of the reward, Xing Xiao would accomplish the task flawlessly. Do refrain from making noise. After all, it took considerable effort to make you look human, and your utterance would expose you. Wasn't she supposed to be mute? Before becoming a zombie, she had never spoken. How could she turn into a chatterbox now? It was perplexing how Xiyun had the audacity to label Xing Xiao as loquacious when she herself was the most talkative. In her past life, she could only listen to Jiang Heian's incessant chatter, and upon her rebirth, she certainly had to make up for lost time. Finally, the impatient Zhou Wei and his companions emerged, clad in the tattered garments scavenged from the service station, dirty and stained with dried blood. A dozen or so individuals rushed forward, encircling them, brandishing an assortment of knives and clubs, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent as they gazed at Xiyun and Xing Xiao. Among the onlookers stood only two, Zhou Wei and Chen Neng, each clutching a firearm that made Xiyun's palms itch. She had only wielded such weapons in games and was curious about their real-world heft. I thought you would wait for Xiao Xiao to come looking for you before showing yourselves. I'm surprised by your eagerness to step forward, Xiyun remarked, stifling Zhou Wei's retort, causing his face to contort awkwardly as he struggled to find words. She had taken the initiative, dominating the atmosphere, and despite their numerical superiority, their passive response rendered them lacking in presence. Do not concern yourselves with whether we choose to reveal ourselves. You are currently surrounded by us. Be sensible and come with me. Otherwise, do not blame us for being harsh. The two figures appeared rather appealing, though their masks obscured their faces, leaving one to wonder if they could rival Yang Yan in beauty. Frowning darkly, Xiyun did not hide her disdain as she scrutinized them, unable to resist delivering a slap to Zhou Wei from a distance. With a resounding thud, Zhou Wei was sent sprawling to the ground, instinctively clutching his face in confusion as he lay on the asphalt, which reeked of tar. Boss, are you all right? Chen Neng quickly knelt to assist his fallen leader, astonished at the bewildering sight of Zhou Wei on the ground. At that moment, Chen Neng's mind was in turmoil. Who was he? Where was he? And how had his superior been struck down before his very eyes? It's nothing, just a slight pain in my face. Do you think it left a mark? Goodness. Is he seeing ghosts or what? With an indifferent flick of her eyelids, she noticed how everyone seemed eager to play the role of the big brother. Perhaps she should consider becoming a leader herself. Observing the two individuals in front of her rising, Xiyun feigned fear and hid behind Xing Xiao. Xiao, they want to bully you and steal your big chicken leg. Boo-hoo. The tone of her playful complaint was difficult to suppress, her throat feeling painfully constricted. It was evident she wasn't cut out for the sweet girl persona typical of the South. Just as she contemplated expressing her inner discontent with a few dismissive sounds, she recalled Xiyun's admonitions and turned her fury towards Zhou Wei and Chen Neng. Anyone who dared to covet her chicken leg could not be deemed a good person. Let them be devoured. It seemed they had no intention of surrendering peacefully, so they could not blame her for resorting to force against them. Taking a few steps to the side, they grinned maliciously at the two young women encircled by their comrades. If the girls were not going to cooperate, then they should not expect any mercy. Let the assault commence. The group of burly men surrounding them tightened their circle with mischievous grins at the ready. Xiao, can you handle these people? I'm so scared. You must protect your sister. Ugh. Oh my, how disgusting it was for her to realize she, too, had succumbed to the temptation of feigning vulnerability for the sake of convenience. With a singular focus on the imperative to protect her sister, Xing Xiao swiftly drew the baseball bat from her waist as the assailants began their advance. The clashing sounds of combat filled the air, the dull thuds of flesh striking flesh rendering Zhou Wei and Chen Neng utterly astonished. They had assumed she was merely a harmless little kitten, but to their surprise, she was a fierce wildcat, and now her claws were on display. Lacking true skill, they would struggle to subdue the two young women. Within 10 minutes, 3 or 4 from the encircling group lay incapacitated on the ground. Xiyun, beside her, remained shielded from the stench of blood. Otherwise, she might have been unable to restrain herself from launching a reckless attack. As the number of fallen comrades increased, Zhou Wei felt a growing sense of dread in his chest. Big brother, should we continue fighting? He noticed the distant figures of zombies shambling towards them. If they did not resolve this quickly, they risked inciting a minor zombie horde. Unexpectedly, a cold smile crept onto his face. What an impressive woman. If he could conquer her, it would be a remarkable achievement. I will distract the one who fights fiercely. You deal with the one with the sharp tongue. Don't let me down. Rest assured, big brother, I will capture her and deliver her clean to your room. Following the plan, Zhou Wei engaged Xing Xiao, both being fire elemental powers. As their intense battle gradually shifted from the highway, they burst through the guardrail, exchanging fire on the parched, yellowing grass. Both wielders of fire faced each other, launching a series of powerful fireballs that erupted into sparks, igniting the dry weeds in an instant. Zhou Wei swiftly leaped aside, avoiding the onslaught, as he spun midair and hurled 3 fiery blades towards Xing Xiao. Her evasive maneuvers were somewhat awkward, resulting in the hem of her trousers being ignited. Thus concluded this chapter. In the 30th chapter, the stakes were raised. She recalled Xiyun's promise of a reward, entirely disregarding the flames that rapidly crawled up to her knees. Instead, she diligently focused on harnessing her extraordinary powers to vanquish Zhou Wei. With the prospect of a whole chicken as a reward, her flames once again traced a resplendent arc before her, incinerating all flammable materials in their vicinity, transforming the entire meadow into charred soil. Zhou Wei was unyielding, his robust physique accelerating suddenly as the flames continued to blaze, depleting Xing Xiao's abilities at an alarming rate. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, yet the imposing scene failed to capture the attention of any passerby on the highway. Ultimately, it was Xing Xiao's slightly superior fireball that brought Zhou Wei crashing down onto the scorched earth, although the wounds sustained during the battle began to reopen at that moment. With Xiyun absent from her side, tendrils of blood coiled around Xing Xiao, the sight of fresh flesh so tantalizingly close. She gripped her own hand tightly, resolutely avoiding a glance at Zhou Wei, who lay incapacitated, fearing that the sight of his blood would compel her to pounce upon him with ravenous delight. Anxiously recalling that flames still flickered upon her, she hastily extinguished them, lamenting the state of her attire, now riddled with holes, particularly her trousers, which were nearly reduced to mere undergarments. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on the highway as Chun Nong, accompanied by the remaining members, encircled the solitary Xiyun. Without that formidable woman, it would be prudent for her to surrender swiftly lest she endure some flesh wounds. Humph, you think you can make me yield? You lack the capability, she retorted, her deliberately softened voice and feigned innocence confounding Chun Nang's judgment. You'll soon discover just how capable I am. Xiyun pretended to be terrified, clutching her clothing nervously as she gazed at the approaching adversaries. In the fleeting moment of lowering her gaze, a cold smirk crept across her lips. Observing her seemingly helpless demeanor, Chun Nang confidently beckoned his companions to advance. 2 burly men approached her from either side, perhaps fearing that excessive force might harm Xiyun. Both resolved to control her with a single hand. Their large, calloused palms reached out, but she deftly sidestepped, inadvertently tripping on her own feet. The first escape was a stroke of luck, the second, mere coincidence. However, when Xiyun evaded for the 3rd time like a slippery eel, Chun Nang's attention was piqued. His furrowed brow reflected dissatisfaction. 2 men failed to capture a seemingly frail woman. Once or twice could be excused, but 3 or 4 failures suggested either their inadequacy or her cunning. Enough of this. Let's all go, he commanded. The group surged forward, casting scornful glances at the 2 men who had been outmaneuvered by Xiyun, as if to say, 2 grown men cannot even catch a single woman. What a disgrace. A group of burly men seized a delicate woman, unbothered by the potential ridicule their shameful actions might provoke. Although they feigned weakness, Xiyun transformed from her previously meek demeanor, her gaze sharp and resolute. With unwavering courage, she struck back, swiftly incapacitating the foremost assailant with a punch that echoed the sound of breaking ribs. Observing this, Chun Nang could hardly believe his eyes. How could this seemingly delicate girl, who only moments before appeared to be a mere damsel in distress, suddenly embody the strength of a formidable fighter? The onlookers were taken aback by her prowess. She stood alone. Yet they were urged to advance, for a handsome reward awaited whoever could capture her. With the promise of bounty stirring their courage, the others brandished their weapons and charged at Xiyun, rallying themselves with shouts. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Please don't chase or hit me. You're bullying me, Xiyun cried, swinging her sword amidst the throng. Chun Nang, exasperated, mused silently. Who is truly bullying whom here? As he deflected a surprise attack from behind, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor, calling out, Stop hitting me. I've made a mistake. Can't we just settle this? I'll return with you. Hearing her shameless cries, Chun Nang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Must you display such a cold facade while whining? And for heaven's sake, can't you temper your blows? Do you not see their limbs are nearly severed? Clearly, the men were bewildered by Xiyun's unexpected resilience. At that moment, Chun Nang suddenly unleashed a psychic attack, isolating Xiyun from the fray. Her good spirits dampened, she remarked with a hint of disappointment. Ah, so you are also a psychic. However, your abilities seem rather lacking. Her tone was innocently playful, yet her cold, piercing gaze revealed her disdain, which Chun Nang perceived with clarity. Momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure. Even if her powers were inferior, they surpassed his own, having injured many of his comrades. She would pay with her life. Clapping her hands with a smile that belied her brewing wrath, Xiyun meticulously cleaned her sword before sheathing it. Approaching her motorcycle, she retrieved a spiked club, an upgraded version of a baseball bat, its potency known to those who wielded it. Come now. Let me witness your strength, and see if you can take my life to compensate for your pathetic subordinates, she challenged boldly. With a bravado that suggested invincibility, Chen Neng, along with his remaining 4 subordinates, launched another fierce assault against her. Suddenly, spikes of earth erupted beneath them. After executing several agile flips to evade the onslaught, he landed firmly and raised his spiked club, striking the ground. Roots thicker than the spikes burst forth, obliterating the protruding shards of earth, before swiftly retreating back into the ground, only to resurface beneath Chen Neng once more. Countless roots entwined around Chen Neng's body, binding him like a mummy, leaving only his head exposed. You think you can take my life? Such meager strength is no match for me. I could easily handle this with one hand. I expected more from you, but your weakness is truly astonishing. I wonder how you became the leader of these people. The other 4 were not spared by Xiyun, as the rising roots pierced through their bodies without a single drop of blood spilling. A closer inspection would reveal that the roots were voraciously consuming them. And as their master, Xiyun sensed the excitement emanating from them. The roots that ensnared Chen Neng began to stir, stealthily sprouting tiny spikes that pricked his exposed skin, delighting in the feast of his blood. Let me go, or my brother will not spare you. Witnessing his companions perish at the hands of this fearsome woman, Chen Neng instinctively began to tremble. Chapter 31. The delivery person arrives. He should have realized that the woman before him was far from the delicate and helpless figure they had imagined, merely a spoiled child. Yet, it was too late to voice such thoughts. Who could have predicted they would encounter such formidable resistance today? Not only had they lost numerous underlings, but now even their own lives were in jeopardy. Just then, Xing Xiao, having concluded her battle, returned, her charred clothing covering her face, dragging the battered Zhou Wei behind her. Well done. Your reward is waiting in the back of the car. Go help yourself. Upon hearing of the reward, Xing Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she callously discarded the lifeless Zhou Wei, rushing towards the rear of the vehicle clad in her singed, foul-smelling undergarments. Bending down to sniff around the rear, she discovered a transparent box on the ground, devoid of a lid. She plopped down and began to devour the chicken within. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei, sprawled on the ground, found himself dazedly gazing at the sight of Xing Xiao feasting on the chicken. His blurred vision suddenly sharpened as he recognized her. She is a zombie. She is a zombie. The realization struck him that she was not only a zombie, but one with supernatural abilities. You too are a zombie, aren't you? The thought crossed his mind, as he considered that if she could tame a zombie, she must also be formidable herself. Xiyun, having returned, detested being labeled a zombie. With a cold expression, she directed her gaze at the petrified Zhou Wei. Enough of your nonsense. I am a pure human, unlike you, who cannot even fend off a zombie. Get lost. If you become a nuisance, I might just hand you over to Xiao Xiao. Perhaps she could make use of you. The unsettling sound of Xing Xiao gnawing on bones echoed in Zhou Wei's ears, causing him to cower. Xiyun was equally surprised by how quickly he succumbed. After all, he was supposed to be a domineering figure, a notorious bully. He shouldn't appear so spineless. Don't worry. You're far too hefty for me to keep. I'll let Xiao Xiao have you. I wouldn't want her to suffer a stomachache from eating you, as that might affect the core in her head. As Xiyun reveled in her amusement, a throng of individuals emerged from the distant service station, each visage marred by a hint of ferocity as they hastened towards her. Xiyun manipulated the roots of the trees, drawing Chen Neng and Zhou Wei close to her, while the drained figures were carelessly discarded. As the ominous group approached, Xiyun commanded the roots to siphon Chen Neng's blood, constricting around him like a serpent, suffocating him with each shallow breath, diminishing his space for survival. You vile wretch, release them at once, or I shall dispatch you with a single shot. The lead figure, Feng Yongyu, bore a face of brutishness and, as the second in command, possessed the audacity to threaten, especially as he wielded a rocket launcher at that moment. Zhang Kuang, the fourth in command, also aimed his weapon at her, his narrow, calculating eyes glinting in unison with the cold steel of his firearm. Initially elated by the prospect of acquiring 2 weapons, Xiyun's interest peaked upon glimpsing the rocket launcher, igniting a desire to experiment with it, an experience she had yet to encounter in any game. If you wish to keep those 2, then by all means, trade them for your weapon. If she could exchange the duo for a chance to play with the rocket launcher, it would be a worthwhile bargain, perhaps even a profit. Zhang Kuang, noticing her covetous gaze upon the launcher, comprehended her intentions with self-assured clarity. He subtly nodded to Feng Yongyu, signaling agreement. Very well, but you must ensure their safety, otherwise I shall end your life this very moment. A trade for their release, how does that sound? Agreed, but no tricks. Feng Yongyu shot a disdainful glance at her. As Xiyun loosened her grip on the two, a single wooden spike remained poised behind them, ready to pierce should they dare defy her. In this tense standoff, Xiyun successfully acquired the empty rocket launcher, devoid of ammunition, leaving her expression devoid of joy, replaced instead by a morbid curiosity. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted around Qining and Zhou Wei, as wooden spikes surged from the ground, impaling them as if they were mere skewers. Wasting not a single drop of blood, Feng Yongyu, intent on provoking her, reached for Zhou Wei, only to be halted by Zhang Kuang. Narrowly avoiding entanglement with the serpent-like roots. You deceitful wretch. You promised to release them after giving you what you desired. Why then do you attack them? Oh. She elongated the syllable with a hint of indifference, her brow furrowed. Are you certain that I was the one who broke the promise first? A commanding gaze swept over Feng Yongyu, while a fraction of her attention lingered on the shifty-eyed Zhang Kuang, a figure to watch closely. In mere moments, Feng Yongyu found himself at a loss for words, as their initial insincerity rendered them culpable for the ensuing violence. Meanwhile, Xing Tianxiao, leisurely finishing her chicken, donned a fresh pair of trousers, her lips parting beneath her mask. Initially, I sought only your 2 firearms, but I have since changed my mind. Huh, you think you are the only one who can change your mind? Having slain our brothers, do they still dare to dream of leaving this place alive? The remaining 2 leaders, without needing to exchange glances, could easily discern each other's thoughts through their dangerously violent tones and expressions. A bounty of half a box of compressed biscuits and half a box of water awaited anyone who captured her. A full box of biscuits and 2 boxes of clean water for her demise. Upon hearing this reward, Chen Lei, who trailed behind, felt a stirring of ambition. He coveted these prizes. As Xiyun regarded the band of brigands that had surrounded them, emboldened by the substantial rewards offered by the 2 leaders, she gripped her spiked club tightly, turning her head with an expression that seemed to verbally scorn them. In an instant, Chen Lei, concealed within the throng, hurled a fruit knife towards her. Xiyun neither flinched nor dodged, instead using her power to intercept the knife, embedding it into the tree root and rendering it useless. An invisible psychic force coalesced in his silver needles, silently piercing Chen Lei's mind, causing him to recoil in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his head and emitting a harrowing scream. To seek a reward, one must possess the means to survive. Following this, Feng Yongyu commenced his assault, wielding a shield forged from gold-based abilities in his left hand and a large blade in his right, his flesh quivering as he ran. With Feng Yongyu leading the charge, the others received their cues and rushed forward en masse. Xiyun, undeterred, charged alongside the famished Xing Xiao. Xiao, if you wish to bite these foes, do so. If not, strike at their carotid arteries with your claws. She whispered, and with her newly donned trousers, she followed Xiyun closely, tearing into their foes with blood-soaked claws, enticing her to unleash her full strength in this fray. Not only did Xiyun contend with Feng Yongyu, but also with Zhang Kuang, who had joined the fray. This chapter concludes with them encircled, seeking a means of escape. Zhou Wei, their elder brother who led them to safety, and Qining, their companion, had been slain before Xiyun's eyes. Vengeance demanded that she be personally dealt with. Faced with their relentless assault, Xiyun remained resolute, responding to their attacks with calm precision while maneuvering herself toward the perimeter of the encirclement. Meanwhile, the situation with Xing Xiao remained manageable, though she had clawed transformed into zombies within minutes, joining her in the pursuit of their former comrades. As their numbers dwindled and their own turned into flesh-eating fiends, even the astute Zhang Kuang found himself unsettled, noticing their attention waver. Xiyun's spiked club swung with increasing ferocity, her retreat shifting into a counteroffensive, her formidable presence suffocating Feng Yongyu and Zhang Kuang. As they struggled to contend with Xiyun's relentless onslaught, terrifying roars echoed around them, rendering their bodies rigid with fear. Glancing about, they realized that a horde of zombies had gathered, unleashing spine-chilling screams as they clumsily yet swiftly vaulted over the barricades, charging toward them. All the living were engulfed by a wave of fear. Even Xiyun felt a tinge of uncertainty as he swiftly repelled Feng Yongyu and Zhang Kuang. The roots of the trees deftly ensnared the still-scratching Xing Xiao, and with a sudden rev of the motorcycle, they burst through the highway guardrail, whisking away the still exhilarated Xing Xiao. The horde of zombies roared as they charged towards those who could not escape, while Xiyun, having made his timely exit, was oblivious to what transpired next. Brother, let us not concern ourselves with these people any longer. We must leave quickly, as long as the Green Mountains remain. We need not fear the absence of firewood. It is only through survival that we can avenge our elder brother and comrades. He grasped Feng Yangyu, who was rushing forward. They had underestimated the situation. Fortunately, there were still brothers left behind at the service station. As long as they could return, vengeance was not out of reach. More and more individuals succumbed to the zombies' relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, Feng Yangyu followed Zhang Quad as they fought their way through the encirclement and boarded the vehicle that Zhou Wei and the others had driven to return to the service station. They had set up a spike trap for robbery far from the station. Although it appeared they were nearing it, several curves still lay between them. Leaving the scene of carnage on their vibrant pink motorcycle, they forcefully crashed through the wooden stakes blocking the entrance of the service station, driving straight into the lobby. The screeching sound of drifting and braking echoed as Xing Xiao, dazed and exhilarated, found herself airborne, a surreal sensation akin to being a kite. The lobby was thick with the acrid stench of gasoline mixed with the foul odor of decaying vegetables, and the floor was littered with debris. Even the ceramic tiles on the walls were cracked. The eye-catching pink vehicle halted in the lobby as a group of armed individuals charged in. Their faces twisted with malevolence as they scrutinized the two disheveled figures. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the living, Xing Xiao became irritable, muttering softly. Xiyun swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of her head, silencing her instantly. Who dares encroach upon our territory? Do you even know who our leader is? In response to the inquiries from these lesser adversaries, Xiyun shrugged, seemingly ignorant of the names of those they had dispatched. Speak. Who are you? Just as these minor antagonists were preparing to strike, another vehicle crashed into the scene, failing to stop and colliding with the wall. The minor foes were taken aback. A string of intruders had breached their domain, and if they did not resolve this swiftly, their own lives might be at stake. Leaning casually against the vehicle, they remarked, "Oh, these two are quite fortunate, having escaped from the clutches of over 100 zombies. Not bad, not bad." The disheveled pair tumbled from the vehicle. Their bodies smeared with repugnant zombie blood. They should consider themselves lucky to have only been splattered, without sustaining any injuries. What are you standing there for? Come and help me instead of just gawking. What good are you? Xiyun, who had been munching on a banana, tossed a raw chicken leg to Xing Xiao. Appearing as if she was ready to enjoy a spectacle, the on-looking younger brothers, dispelling their own concerns, hurried over with urgency. Boss, are you all right? Elder brother, what troubles have you encountered to be in such a state? One swift kick sent the younger brother tumbling, and he barked in frustration, demanding a clean outfit. Not only for himself, but also for the fourth brother. Hey, I'm going. Stop kicking, boss. He protested while gingerly retreating, nursing his sore back. It was evident that the boss's temper had intensified after their brief excursion. The two individuals, propped up by their younger companions, gazed upwards to witness the spectacle. Already indulging in spicy hot pot and a platter of raw meat. Though the selection of delicacies was limited, this was the perfect moment for some light-hearted entertainment. And a bowl of food would do no harm. Ah, you audacious wench, how fortuitous that you've come to me, without any effort on my part. To let you perish easily would be an affront to our fallen brother and comrades. The unsuspecting bystanders, upon overhearing that latter remark, cast disapproving glances at the leisurely diners. With a contented burp, having expended both energy and ability, it was time to replenish with something delectable. If feeling remorseful, then perhaps you ought to accompany them in their eternal rest. Look how benevolent she is. A family of brothers ought to remain together, and she, ever so selflessly, would bear the burden of sending them off to reunite. At that moment, the door to the upper room swung open, revealing Zhou Wei, who had met his untimely end at the hands of Xiyun, accompanied by the alluring and charming Yang Yin. As they descended the stairs, Zhou Wei regarded them with a hint of skepticism. Could this person truly replicate abilities? Uncertain, he resolved to observe further. Yang Yin, like a tendril of mist entwining Zhou Wei, spotted Xiyun, still radiant despite her lack of cosmetics, and felt a surge of animosity, yearning to claw at her face. Xiyun, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You truly are fortunate, escaping death at the gas station. Indeed, a calamity that persists through time. Redirecting her gaze from Zhou Wei, she focused on the ostentatious Yang Yin, who was now entangled with Chun Lei and Yi Wei Yuan, having successfully latched onto this grotesque figure, showcasing her formidable prowess. Gently caressing Xing Zhao's nape to soothe her agitation, it was evident that Yang Yin had a hand in persuading those around to abandon Xing Xiao. Your face has healed rather swiftly. Shall I bestow upon you another round of my beautification techniques to remedy your lack of eloquence, while also inspecting the unsightly object perched upon your neck? You, with such feeble combat prowess, you dare to provoke me? A derisive scoff escaped her lips as she rolled her eyes and shifted her focus. In comparison to Yang Yin, Her greater concern lay with the existence of two identical figures. Could they be twins? Or was there indeed an ability for replication at play? End of chapter. Chapter 33. A life for a life. You should have said so earlier. All right, is there truly no better way to communicate? Zhou Wei flirtatiously pinched the soft flesh at her waist, his tone deceptively casual, yet laced with a subtle warning. Yang Yan's expression momentarily froze before she quickly composed herself, responding with a playful huff, her demeanor shifting to one of cautious appeasement. Humph. Having observed Xiyun since her emergence, he first noticed her face, which was even more exquisite than Yang Yan's, then her entire being, the pink motorcycle, and the obedient Xing Xiao. It must be said that Zhou Wei is indeed quite different from the deceased, at least on the surface, appearing to be far more astute. The moment Feng Yangyu laid eyes on Zhou Wei, he was momentarily taken aback. However, as if a thought struck him, he promptly began to complain. Brother, this wretch caused Chen Ning's demise and led to the deaths of so many of our brethren on the highway. We cannot let her escape retribution. Brother, she is not to be underestimated. We must be cautious. He held back the two and roughly pushed away the entwined Yang Yan, disregarding whether she could maintain her balance as he descended. Yang Yan tumbled down the staircase, her head striking the railing, leaving a crimson mark on her forehead. The pain elicited a sharp intake of breath, and though resentment surged within her, she did not dare direct her ire towards Zhou Wei. Instead, Xiyun became the scapegoat. The young girl displayed remarkable courage, having ample provisions to sustain a zombie as her guardian, truly exhibiting extraordinary audacity. The food at the service station was scarce, with no surplus to squander. Yet, the woman before them not only had sustenance for herself, but could also spare a considerable amount of fresh meat for a zombie, proving she was not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. With a boldness that was truly commendable, she spoke plainly, eschewing subterfuge. If she had intentions, she would lay them bare. Her intellect may not have been sharp, but she was straightforward, ready to strike or engage in trade without pretense. Surprised by Xiyun's candor, Zhou Wei merely smiled in silence, inviting her to sit while casually pulling Yang Yan into his embrace as she stumbled back towards him. His yellowed, foul-smelling lips grazed her rounded earlobe, prompting an involuntary, suggestive sound from Yang Yan as her hands instinctively climbed onto Zhou Wei's shoulder. Little vixen, she murmured, brother. Xiyun turned her gaze away from the distasteful scene about to unfold, fearing that the spicy hot pot she had just consumed might resurface. Shivers ran down her spine. She was astonished to discover that beneath Zhou Wei's fearsome exterior lay an affinity for such intimate exchanges. Seated sideways in the vehicle, she ignored the amorous display of the two, and, while running her fingers through Xing Xiao's hair, skillfully fashioned a fishtail braid. Fortunately, Xing Xiao had retained some semblance of her appearance during battles, avoiding any damage to her hair from the zombies, though the viral infection had rendered her locks dry and lifeless. Young lady, because of you, I have lost numerous brethren and a brother with special abilities. How do you propose we settle this account? Leaning against Xing Xiao, she wrinkled her nose, returning to the vehicle as the scent was unbearable. According to her customs, it is only fair that a life be exchanged for a life. Such simplicity could have been conveyed earlier. Instead, a theatrical display was necessary. With a clap, I instructed the small fry to step aside and handed a chicken leg to Xing Xiao to satiate her hunger, for the tasks ahead would demand considerable strength, and I could not allow my little pet to go hungry. However, before we plunge into the fray, might you disclose the identity of the deceased? I find myself rather curious about the reasons behind it. This remains a secret, yet given your imminent demise, I fear not in revealing it to you. My brother Zhang Kuang possesses a unique ability. Indeed, it is a remarkable power, for Zhang Kuang wields both strength and the capacity to replicate. While his strength is openly displayed, the replication ability remains an unspoken understanding among the four brothers. Thoughtfully stroking my smooth chin, I glanced at Zhang Kuang. If he can replicate an identical doppelganger for others, surely he could create one for himself as well. How intriguing. But do you truly trust him? Believing that the brother before you is the genuine article? There is no need for your attempts at sowing discord. We brothers have forged a bond in prison that cannot be easily shaken by your mere words. With a nonchalant shrug, it appears I may have overstepped. Yet just moments ago, Zhang Kuang exhibited a fleeting peculiarity. Observing the unwavering belief in Zhang Kuang reflected in the expression and gaze of my counterpart, I pondered why I should speak out and risk inciting annoyance. Go. A single, succinct command rallied all the minions within the service station, encircling the leisurely Xiyun and the naive yet fierce Xing Xiao. Among these minions, there were several with common physical enhancement abilities, but those possessing elemental powers were few, remaining within a manageable scope. Assessing our odds, I meticulously plotted an escape route should we falter. and with a spirited pat on Xing Zhao's back, she responded with an encouraging cheer. The battle was imminent. Xiyun seized the initiative, her mace shattering the skull of the nearest minion with a force that sent the head flying. The explosion of brains and blood sent Yang Yinji, who was nestled in Zhou Wei's embrace, trembling in fright, stifling her scream for fear of Zhou Wei's reaction. Mirroring Xiyun's actions, Xing Zhao swung her club, crushing a skull and leaving it caved in, reduced to fragments. Bewildered, she stared at the unscathed head before her, perplexed as to why it had not flown away, nor had it produced the expected sanguine mess. Amidst her task of dispatching foes, Xiyun caught a glimpse of the puzzled Xing Zhao and, with a smile reminiscent of a caregiver, gently encouraged her. If you exert just a bit more strength, you will achieve it. There are plenty of targets before you. Take your time to practice and strive to master this skill soon. You can do it. Yes. If my sister believes I can, then I surely can. I must persevere. I cannot let my sister down after she painstakingly nurtured me with that large chicken leg. Xing Zhao suddenly unleashed her strength, wielding her bat to sweep away all those who dared to approach her and Xiyun. The two worked in tandem, relying solely on their physical prowess to dispatch a third of the minor adversaries. The remaining foes, intimidated by their brutal ferocity, retreated in terror, questioning which woman or young girl fought with such ruthless intensity. They were granted no opportunity to escape, as each strike either cracked skulls or sent heads flying like baseballs. Such a blood-soaked approach was more than even the powers of an ability user could withstand. Chapter complete. Chapter 34. Yang Yin is done for. Uncertain whether it was the tendency of villains to favor ambushes, Zhou Wei sat in his chair, a sinister smile curling upon his grotesque visage. A flame resembling a leopard lunged towards Xiyun's back, prompting Xing Zhao to instinctively shield her, unleashing her own flames, only to have them devoured by the fiery creature. Recognizing the peril Xing Zhao faced, Xiyun kicked her aside and sent a torrent of water surging forth, ensnaring the beast within its grasp. As water clashed with fire, the water proved superior, extinguishing the flames and enveloping the service station's hall in a dense white mist, shrouding the area in obscurity. Rising from the ground, Xing Zhao swiftly returned to Xiyun's side, gripping her bat tightly, resolutely guarding her. Xiyun expanded her mental reach, absorbing all situational awareness into her mind, quietly retrieving a sharp dagger from the void. Stay put. If anyone approaches, give them a whack, she whispered to Xing Zhao before moving with the grace of a leopard hunting in a secret jungle, using her mental enhancement to silently eliminate the minor adversaries blocking their path. Zhou Wei, clutching Yang Yin, abruptly stood, letting her fall heavily to the ground, while she crawled backward in muted rage. Once again, flames surged, forming a tidal wave that swept away the disorienting mist. Xing Zhao, employing cunning, lay on the ground, concealing herself beneath several corpses, unable to resist biting into one, thereby gaining a zombie ally. In contrast, Xiyun had vanished from the hall. Zhou Wei surveyed his surroundings, failing to catch a glimpse of her shadow. His bull-like eyes bulged slightly, his expression dark as he scanned every nook and cranny for a hiding spot, yet found no trace whatsoever. Suddenly, he turned, only to find Yang Yin, adorned with an ambiguous mark upon her neck, suspended by a tree root as thick as his wrist. Dangling in midair, she struggled to grasp the root with both hands, but it tightened around her. Her palms, though cut, bled not, and her flushed face was a testament to her suffocating plight, her eyes rolling back in despair. Witnessing Yang Yan's dire condition, Zhou Wei condescendingly hurled 2 blades of fire, but the damage inflicted upon the tree root was scarcely more than a scratch. If this root were to be severed by the flames of a level 1 ability user, I would truly be ashamed beyond measure, he remarked coolly, casting a glance at the dumbfounded Zhou Wei, clearly having struck a nerve. Based on her experience, she observed that aside from her spatial abilities, all her other powers remained at level 2, nearing level 3. The figure before her, Zhou Wei, had merely just reached level 1. What strength did he possess to contend with her? What do you intend to do? Was it not you who insisted on a life-for-a-life exchange? Why then? Do you turn the inquiry back upon me? As she spoke, she tightened her grip around Yang Yan's neck, and gradually, Yang Yan's struggles diminished until her breath ceased entirely. The root suddenly released its hold, causing Yang Yan to collapse onto the ground, her violent coughing echoing throughout the vast hall. Suddenly, a zombie, missing half of its head, lunged from the side and bit down on the still recovering Yang Yan. Blood gushed from the severed artery, steaming in the air, as her wide eyes reflected a mixture of despair and profound terror. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she turned towards the location of Xiyun, her gaze a tempest of jealousy and hatred, ultimately sealing her fate with a lingering glare of resentment towards Xiyun. Ah, your little paramour has perished. Innocently blinking, She casually pulled Xing Xiao to her side, both standing on the staircase, looking down at the unfolding drama in the hall from their elevated position. The once chaotic service station had transformed into a scene of carnage, rivers of blood flowing as several victims bitten by Xing Xiao had turned into zombies, now attacking their comrades, a truly captivating spectacle. This does not concern me. What must you do to spare us? Not granting a single glance to the soon-to-be zombified Yang Yin, she remained fixated on Xiyun. Pretending to be troubled, she spun in place twice, casting a pained look at Zhou Wei, whose expression had darkened ominously. Why should I spare you? You have not performed a single good deed, yet have committed numerous wrongs. Her deep-set eyes harbored a latent danger, while the hand concealed behind her back simmered with flames, waiting for the opportune moment, perhaps to carve a path to survival. Allow me to warn you. Do not engage in petty tricks. I am well aware of everything. As her words lingered in the air, Zhou Wei distinctly felt the flames in his palm extinguish abruptly, without any forewarning. Not only was Zhou Wei taken aback, but Feng Yangyu and Zhang Kuang, hiding nearby, were equally astonished, their pupils shaking in disbelief. They each silently pondered, how was this achieved? Seeing the trio's astonishment, Xiyun felt a sense of satisfaction and offered another well-intentioned reminder. If you do not swiftly consider how to escape, you too shall perish here. Though her voice and appearance exuded a soft and endearing quality to their ears, it resonated like a death knell, incessantly echoing around them. Amidst the growing chaos wrought by the zombies, the service station lay in ruins. The sounds of ongoing battles and roars inside attracted the nearby zombies, drawing them closer, and this collective movement caught the attention of even more zombies wandering from afar. Within the confines of the limited hall, Xiyun, who had long since stored her pink motorcycle within her spatial realm, manipulated the roots to lift her, and Xing shouted the second-floor corridor. Increasing numbers of minor characters were bitten and mutated into zombies, while the remaining few quickly huddled beside Zhou Wei and his companions, momentarily finding safety. Time flows slowly, and Zhou Wei's gaze sharpens as he raises his hand, conjuring a flame that separates the three of them from the others. Swiftly seizing the opportunity, he grabs the inconspicuous Zhang Kuang and dashes upstairs, with Feng Yangyu closely trailing behind. At that moment, even the dim-witted Feng Yangyu comprehends that if they do not hastily find refuge, escaping the horde of zombies below would be utterly impossible. Those abandoned by them are left before the flames, resigned to face their former companion's intimate approach, emitting a series of mournful echoes of their impending demise. The three brothers remain in a state of heightened tension as they ascend to the second floor, noticing that they are drawing closer to Xiyun, yet find themselves seemingly stagnating. A glance downward reveals their lower bodies ensnared by a tangle of roots, and in an instant, a feeling of despair rises from within, engulfing their hearts. Zhou Wei, rarely flustered, begins to panic, while Feng Yangyu is on the verge of frantic wails. Only Zhang Kuang remains composed, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of death, despite the surrounding zombies' frenzied howls. Xiyun on the second floor exhibits no fear, as if she were in her own arena. If you wish to escape, you must first seek my permission. Employing the same tactic used against Yi Weiyuan, she extracts Zhou Wei and Feng Yangyu's abilities, this time with more finesse, avoiding rendering them completely senseless. Stripped of their powers, who knows if they can preserve their lives? With that, she casts the two down to the second floor, where they crash onto several newly transformed zombies. Today's update comes early. Chapter 35. To play you to death exhausted, the two struggle to rise, their muscular frames not merely for show. Devoid of powers, they hastily grab bloodied sticks and knives from the ground. Drawing upon the hand-to-hand combat skills and brute strength honed in prison, they manage to fend off the newly minted zombies. Casually munching on a longan, Xiyun lazily lifts her gaze and notices more zombies approaching outside. Observing the two below, who are grappling to fend off the zombies, as well as the subdued Zhang Kuang, an amusing idea takes shape in her mind. Xing Xiao, let us go. The dazed Xing Xiao snaps off a duck leg with a crunch, blissfully nodding while clutching the fresh morsel, obediently trailing behind Xiyun. The roots safely escort the two out of the service station, and with a wave, an off-road vehicle appears before them, taking the driver's seat. Xiyun secures Xing Xiao in the back. The moment the engine roars to life, she swiftly binds the hands of the three brothers, tying the other end to the rear of the vehicle. As the vehicle accelerates steadily down the road, she employs her mental prowess to draw several lines of blood from the three, using their life essence to incite a massive horde of zombies, creating a relentless pursuit that resembles a marathon. On the dust-laden highway, a black off-road vehicle cruises at a steady pace, trailing behind three bloodied human figures acting as bait for the ravenous zombie army, which is less than 5 meters away, reeking and clawing as they chase Zhou Wei and his companions. Amidst the torment of both mind and body, Zhang Kuang was the first to succumb, half-dragged forward, leaving a trail of intermittent blood in his wake. The condition of the other two appeared dire as well. After less than 40 minutes, they both collapsed, adding 2 more streaks of crimson to the path. Stimulated by the scent of blood, the horde of zombies lunged at the trio, but each time, they came tantalizingly close yet failed to bite. The repeated failures to seize their prey enraged the ravenous undead, rendering them even more terrifying and oppressive. After a long drive, Xiyun sought a suitable place to rest. As the yellow sand swirled around, she had already helped Xingxiao out of the car. Engrossed in their merriment, they scarcely noticed the emergence of the golden yoke on the horizon. "Let us camp here tonight," she declared, casually tossing a small caravan from the corner of her space. Encircling themselves with a fence made of tree roots, binding the 3 disheveled individuals to it. Separated by the thick roots, the zombies could only savor the aroma, unable to partake in the feast, which was indeed a significant torment for the living dead. A campfire flickered to life in the clearing before the caravan, and marinated chicken was skewered at the edge. "Xiao Xiao, keep an eye on the chicken for me. I'll reward you with a goose later." Originally drooling at the thought of roasted chicken, Xing Zhao's eyes sparkled with promise, and she eagerly nodded in agreement, fixating her gaze on the cooking poultry. Seeing her earnest watch over the chicken, Xiyun felt reassured and retreated into the caravan for a snack, selecting some prepped beef to create a fragrant diced beef dish. While 1 person and 1 zombie toiled over dinner, the 3 bound by the roots were utterly exhausted, every inch of their bodies aching. Yet, this did not deter them from leaning against the root fence and, amidst the zombies' relentless banging and growling, they drifted off to sleep, their minds replaying the day's events. They had soared as eagles for so long, only to be blindsided by a rabbit. No, a perverse creature clad in a rabbit-esque skin. They could only hope that the relentless masquerader would grant them a swift end come morning, sparing them further torment. After a hearty dinner, Xiyun reclined in her chair, soaking in the beauty of the moonlit scenery, while Xingxiao was engaged in a struggle with a large goose. How splendid life was, filled with food, drink, play, and a beloved pet. Such a carefree existence amidst the apocalypse seemed to be hers alone. Gently ruffling Xingxiao's hair, she smiled. "Xiao Xiao, you enjoy your meal. I'm going to play outside for a bit." "Go ahead, sister. I'll keep a close watch on these 3 troublemakers," came the enthusiastic reply. Balancing on the root fence, she leaped down, using the scattered items in the space to separate the zombies. Engaging too many at once would surely exhaust her. Dividing the horde of about 20 zombies, she didn't need to deliberately attract their attention. The scent alone was enough to draw them toward her. In this routine training, she hardly needed to think while engaging in combat. Wielding her spiked club, she struck the zombies' heads with a rhythmic precision. Each blow was executed with an effortless accuracy, and as soon as the club was in motion, the zombies would be struck down, their heads bursting upon impact. With each kill, her agility and finesse in dispatching the undead grew, as she aimed to maximize efficiency and simplicity in her lethal strikes. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Xiyun had dispatched nearly 30 zombies, her training for the day drew to a close. Aside from the blood of the zombies that stained her, she was also covered in a layer of yellow sand. After concluding her head-blowing session, she returned to her RV to clean herself up and set up a sleeping tent for Xingxiao, finally allowing herself to rest inside the vehicle. Although Xingxiao no longer required sleep, she instinctively lay on the blanket, hands folded on her abdomen, and closed her eyes. The following day, a scene reminiscent of the previous one unfolded on the highway. The trio had surrendered to their fate, allowing the vehicle ahead to drag them along. Last night, Xiyun had slain nearly 100 zombies, yet this was merely a trifle in the face of the relentless horde, which remained unshaken. Noticing the trio's pitiful state, the driver callously released them, and without the support of the off-road vehicle, they collapsed to the ground. Within moments, they were engulfed by the undead. And in their final breaths, they felt nothing but a sense of liberation. The off-road vehicle drove away, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust before vanishing beyond the horizon. While the ravenous horde gradually dispersed, leaving behind 3 bloodied corpses scattered across the road. Meanwhile, in the service station, the survivors confined in the basement found a path to freedom. At the Zhuke base, a group of neatly dressed young men and women gathered around a man with a buzz cut, chattering animatedly. Ouyang Lin, employing his charmingly persistent demeanor, approached Jiang Han, his innocent eyes wide with anticipation. "Brother Jiang, how long has it been since we ventured out on a mission? Why not take a couple of tasks and explore a bit? Things are calm at the base now, and we have sufficient supplies. There's no rush for tasks. Right, Ian?" Upon hearing the name Ian, Jiang Han glanced at Ning Shuyu, who stood across from him in a flowing white dress that fluttered in the breeze. A sight that stirred a frown of dissatisfaction upon his face. "The starting point has been bound. I'll be using another account to retrieve my treasure. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. No need for your mourning. There is no need for anyone to make sacrifices, nor for you to don white to lament. Furthermore, I am not well acquainted with you. Do you have the audacity to call him Ian? Do you not understand the concept of manners? His unrelenting words struck Ning Shiyu's fragile frame, causing her to sway in the biting wind. Her delicate face turned pale, and her hands gripped the fabric of her dress tightly, turning white from the pressure. Tears began to well up, each droplet threatening to cascade down, as if she were a fragile being on the verge of disintegration. To whom are you putting on such a display? No one is bullying you, so do refrain from being an eyesore in my presence. After uttering these words, she rolled her eyes and stood up, not sparing a glance at the tearful Ning Shiyu. Brushing off her clothes as she made her way toward the mission center, Ouyang Lin decisively followed in her footsteps. He too harbored a dislike for Ning Shiyu, who, relying on her healing abilities, looked down on others within the base. While she possessed healing powers, they were not particularly formidable. She spent her days in the base, akin to a haughty peacock, and was utterly obnoxious. As the two brothers departed, Qin Xiu, who wore glasses and had been absorbed in playing with his fingers, quietly left as well, leaving Ning Shiyu shivering in the cold, fist clenched, standing dazed in her place. Ouyang Lin, reveling in her misfortune, approached Jiang Han, resting his hands behind his head and turning to face him while retreating. Brother Jiang, with such a woman interested in you, it seems you are destined for misfortune. With hands in his pockets, he disdainfully shot a glance at his troublesome brother, pondering whether he could articulate a coherent thought. If he encountered me, the unfortunate one would undoubtedly be the other party. Watching the overly confident Jiang Han, Ouyang Lin promptly interrupted his fervent declarations. No, 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 you truly do not comprehend. You will understand in due time. Qin Xiu, having restored his Rubik's Cube, removed his glasses and cast a sidelong glance, his pale complexion revealing his penchant for staying indoors. His implication was clear. Your future wife would be displeased with such a woman buzzing around her like a fly. And if she were unhappy, then you would find yourself in dire straits. Look, even the third brother understands you better. Therefore, for the sake of your future happiness, it would be wise to steer clear of Ning Shiyu. The brothers had said their piece. Whether Jiang Han could heed their advice rested solely on his own insight. Did he truly think me a fool? Ning Shiyu was clearly no simpleton. Moreover, in this day and age, who still yearned for a spouse, it seemed utterly fanciful. In this world overrun by zombies, where everyone labored tirelessly to survive another day, who possessed the time or energy to seek companionship? At that moment, the image of the enigmatic figure he had encountered in the city surfaced in his mind. He wondered where that mysterious individual hailed from, and whether he had any intention of recruiting followers. Ouyang Lin, with a mischievous glint in his eye, scrutinized his dreamy brother, and, in a display of camaraderie, beckoned Qin Xiu to join in the spectacle, mistakenly believing Jiang Han was simply infatuated. In truth, he was contemplating how to procure a big brother for himself, intending to cling to a powerful ally. The mission center of the base was located in what had once been a defunct sales office. The reception desk had been relocated to the left, now serving as the mission release platform, while the right side was furnished with sofas and tables. Sister Xiaowei, what missions do we have today? Ouyang Lin eagerly leaned over the counter, his puppy dog eyes fixated on the individual with her back to him. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Xiaowei turned, clutching a stack of documents, and adjusted her black-framed glasses perched on her nose bridge. Are you all preparing to accept a mission? Yes, indeed. It took quite some persuasion for Brother Jiang to agree to take on a mission. Ignoring the exuberant Ouyang Lin, she lifted her gaze to assess Jiang Han and Qin Xiu behind her, ultimately resting her eyes on Jiang Han. What prompted you to suddenly consider taking on a mission? Are you finding it uncomfortable to remain in the base for too long? There is no discomfort. It is merely that the base is rather dull. With some time at hand, it is an opportune moment to undertake tasks that could bolster our strength. A gaze imbued with subtle significance swept over Jiang Han as the documents were neatly arranged. He pushed open the small door at the back and emerged with a stack of red-covered folders, which he then audibly deposited onto the table. The task center has existed for a brief period. Thus, the number of assignments is limited. This stack before you comprises the entirety of available tasks. Feel free to select as you wish. At present, the base's resources are insufficiently developed. Most tasks are issued by the higher-ups due to a shortage of manpower. Completing these tasks yields corresponding rewards and points. Jiang Han approached the task documentation, which primarily consisted of simple assignments such as gathering supplies, locating missing survivors, and clearing the undead wandering around the base. The rewards and points are commensurate with the difficulty of the tasks. The more challenging the assignment, the greater the rewards and points. The rewards consist of essential supplies necessary for daily life, and individuals may request specific items as rewards, provided they align with the difficulty of the tasks undertaken. Points are tied to accommodation. As housing within the base is scarce, these points effectively serve as their rent. However, there is a notable exception. Those with special abilities may reside rent-free for 1 month. Let us proceed to eliminate the zombies outside. It would be wise to hone our skills before tackling more complicated tasks. For safety's sake, our current abilities are inadequate for venturing into the city. Accumulating experience by dispatching zombies will better ensure our safety and that of our companions when we later engage in city assignments. Ouyang Lin wished to voice an objection but reconsidered, realizing he lacked the confidence to enter the city, and thus acquiesced to Jiang Han's suggestion. Accepting a task to clear zombies. Very well, I wish you all good fortune. Mu Xiaowei recorded their information, offering a formulaic smile and a slight nod as she watched the trio depart the task center. Their off-road vehicle awaited outside, and upon accepting the task, they promptly boarded. Ouyang Lin assumed the role of driver once more, while Qin Xiu donned his glasses and resumed fiddling with a Rubik's Cube in the passenger seat. In the back, Jiang Han retrieved a pack of candies from his pocket, intending to indulge in a couple to alleviate the monotony of the ride. However, he was reminded of a past embarrassing incident involving candies and quietly sealed the partially opened pack back into his pocket. As the off-road vehicle left the base and traveled some distance, it turned towards the designated location, occasionally colliding with zombies that lunged forward or deliberately running over those caught off guard. After roughly 20 minutes of driving, Ouyang Lin finally slowed the vehicle, parking it several kilometers away from the base at the task site. The surroundings were barren, punctuated by a few decapitated trees jutting from the sandy ground, upon which several black scavenger birds perched, their pale eyes fixated on the newcomers, anticipating a feast. The scattered zombies lifted their heads, mechanically twisting their stiff necks, their milky eyes locked onto the unexpected source of sustenance. A guttural growl echoed through the air. Upon discovering sustenance, the zombies emitted a cacophony of shrill cries, seemingly beckoning their companions. Impatiently, the first of the undead lunged towards the trio, their exposed rib cages swinging wildly with each movement. This shocking scene overwhelmed Ouyang Lin, who could not suppress his nausea and clutched Qin Xiu's arm, beginning to retch. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 37. Do not procrastinate. Have you finished vomiting? If not, continue on the side and do not hinder the third one. He spoke these words with a hint of sarcasm before transitioning into a battle-ready state. Under the enhancement of his wind-based abilities, Jiang Han moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. The wind blades ruthlessly severed the heads of the zombies, and in no time, a plethora of lifeless bodies accumulated around him, a number that continued to rise. Once he regained his composure, Ouyang Lin patted Qin Xiu's arm, signaling that he was all right. You go ahead, I'll assist shortly. Obediently, Qin Xiu advanced to confront the encroaching zombies, unleashing frost-laden ice spikes that instantly transformed the nearest zombies into frozen statues, which then shattered into neatly aligned ice blocks, possessing a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Qin Xiu meticulously stacked the ice blocks, ensuring they fit together perfectly, rivaling the military precision of soldiers arranging tofu blocks. Observing his friend's meticulousness, Ouyang Lin shook his head and approached Jiang Han, where golden energy coalesced into a formidable hammer, delivering powerful blows. Amidst the heap of corpses, the rancid stench of decay invaded their nostrils, and the most sensitive among them, Ouyang Lin, found himself retching after striking down another zombie. It's nearly done. Let us return to submit our task. They surveyed their 2-hour effort, the mound of bodies they had accumulated, and the pooling blackened blood that had accumulated. Their powers were depleted, and only sheer physical endurance remained, making it unwise to linger any longer. Upon returning, Jiang Han took the wheel, driving swiftly back to the base. Unlike Ouyang Lin, who enjoyed colliding with zombies for sport, they entered the base in a cloud of dust, proceeding through the routine inspection before heading straight to the task center. Reeking of the foul odor of zombies, they were akin to walking stink bombs. Even a short distance prompted passers-by to cover their noses and hasten away. Sister Xiaowei, we're back. Aware of their unkempt appearance, they refrained from leaning on the counter and stood at a respectful distance. In a display of professionalism, Mu Xiaowei suppressed her queasiness and inscribed completed beside the tasks they had undertaken, knowing that someone would come to verify their work. Any falsification would result in the forfeiture of the rewards and points accrued from this task, or a deduction in future assignments. In this moment, the only remaining area adorned with a few potted plants was the villa district. The off-road vehicle rolled into the villa area, halting before the innermost house where the three resided together, often retreating there for respite. Clad in a bathrobe, Jiang Han emerged with a towel, drying his buzz-cut hair as he descended the stairs, his footsteps echoing on the wooden floor as he made his way to the living room. Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu had already tidied up and were seated on the couch, engrossed in their game. The internet had long since vanished, leaving them with only offline single-player games to occupy their time. In the coming days, they would be tasked with the daunting responsibility of clearing out zombies. And they needed to be prepared, particularly you, so as not to regurgitate all over Lao San again. A damp towel was tossed onto Ouyang Lin's head, who then casually used it to dry his hair. I understand, Brother Jiang. You need not repeat yourself. I assure you I won't be sick tomorrow. As the game concluded, Ouyang Lin messily dried his hair, allowing the towel to drape over his head, and playfully leaned towards Jiang Han. Brother Jiang, a thought has suddenly crossed my mind. Do you remember the group of college students we rescued in the city? A disinterested glance was cast his way as Jiang, seemingly indifferent, lowered his gaze to fiddle with his internet-less phone. The memory of that group of college students had faded from his mind long ago. Disregarding Jiang Han's aloofness, Ouyang Lin let out a perplexed sigh. They are currently residing in the base, but unfortunately, one young man, severely injured, did not survive. Moreover, there was another mishap along the way, resulting in yet another fatality. Jiang Han displayed no emotional reaction to this news, continuing to manipulate his electronic device, switching from phone to tablet to sketch. Do you comprehend the nature of the mishap? The paintbrush in his hand continued its relentless motion as he remained engrossed, capturing the essential details without lifting his head. At that time, survivors from the city were sent to the base in 3 separate batches via different routes. The 2 batches that he and Li Xian were responsible for experienced no incidents and arrived safely. Only Gu Xian's group returned a day late, having encountered an unfortunate event along their path, though he had been preoccupied with a mission and had not inquired further. You might find this hard to believe, but in the city closest to our base, Gu Xian, in a desperate bid to escape from a group of ruthless pursuers, took the perilous risk of cutting through the city. This city had been cleared several times, posing a lower risk compared to other areas. Yet, traversing it while being chased was undeniably unwise. Listening patiently to Ouyang Lin's narrative, Jiang gleaned that a callous band of outlaws had seized control of a critical junction leading to the safe haven, equipped with a cache of firearms. Even Lao Wu and his crew dared not send anyone to confront them, especially since the outlaws had taken numerous hostages, making any rash moves exceedingly perilous. Given Lao Wu's disposition, it would not be surprising if, once the base was adequately organized, he sought to dispatch a force to eradicate this menace. That is indeed a valid point. Just yesterday, I encountered that loquacious girl again. She inquired about that sister of whom she speaks so highly, claiming her to be unparalleled. I had assumed that after the trauma of losing her companions, she would show little concern for those unconnected to her, yet upon seeing him, she immediately asked about that sister's whereabouts. The issue is, all my knowledge of that sister comes solely from her descriptions. I have never laid eyes on the actual person. So how could I possibly know where she is? To speak candidly is sufficient. Fate will naturally bring us together again. Sometimes, not knowing can indeed be a blessing. Gaze intently at one's artwork, carefully refining the details. Qin Xiu had arrived behind him unbeknownst, his eyes, concealed beneath the reflective lens, glimmering with a profound significance. Clearly, the figure depicted in the painting was a woman. He set down his hand that adjusted his glasses, which naturally fell upon Ouyang Lin's shoulder, prompting him to look up for a moment of eye contact. He discreetly cast a glance at the tablet, then swiftly diverted his gaze, turning back to his room. The ensuing details and secrets would be entrusted to the resilient and sturdy second brother to uncover. Indeed, with Qin Xiu's unintentional glance, Ouyang Lin instinctively followed his gaze to the tablet. Upon seeing the woman portrayed on the screen, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. Although only her eyes were visible, he could unequivocally ascertain that this was indeed a woman. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and such a pair, shimmering with brilliance, undoubtedly belonged to a beautiful young lady. Chapter conclusion. In this chapter, the painting features a remarkably poised and striking girl. Tall and straight, she dons a black windbreaker, her hat having fallen during battle. The half of her face that is revealed comes to life under Jiang Han's brush, exuding an innate, ethereal charm. Grasping a gleaming longsword, her dynamic movements radiate a formidable aura. Unfazed by the grotesque, odoriferous zombies surrounding her, she embodies the demeanor of a true leader. Upon reviewing the modified artwork, Jiang Han felt a twinge of regret. Although the painting bore a striking resemblance, it could not capture the breathtaking essence of the real person he had witnessed. Jiang Han, be forthright. Who is this enchanting figure? Startled by Ouyang Lin's sudden inquiry, he momentarily faltered, but soon regained his composure, resolutely brushing off the teasing Ouyang Lin. What business is it of yours? Instead of prattling, you ought to focus on cooking. If you manage to blow up the kitchen again tonight, you'll truly understand the challenges of the gym. Detecting the underlying threat in his tone and observing a gradual return to calm, even a hint of cold detachment. Ouyang Lin displayed an awkward expression, sheepishly touching his nose. Noting that he ceased his inquiries, Jiang Heian felt a wave of relief wash over him, and naturally, he put away the tablet and ascended to his room. After a while, he changed his clothes and came back down. However, he underestimated Ouyang Lin's insatiable curiosity. He enlisted Qin Xiu to assist with the cooking. Although Qin Xiu's culinary skills were hardly exceptional, they were certainly superior to his own. You should have seen the expression he wore, as if he were cherishing a treasure. I've never seen him paint a woman other than his mother. So there must be something more to this. Ouyang Lin, relishing the gossip, animatedly shared his speculations with Qin Xiu, who was diligently slicing potatoes. Utterly oblivious to Jiang Heian's presence. The more he spoke, the more absurd his claims became. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Heian forcefully slapped Ouyang Lin's back, causing him to collapse onto the ground, barely managing to brace himself to avoid hitting the floor, but splattering water all over himself in the process. Jiang Ge, what are you doing? Peeking cautiously at Jiang Heian's expression, Ouyang Lin noted the lack of emotion on his face, which filled him with dread. He silently lamented that he might not emerge from the gym unscathed, and he would likely need the third brother to rescue him. Grasping the nape of his neck like a misbehaving child, he forced a conciliatory smile, pleading for Jiang Heian to show him leniency. Having endured countless hardships, how could he possibly fabricate such tales? After releasing Ouyang Lin, who now sat on the ground, he cast a resentful glance at Jiang Heian. How could I be making things up? I was merely articulating my genuine feelings, foreseeing the emotional trajectory to come. How could that be considered mere fabrication? He recalled the time when she had assisted them at the city factory while Jiang Heian had been hidden away inside, thus unaware of her presence. Mentioning the city factory reminded Ouyang Lin of the incident, realizing that if not for someone's timely intervention, their escape would have been far more arduous. So it was a big shot who had helped them. Later, he had even inspected the remnants of the battle, noting that the force wielded by that individual far surpassed their own. Now that he understood, he resolved to refrain from uttering baseless nonsense. If he spent an additional 2 hours at the gym tonight, he would double the duration for any future missteps, with no chance to leave the base again. Ouyang Lin harbored a disdain for remaining at the base, preferring the thrill of slaying zombies outside. Thus, being confined felt akin to losing half his life. Frantically gesturing with regret, he pleaded, "No, had I known it was her, I would never have spoken out of turn, considering it was my first offense. Could we settle for just 1 hour?" 3 hours, came the retort. No, let's make it 2 hours. During their exchange, Qin Xiu had quietly prepared the vegetables, ready to commence cooking. After shooing away the lamenting Ouyang Lin and the silently observant Qin Xiu, he realized they needed to hone their culinary skills. Otherwise, in other locations, they would be reduced to gnawing on compressed biscuits. The Zhuke base was situated in a county far removed from the city, encircled by towering walls that defined a newly developed area as their stronghold. Although modest in size, it was well equipped. However, current conditions at the base were challenging, with many resources in short supply and power difficult to maintain. Yet, within these confines, the lives of the survivors could at least be safeguarded to the greatest extent possible. Early the next morning, Jiang Heian took the exhausted Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu on a mission to clear out zombies, planning to tackle one in the morning and another in the afternoon. With a weary expression, Ouyang Lin, feeling drained, drove the off-road vehicle out of the compound, forcing himself to greet a few uniformed brothers at the entrance with a semblance of enthusiasm. Today, they were headed to a nearby building complex for the cleanup, having traversed a stretch of desolate terrain before parking in front of a small supermarket. A few zombies trapped inside the supermarket heard the commotion and came rushing towards them, frantically pounding against the transparent glass doors still stained with blood. Upon encountering the zombie Ouyang Lin, excitement surged through him, sweeping away the unpleasant visage of the wretched creature. With a gleeful anticipation, he observed the undead at the door, refraining from displaying any grotesque expressions of hunger. "You handle this. I shall accompany Lao San to the side," he declared, disdainfully leaving behind the dog-like Ouyang Lin, and ventured with Qin Xiu to a nearby street lined with food stalls. This once bustling thoroughfare had succumbed to desolation and decay. Remnants of food lay strewn upon the ground, long since rotted and emanating a foul stench. Numerous zombies roamed aimlessly, mindlessly overturning tables and chairs, as well as crates once filled with fruit, while others ambled sluggishly along the street. This time, the trio had learned their lesson, donning durable clothing and protective gear, determined not to return home laden with filth. Within the base, resources were scarce, not only electricity but water as well, making it difficult to bathe. Thus they resolved to cherish every drop. Jiang Han and Qin Xiu stood resolutely at the entrance of the food street, each drawing forth their chosen weapons. Without a hint of hesitation, plunging into the fray. Their primary focus was to familiarize themselves with their weapons and abilities, ensuring they would not find themselves unprepared and in peril. The first zombie lunged at them, and Jiang Han boldly met the challenge, wielding his blade without resorting to his powers, cleanly severing the creature's head. After effortlessly dispatching 2 more zombies that approached, Qin Xiu followed suit, also opting not to use his abilities. Jiang Han's movements were fluid and exceptionally fierce, engaging in pure hand-to-hand combat to eliminate a wave of pursuing zombies. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lin, having dealt with the zombies in the supermarket, hastened to join Jiang Han and Qin Xiu in the lively food street. As the trio continued their relentless assault, their proficiency with their weapons grew increasingly formidable, transforming the scene into a chaotic melee, surrounded by an ever-growing horde of zombies. They showed no signs of retreat. Rather, they began to wield their abilities in a counteroffensive, seamlessly integrating their weapons with defensive maneuvers, carving out a path through the undead. Upon vanquishing the last zombie that lingered in the food street, the 3 stood amidst the remnants of their battle, grimy yet triumphant, catching their breath. They exchanged glances and shared a spontaneous smile. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. At the mist-laden creek, the outlines of a camper vanished entirely within the fog. Golden sunlight dispersed the thin veil of haze surrounding the camp. After completing their morning exercise, Xiyun joyfully sat on a small stool, relishing a simple bowl of spring noodles. By the creek, Xing Xiao crouched, confronting his reflection while gnawing on raw beef. And after finishing, he cupped water in his hands to rinse his mouth and wash his hands, displaying an admirable level of hygiene. Content after her meal, Xiyun let out a satisfied burp, holding her bowl and chopsticks in one hand, watching with pleasure as Xing Xiao tidied up. Xiao Xiao, have you cleaned up? It's getting late. We should be on our way. Hee. Coming, don't rush me. The pink motorcycle roared back to life, yet Xing Xiao, in a fit of petulance, refused to board. She gestured animatedly at Xiyun, insisting she wished to fly a kite. However, Xiyun, pressed for time, was not inclined to indulge her whims. Whether she liked it or not, she would have to take the ride. Despite the unpleasantness of the situation, Xiyun was resolute, determined not to allow any misuse of her extraordinary abilities for frivolous pursuits. With a firm hand, she secured Xing Xiao to the back seat, employing a mix of gentle persuasion and more forceful measures. If Xing Xiao refused to take the initiative, she would be made to accept the situation passively. Who would coddle her? Noticing an unusual expression on Xiyun's face, Xing Xiao wisely chose to concede, settling quietly in the rear, not daring to move. The pink motorcycle left a vivid trail on the highway, which had evidently been cleared. Otherwise, Xiyun would not have dared to accelerate to such speeds. At noon, the pink motorcycle approached a critical intersection on the route to the city and the Zhuke base. Just before reaching the crossroads, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. Activating her powers, she sensed an atmosphere ahead that was decidedly peculiar. Although no traps were detected, the silence was unsettling. A significant number of people were present, hiding amidst the buildings flanking the intersection. Yet, in this stark and defenseless space, the absence of any zombies was disconcerting. This anomaly compelled her to slam on the brakes, causing Xing Xiao, unable to brace herself, to collide with her back and awkwardly misalign her nose. The motorcycle's tires emitted a plume of orange smoke as she scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, dart gun barrels emerged, all aimed squarely at her and Xing Xiao. Maintaining her composure, she stepped off the bike, and a group of armed individuals revealed themselves. The leader wearing a smug expression as he aimed his weapon directly at her forehead. Indeed, a beauty, he remarked. Zhang Kuang was lying after all. Monkey. Seize her and take her back. Brother Zhu might reward us with an extra 2 compressed biscuits. His lewd gaze roamed over Xiyun, appraising her as if they had already captured her. With so many weapons trained on her and Xing Xiao, she knew she had to tread carefully. She grasped Xing Xiao, who was becoming increasingly agitated. She had no desire to accept the crystal core just yet. What did Zhang Kuang tell you about me? Xiyun inquired, her question anticipated, as Zhang Kuang had mentioned her in a tone that suggested she was a formidable creature. The man with a mole on his face grinned lewdly, offering no response. You either come with us now, or we'll break your legs and drag you along, he stated matter-of-factly. As for the zombie by your side, once you're with us, Monkey will take her far away before disposing of her. You won't be allowed to witness it. The man referred to as Monkey indeed had a simian appearance, clearly not a trustworthy character, and at that moment, he was scrutinizing her through tinted lenses. Internally rolling her eyes, she couldn't help but scoff at their overconfidence in having captured her, their words lacking in thought. The multitude of guns aimed at her was certainly intimidating, but if she truly wished to escape, these individuals would not be able to stop her. Your foolishness is truly boundless in its creativity. Let us see if you can truly capture me, she challenged, without granting them any opportunities. She swiftly utilized tree roots to bring them down, seizing several firearms in the process, which she stored away securely. The wounded wardy and monkey quickly regained their composure and began firing at her, rolling to take cover behind the motorcycle. However, the heavy bullets pierced through the vehicle's body. A stray shot grazed Xiyun's shoulder, causing her to instinctively use her powers to alleviate the pain. Once the discomfort subsided, she summoned tree roots to form an impenetrable wall in front of her and quickly inspected the motorcycle before fleeing with Xingxiao. When the assailants shattered the wall of roots with their gunfire, all they saw was the pink motorcycle disappearing into the distance. Frustrated, Monkey kicked the leg of a companion. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue. If we fail to catch her, we'll all be in trouble. The roaring motorcycle brigade pursued relentlessly behind them, and Xiyun gritted her teeth, accelerating further, though her tire had been deflated, and she was barely maintaining speed. The distance between them gradually diminished as she rounded a bend and caught sight of the city ahead, a forbidden realm teeming with zombies. Hey girl, you have a bit of cleverness. Ahead lies the city, filled with flesh-eating zombies. Why don't you stop and come back with us? You might just save your life. Wardy yelled from behind, his incessant taunts aggravating her. Distracted, she sent a shard of ice into his head, conserving her energy by only using a single ice needle. The motorcycle screeched against the ground amidst the cacophony of friction, signaling Wardy's fall, yet Monkey remained undeterred, even beginning to fire warning shots at Xiyun. If you keep running, don't blame me for shooting. Your life or death means little to me. I just need to bring you back. Ignoring his threats, she pressed on, unwilling to be caught by the pursuing motorcycles. If she could not evade them, she would plunge into the city, confident that they would not dare follow. As she neared the city's entrance, Monkey, in a fit of desperation, fired a shot that struck Xingxiao in the back, even piercing Xiyun's shoulder blade. Sensing the pungent scent of blood, Xingxiao realized she needed to distance herself, rationally patting Xiyun's back before jumping from the vehicle. Assuming he had killed Xingxiao, Monkey sped past with the motorcycle brigade, continuing to chase the injured Xiyun. With Xingxiao's departure, Xiyun bore the excruciating pain. Her cold gaze fixed firmly on the city ahead, utilizing her wood-based powers. She conjured a protective shell around herself and pushed her motorcycle to its limits for a final sprint. Unrelenting, Wardy resumed firing at her motorcycle. But his shots were skillfully aimed, hitting the tires and her protective shell. Chapter conclusion: The inescapable fate? As the last round of bullets was expended, they could only watch helplessly as Xiyun, on her smoking motorcycle, surged into the city, forcing them to halt abruptly. Damn it. She actually entered the city right under our noses. This will not bode well for us. The more he pondered, the angrier Monkey became, kicking over a companion's motorcycle and venting his frustrations with several more kicks. The others remained silent, knowing that kicking the motorcycle was preferable to taking out their anger on each other. What are you all staring at? Let us head back. The convoy once again set off, retracing its path, not forgetting to collect the fallen dead along the way. After all, an explanation was necessary upon returning. With the scent of blood clinging to her, Xiyun strolled through the streets, inciting the surrounding zombies into a frenzy. Countless undead surged forth from the decayed corners and collapsed structures, while numerous shadows gradually revealed their true forms. Unfazed, Xiyun continued her journey into the city. As she advanced, the streets were marred by grotesque bloodstains. Utilizing her abilities, she searched for a suitable place to halt, knowing her vehicle would not endure for long. Nor could it afford to crash into walls. Should she collide with a wall, the motorcycle would undoubtedly explode, taking her skyward in its fiery wake. The situation in the city was marginally better, yet expectations should remain tempered. It was merely a slight improvement, attributed to the presence of a Zhuge base nearby. With her injured arm dragging painfully, she navigated the zombie-infested streets, making every effort to avoid the debris from fallen buildings. She sought a discreet and secure basement to serve as a temporary refuge for her injuries. Given her current condition, she could not afford to be picky. Were it not for the gun and cannon wielded by that deceased monkey, along with the unseen forces backing it, she doubted her ability to resolve the situation. Otherwise, she would have unleashed a bloody massacre upon them, heralding the arrival of death itself. Xingxiao had also vanished without a trace. After nurturing the crystal core for so many days, its sudden disappearance was perplexing. Perhaps her recent streak of good fortune was being recalibrated, despite her inner grievances. Her focus remained intact as she maneuvered her smoking pink motorcycle through the ruins of the city, past shattered glass and demolished buildings. She drove into a hidden house nestled in an alley, a solitary two-story structure. The narrow path was littered with a few abandoned cars, their windows shattered. And within lay the bodies of those who had been bitten. Abandoning her motorcycle in the alley, she found the front door of the small building securely locked. With no other option, she scaled the wall into the yard, where two aged zombies, likely the former inhabitants, awaited. Gritting her teeth against the pain from the gunshot wound in her left shoulder and the abrasions on her right arm, she hastened indoors, dispatching the two advancing zombies with swift precision, before casting their lifeless bodies aside with a root. Having completed this grim task, her body protested vehemently. The excessive loss of blood left her lightheaded. Summoning her remaining strength, she made her way to the kitchen, lifting the carpet to reveal the entrance to the basement. Flinging open the cover, she darted inside, employing her powers to restore the carpet to its original state. Inside the small building, tranquility returned, albeit tinged with a faint scent of blood that beckoned nearby zombies to investigate. The basement was shrouded in darkness. Reinforcing the entrance with roots, she then retrieved her flashlight, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the basement's full extent. Before switching on the light, the atmosphere had been ominous and foreboding. Now, with clarity, she noted the moldy traces on the walls, and the corners were piled high with rotting, foul-smelling food. With little time to spare for cleaning, she merely tidied a small area for herself and set up a simple tent. The bleeding from her right arm had ceased, yet a penetrating wound on her shoulder continued to ooze blood, thoroughly soaking her gray sleeve. The bright light illuminated Xiyun's pale and solemn face as she retrieved medical supplies from the space, tearing the fabric of her shoulder with a sharp sound. Pulling away the cloth that clung to her wound, she pressed her lips tightly together, cold sweat trickling down. The pain was trivial compared to the agony of being sliced open previously. After treating her wound, she sat weakly on the ground, the air within the small tent heavy with the scent of blood. As she regained her composure, Xiyun suddenly straightened, mesmerized, as she unfolded the blood-stained white cloth, revealing dark crimson stains. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to express the complexity of her emotions. The bullet had passed through Xing Zhao's body and then into hers, carrying with it the zombie blood. Was she destined to succumb to the same fate? A self-deprecating smile crept onto her lips as she lay back in the tent, her gaze vacantly fixed on the chandelier within. After a long while, her unfocused stare began to sharpen, and her bright, piercing eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance. If she were to become a zombie, so be it. The thought of becoming a zombie had its advantages. At least she wouldn't have to skulk around like a rat. As long as she remained hidden and avoided capture, that would suffice. With this realization, the dark clouds and gloom that had overshadowed her began to dissipate, granting her a sense of clarity akin to seeing blue skies after a storm. Regardless, the day of transformation had yet to arrive. For now, she would embrace her role as a pitiful little mouse, nursing her wounds in this tortoiseshell-like basement. The following day, amidst a misty morning, Jiang Han, accompanied by a makeshift team, ventured into the city still shrouded in fog. Their group was met with throngs of terrifying zombies, leaving them with scant places to hide. With the car's sound muted to a whisper, they surveyed the utterly devastated city, its ruins resembling a mysterious mirage hiding countless monsters. The morning breeze stirred the plastic debris scattered on the ground, and from afar, a haunting wail echoed, sending a slight sting through everyone's eardrums. The vehicle halted outside a once bustling shopping mall, though the lively sounds within were not those of the living. It served as a target for their practice and a prime location to gather supplies. Surveying the surroundings, the group disembarked and approached the entrance, pushing open the obstructing doors and closing them behind them once everyone had entered. The wandering zombies, catching the scent of the living, broke free from the dust-covered shelves that had ensnared them, rushing towards the scattered food on the floor. A team of relative strangers stood frozen, watching the zombies charge toward them, each one seemingly plunged into silence. What were they dawdling for? Were they waiting to become fodder for the undead? The group murmured to themselves. Even a formidable leader could be rather unpalatable in speech. However, despite the complaints, there was no time to linger. Observing Jiang Han fearlessly quickening his pace, he swiftly drew the tang knife from his back. Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu promptly matched his stride, decisively joining the fray against the mindless zombies. Soon, others followed suit, unwilling to be outdone as they began to combat the relentless undead. Suddenly, several zombies leaped down from the second floor. Jiang Han quickly pulled his two companions to safety, evading the airborne antics of the zombies with remarkable agility. The zombies that crashed onto the hard floor contorted their bodies, crawling towards them, only to be swiftly dispatched by Ouyang Lin's blade, thus ending their undead existence. More zombies continued to perform their aerial stunts, yet the team adeptly dodged them, employing various weapons to comprehend the brief and unremarkable lives of the zombies. The mall was teeming with zombies. The 10-member team fought relentlessly for nearly 2 hours before only a few stragglers remained on the upper floor. Thanks to the collective effort of the team during the fierce battle, the tower clearance yielded a relatively safe and quiet space, abundant with supplies. They decided to escort those with spatial abilities to gather supplies, while leaving 2 members to guard the area, signaling any anomalies. Understood, they replied. The 10-member team swiftly dispersed into 2 smaller groups. Xiyun and his 3 companions trailed the spatial ability user to collect materials, while another strength and speed user remained at the entrance. The swift team soon filled their spatial storage with supplies, and the others' pockets and backpacks were bulging, ensuring they returned laden with goods. After successfully gathering supplies, Xiyun's group dealt with a few minor zombies surrounding their vehicle, efficiently starting the engine and departing the perilous location. The car navigated the familiar route out of the city, winding through twists and turns until they emerged onto a road with scarce zombie presence. Just as they were about to exit the city, a tremendous explosion erupted from the southeast direction. Lin, glancing in the rearview mirror, noticed Xiyun looking back and assumed he was concerned about something. He spoke cheerfully. It's probably just another underground pipeline explosion. There's no need to worry. Upon hearing this, Xiyun did not respond, merely retracting his gaze from the rear and closing his eyes to rest. Lin, feeling somewhat foolish, fell silent and continued driving out of the city. The explosion had occurred near the temporary residence of Xiyun, who had been lying in the basement for nearly 2 days due to injury. She could have utilized her wood or water abilities to heal her wounds, but she could only mend the superficial grazes from stray bullets, unable to treat the penetrating injury. She suspected that the wound might have carried an insurmountable zombie virus, which resulted in her developing a low fever and necessitating her prolonged rest. Little did she expect that upon venturing outside for fresh air today, she would encounter a Tier 2 zombie next door. Upon discovery, it was perched on the wall, tilting its head with a sinister grin, nearly inducing a frightful response from her. At that moment, it had not fully transformed, still possessing the essence of a living being, which rendered it alluring to the zombie. Noticing that Xiyun had spotted it, it leaped over the wall into her small courtyard, baring its teeth and emitting a series of guttural howls. During this time, Xiyun remained vigilant, observing it closely. Its claws appeared to have developed, and its movements were relatively swift and not overly stiff. This creature had evidently enjoyed a hearty diet, having transformed into a second-tier zombie before the onset of the perpetual day and night cycle. Quite the voracious eater indeed. The two stood in a silent standoff, neither making the first move, sizing each other up for quite some time. Growing impatient, Xiyun took the initiative, slithering around the second-tier zombie with the agility of a venomous serpent, awaiting its assault. Seeing her act, the zombie, displaying a modicum of intelligence, lunged at her, only to be deftly sidestepped by Xiyun, who seized the moment to counterattack. She adorned herself with armor fashioned from tree roots, bristling with sharp thorns, and retaliated with a powerful strike against the lunging zombie. True to its nature as a strength-based zombie, it hefted a stone bench from the courtyard and hurled it at Xiyun, who deftly evaded, causing the bench to shatter against the wall, scattering debris across the ground. Impressive strength, yet she was no slouch either. While she could not match the brute force of the strength-based zombie, her agility would assuredly grant her victory over a mere second-tier foe. Water crystallized into ice, transforming into a razor-sharp scythe that glimmered menacingly under the sunlight. She raised the scythe to cleave at the zombie's neck, but to her dismay, the blade merely grazed it, leaving its head still firmly attached. Infuriated by her audacity, the rotund zombie seized whatever was nearby, hurling it in her direction. Amidst this barrage, the scythe shattered, prompting Xiyun to abandon the icy weapon and engage in close combat with the hulking zombie. However, she found herself at a disadvantage. Repeatedly pushed back by its powerful fists, her back slamming against the ruins, causing her to cough up blood. Faced with a second-tier zombie, she might have managed without injury. But fate had other designs. As the drooling zombie advanced towards her, she grit her teeth against the pain from her wounds and rose to her feet. Once within striking distance, she swung her clenched fist down upon the zombie's skull, sending it crashing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Despite this, Xiyun remained on high alert, raising her fist once more to strike. The zombie attempted to defend itself with its claws, but it was unprepared for the ferocity of her blow, which obliterated its head. Its claws, deprived of support, fell helplessly, and Xiyun withdrew her bloodied fist from the gaping hole, clutching a crystal core the size of a pebble. Exhaling a breath of murky air, she rose to her feet, clutching her wounded hand. Indeed, in the most concealed of places, one often discovers unexpected treasures. Her ears twitched slightly as she turned her gaze towards the wall, where the zombies had gathered in a disconcerting throng. Releasing her grip, she shook her hands. An instinctive gesture to dissipate the pent-up fury that had been festering within her over the past few days. The corners of her bruised lips curled into a bloodthirsty and indifferent arc, and she made no effort to cleanse the grime on her hands. With a swift motion, she drew her sword and stood her ground, her left hand firmly clutching a dagger. The zombies, having scaled the wall, caught the scent of the blood oozing from her wound, their ferocity escalating to a savage frenzy. Unfazed by her injury, she dismissed the notion of becoming a zombie herself. After all, a little more infection might render her even stronger upon transformation. Fearlessly, she charged forward, her sword deftly severing the throats of zombies at a distance, while her dagger dealt with those that approached too closely. Each maneuver, executed with agility, was a flawless display of her combat prowess. As the horde grew more overwhelming, the struggle intensified. In a moment of dire peril, when a zombie grasped her, she twisted her body and stomped down hard on its skull, crushing it beneath her foot. A cacophony of crackling purple-black lightning enveloped her, and a violent explosion resonated throughout the area, leaving only the small structure, shielded by tree roots, standing resolutely amidst the ashes. The long sword that had accompanied her for some time was now reduced to merely its hilt in her grasp, her swaying form betraying her weakened state. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the smoke and debris from the explosion, she hastily retreated to the basement, mindful to obliterate the small building before losing consciousness. Chapter 42. Acceptance. The collapsed ruins completely entombed the entrance, and after much effort, she finally carved a path for herself, allowing her to rest in the basement and tend to her wounds. She dared not look in the mirror, fearing the reflection of those haunting red eyes that lingered in her memories, an inescapable nightmare. With a restless heart, she closed her eyes and, before she knew it, succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the laboratory, replete with the acrid scent of disinfectant. After this passage of time, the true apocalypse appeared to unveil itself, revealing the predatory fangs lurking beneath a veil. As the first rays of sunlight broke at dawn, the scorching heat cascaded over the desolate city, raising the temperature to a blistering 45 degrees Celsius or more. By midday, the air felt as though it were ablaze, suffocating in its intensity, and even as night fell, the temperature showed no signs of abating. The survivors within the base resembled fish drying on a grill, helplessly curled beneath makeshift shelters, finding solace in the shadows that offered an illusion of coolness. Outside the base, the world resembled a desert, with dust swirling in the air, while the once lush greenery had withered to the point of crumbling at a mere touch. Even the resilient wildlife that had managed to survive had vanished, leaving only the nocturnal zombies to roam the earth. The rivers and streams, once brimming with life, now appeared frail and on the verge of drying up, as clean water sources, already scarce, evaporated further under the relentless heat. The strange weather, could it possibly hold further surprises in store for us? Ouyang Lin, rendered as limp as a salted fish, sprawled on the floor like a husky, panting to dissipate the heat, while the other two fared little better, both clad only in shorts, seated on the floor. Worry serves no purpose. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. The virus is poised to eradicate the majority of ordinary individuals, leaving behind a scant few. Yet how many of these will succumb to the oppressive heat? The three brothers writhed on the floor, yet after a prolonged period, they realized the surface was as scorching as a griddle. Their rolling about merely transformed them into ingredients for a sizzling dish. Just as they were on the verge of dozing off, oblivious to the heat, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. None of the three wished to rise to answer it, but it was Qin Xiu, unfortunate enough to be nearest, who bore the brunt of Ouyang Lin's kick. Hurry up and see which fool dares to venture out in this weather. Upon opening the door, a wave of heat surged into the room, causing the two on the floor to leap up, yelping from the searing sensation. Standing at the threshold was Li Xian, nearly shedding a layer of skin from sun exposure, yet diligently dressed. Upon catching sight of Qin Xiu, he immediately bent down and slipped into the room, deftly shutting the door behind him. Brother Jiang, old Wu needs your assistance. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted palpably among the three, their gazes turning hostile as they braced themselves to hear more. In the city police armory, there remains a cache of weapons. Old Wu wants you to take a few trusted individuals to check if they're still there. If they are, we need to dispatch someone to retrieve them. If not, the situation could escalate severely. The other bases have been informed and are aware that a group has seized a substantial quantity of arms, seemingly amassing power to declare themselves sovereign. Rumor has it that the Baihu base has already faced deliberate provocations from these individuals, resulting in injuries to many, as well as the acquisition of nearby survivors and munitions. Understood. You return and let Old Wu arrange for personnel. We are fine on our end. Glancing outside, Li Xian was reluctant to rush out just yet, But the urgency of the situation compelled him to grit his teeth and take off. Once he was out of sight, the three remaining inside lay back on the sofa in silence. After a considerable time, they finally returned to their rooms to change their attire, preparing to venture out. Meanwhile, in the city, countless zombies seemed oblivious to the searing heat, congregating near the refuge of Xiyun. Like a rat in the shadows, Xiyun, enveloped in frost, transformed the entire basement into a cold storage due to her presence. A radiating chill emanated from beneath the ground, causing the amassed zombies above to linger reverently in the vicinity, yet they dared not approach her subterranean sanctuary, trapped in an icy cocoon like a sleeping beauty. As night fell, the ice shell melted, leaving a pool of water that was subsequently evaporated by the relentless heat. Emerging from the cocoon of ice, Xiyun felt an enigmatic healing of her shoulder wound, while the gathering zombies above gradually dispersed, drenched and aware of the peculiar changes within her body. She leaned against the damp wall of the basement, succumbing to a despair she was reluctant to confront. In the pitch-black cellar, she flicked on a flashlight, closed her eyes momentarily, and retrieved a small mirror, pressing it against her abdomen, hesitant to lift it for what felt like an eternity. Having steeled herself, with a flicker of hope lingering in her heart, she gazed into the mirror only to be met with the reflection of blood-red eyes. In that instant, the mirror shattered in her grasp. The shards cut into her palm, grayish blood trickling down, drop by drop, onto the moist ground. Numbly resting her head against the steamy wall, memories of a time spent as a normal human flooded her mind. Those moments were sufficient. Rising to her feet, she tentatively employed her abilities to heal her palm, feeling a sense of relief. Perhaps even the powers recognized her transformation into a zombie. So be it, Xiyun thought. Even if she had evaded the day of the virus outbreak, she could not escape this fate of transformation. Fortunately, her new appearance bore no stark difference from that of an ordinary person, unlike other zombies whose visages were grotesque, which was a small consolation. That night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Embracing her fate of becoming a zombie, Xiyun ventured out to hone her skills among her kind. She did not require fresh blood or flesh to augment her strength. She merely sought the crystalline cores nestled within the brains of her kin. If memory served her right, the sweltering heat of that day heralded the onset of the perpetual twilight. As this phenomenon commenced, the powers of her kind would rapidly amplify, akin to zombies absorbing the ethereal essence of moonlight. Consequently, the ranks of ordinary zombies would dwindle, as nearly all would ascend to a higher classification. Armed with her wolf-toothed club, Xiyun wreaked havoc across the city, while Jiang Han, assigned a mission, journeyed toward the city. The high daytime temperatures and blazing sun barred them from venturing outside, compelling them to wait until nightfall. Although the temperature remained elevated, the absence of the sun made it bearable. This outing found Jiang Han at the wheel, accompanied by Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu leading the way, followed by a similarly modified off-road vehicle carrying 5 trusted individuals from Laowu. Chapter 43. The underground third level. The path to the city lay shrouded in darkness, typically requiring a full day's journey. However, traveling at night would likely delay their arrival until the following evening. Given that they could not reach the city in one night, they needed to find a place to park and rest before the sun rose again, setting out once more under the cover of night. Yet, they were unprepared for the onset of perpetual twilight the next day, which kept the sky illuminated even into the night. It seemed that just as humans could work overtime, so too could the sun, willingly extending its hours. There was no time to lose. They must proceed without delay. The 5-member team, composed of Cui Wenjia, Yang Yunhe, Sun Yungang, Shen Lei, and El Yang, are all endowed with extraordinary abilities, meticulously selected by Old Wu. Before their departure, Old Wu had repeatedly urged them to hasten their journey and verify the circumstances. With the sun refusing to set, their patience was wearing thin. Jiang Han, seated in the vehicle, pondered for a long while before consenting to continue their trek. The tires of both vehicles were enveloped in a layer of mud to prevent them from melting under the sweltering heat. Yet, even so, they faced considerable difficulty in navigating the city. As they cautiously drove into the urban landscape, the group remained vigilant. Acutely aware that they were traversing a realm teeming with zombies, their sense of danger heightened. The off-road vehicles traversed the desolate streets, the sounds of their engines echoing ominously in the eerie atmosphere of the city. Unfazed by the heat, Xiyun lounged in the sun, wearing sunglasses, until the sound of the vehicles piqued her curiosity, prompting her to use her powers for detection. Upon realizing that the vehicles were operated by ordinary humans, her interest dwindled significantly, though she noted they were heading towards the city center, a place not easily breached by just anyone. Intrigued by the unfolding scene, Xiyun quickly gathered her belongings and followed the lead vehicles. At a certain point during their advance, Jiang Han sensed an almost imperceptible gaze upon them. a feeling that something was amiss. Particularly troubling was the increasing number of zombies beneath their tires. He could not ascertain whether this gaze was connected to the undead. But it remained a potential threat, neither friend nor foe. His expression tightened slightly, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gripped the steering wheel. His muscles taut with anticipation. Whether friend or foe, the truth would eventually surface, and he was in no rush to unearth it. The vehicles accelerated slightly, and those trailing behind began to pick up speed, including Xiyun, who hastened to keep pace. Through the windshield, Jiang Han could now discern the outlines of their destination, the core of the city, where the zombies congregated in alarming numbers. The closer they drew to the city center, the more chilling the sights became, revealing a landscape riddled with infected zombies and the remnants of those they had devoured. With an air of composure, Jiang Han guided them through this perilous zone, halting behind a dilapidated high-rise near the police station. The cacophony of zombie wails reverberated around them, fluctuating in proximity and making it difficult to pinpoint their exact location. The 8 members disembarked, fully equipped and trailing Jiang Han, who was designated as the team leader for this mission, a directive from Old Wu that mandated their obedience to his orders. Exercise caution upon entering. Do not presume invincibility. Should any mishap occur, do not expect my assistance, he stated, casting no further glance at the others before striding towards the police station alongside Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu. Although Cui Wenjie and the others were not intimately acquainted with him, they complied nonetheless. Jiang Han led his group into the police station. The once formidable steel door now lay shattered on the ground, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The 8 of them cautiously treaded upon the bloodstained floor, their hearts pounding as they ventured deeper into the precinct, their destination concealed within its walls and requiring a fair distance to reach. Suddenly, a zombie, its head grotesquely severed and clad in a police uniform adorned with a badge, emerged before them, emitting a haunting wail. Jiang Han, unwavering in his resolve, struck without hesitation, liberating the once valiant officer from his tormented existence. Blood splattered as the lifeless body thudded to the ground, drawing the attention of other zombies who surged toward Jiang Han. With a tang knife firmly grasped in his hand, Jiang Han engaged in a fierce battle, fending off the advancing horde, while his companions joined the fray. Their blood surged with adrenaline as they vanquished a dozen undead foes, their clothing drenched in sweat. Gazing at the police station's entrance, now a grotesque barricade of zombies, they observed them frantically kicking and clawing at the furniture obstructing their path, yearning to feast upon the living. Let us proceed. We can exit through the back door, Jiang Han declared, casting a steely glance at the ravenous zombies at the entrance, their cries echoing ominously throughout the precinct. Without further hesitation, the group ventured deeper inside, where the darkness flickered with intermittent lights. In the eerie atmosphere, the caged zombies clawed at the walls, desperate to grasp the passing 8, their forms remarkably intact, as if untouched by the ravages of their fate. The team pressed on, eventually halting before an unassuming storage room door. Jiang Han approached and pushed it open, the door creaking ominously. Inside, they found no lurking danger, allowing the 8 to enter with a sense of relief, carefully shutting the door behind them. They shifted the clutter in the corner, revealing a locked safe. Jiang Han, with practiced ease, entered the code, only to discover it contained nothing but a dark underground passage. After lowering a ladder, he took the lead, descending first. Meanwhile, Xiyun had positioned herself atop the police station, surveying the unfolding events below. Although she remained above, she was acutely aware of everything transpiring down there. Realizing they had descended underground, she immediately extended her mental acuity, locating their target ahead of time, the 3 levels of underground storage brimming with coveted munitions. In her possession were only a rocket launcher seized from Zhou Wei's group, along with a handful of rifles of unknown models pilfered from a band of marauding monkeys. The prospect of an entire 3 levels of weaponry below was tantalizing. Yet she knew that those aware of its existence and the soldiers clad in their conspicuous uniforms were committed to defending their homeland and carrying the weight of duty. She would not dare to claim their rightful arsenal for herself. The individual appeared somewhat familiar, though not entirely certain. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that, despite the sweltering heat, they were clad in heavy attire, with only their eyes visible. Were it not for the coolness of the underground, these individuals would likely have refrained from removing their facial masks. Chapter 44. Such a foolish individual must be protected by me. Xiyun focused her attention on Jiang Han. Observing him intently, the furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and she was taken aback by the unexpected encounter. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Han, memories of his self-detonation in her past life resurfaced. Despite being on the brink of death, he had offered her a smile, a display of foolishness she had never witnessed before. A cacophony of growls and roars erupted as more zombies congregated below, jolting Xiyun back to reality. witnessing the group of bumbling fools surrounded by the undead. She did not hesitate to descend. Alas, such a foolish individual requires my protection. Engaging in a soliloquy of self-adoration, she stealthily maneuvered behind the horde of zombies, casting out fresh, bloodied meat to divert the attention of the impending attackers. Jiang Han sensed the faint gaze that had previously lingered on him had vanished, leaving him puzzled. Yet he chose not to dwell on it, merely committing the occurrence to memory. Descending the staircase led to a dimly lit underground tunnel. Although no one else could enter, it was prudent to remain cautious in case of unforeseen circumstances. Uncertain of the situation outside, he proceeded with his group towards the armory. Finding it intact and fully stocked with weapons, they split up to inspect each level. But suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the chandeliers to flicker ominously. However, the tremor subsided shortly, leaving no trace of disturbance. Conduct a swift inventory check. Afterward, you all will return with reinforcements while I remain here to guard, he instructed. If the weapons were to be seized by others during their absence, it would spell disaster. Hurry back to fetch help. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. I'll stay with you. Old Three can accompany you. As for Cui Wenjia and the others, they may return, he continued, casting an irritated glance at Ouyang Lin, who seemed intent on remaining to slay zombies, using the excuse of companionship to justify his presence. Cui Wenjia, you five should head back. We will keep watch here, ensuring the weapons remain secure, he asserted. As the leader among the five, Cui Wenjia sought the consensus of his comrades. Brother Jiang, since you have spoken, we shall follow your command and swiftly return with assistance. Jiang Han nodded, securely fastening the armory door before leading them toward the surface. While he was uncertain about the safety underground, he suspected the surface was perilous. The earlier tremor was the result of Xiyun battling zombies. As she had become immersed in the fray, initially intending only to assist Jiang Han with these dangers, yet she had underestimated her own self-control. The garments adorning her form were torn asunder by the claws of the undead, while the wolf-toothed club in her grasp had entirely supplanted the sacrificed longsword. The black ichor of the zombies pooled beneath her feet, and the intensity of the battle ignited a crimson glow in her eyes, transforming her into a figure of true bloodlust. As the red hue manifested, the zombies recoiled in terror, turning away in fear, their stiff limbs awkwardly retreating from the territory she claimed. Stepping upon the carpet of lifeless bodies, Xiyun, wielding the dripping black-blooded club, evoked a chilling impression, as though she had just clawed her way out from the depths of hell. Encountering her cold-blooded, murderous gaze sent shivers racing up one's spine. A visceral dread that surged toward the crown of the head. Some dismembered corpses dangled from the rebar of the ruins, as if Xiyun had intentionally arranged them. The putrid intestines of the zombies swaying in the wind alongside them. With a casual yet elegant demeanor, she cleaned the wolf-toothed club against the backdrop of countless fallen foes. Striding toward the police station's entrance. Inside, silence reigned, and she adeptly sent forth her psychic abilities to probe the depths within. At that moment, Jiang Han, who was grasping a ladder to ascend, suddenly halted, sensing the familiar gaze that had returned. Xiyun stood at the threshold, tilting her head as she peered inside the police station. After a moment of contemplation, she chose not to venture further. In her current state, anyone who beheld her would surely deem her a monster. Shaking her head, she stepped back outside, returning to the rooftop to await the safe departure of those below before returning to the basement for a cleansing respite. After a considerable wait, Jiang Han and his group emerged, initially intending to exit through the back door, but the eerie stillness around them piqued their concern. 8 individuals exited the police station, expecting to be met with a scene of encircled zombies, yet were greeted instead by the sight of scattered remains and charred pits, unmistakably the aftermath of explosions. Ouyang Lin stood aghast at the spectacle. They had been inside for less than an hour. How could such devastation be wrought in such a brief span? Approaching the edge of a nearby pit, Jiang Han scooped a handful of the ashen earth. Bringing it close to his nose for inspection, it bore no scent of gunpowder. A sudden recollection of the massive pit outside the city factory surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of this one. Had a formidable presence also graced this place? The tremors he had felt earlier could very well be the result of a clash involving such a figure. With this thought, Jiang Han's mind began to race. If a powerful entity were nearby, it would be prudent to seek them out for acquaintance, ideally to forge an alliance. Perhaps these were the remnants left by other psychics in search of supplies. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies roamed elsewhere, they hastily departed the police station, escorting Cui Wenjia and his 5 companions to their vehicle, watching as it vanished from sight before turning to Jiang Han. Raising an eyebrow at the 2 brothers who had grown up in the same trousers, Jiang Han spoke not a word, merely disguising his own vehicle for concealment. Let us depart. We have not brought provisions, and it would be wise to procure something to sate our hunger. He initiated the turn, unperturbed about their accommodations at present. Nothing could be safer than residing in a warehouse. Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu followed suit, aware that a convenience store lay nearby, where they could likely find some sustenance. Though Ouyang Lin was known for his incessant chatter, "Jiang Ge, have you thought of something? Do share with us." He was certain that the boss was undoubtedly recalling the formidable figure depicted in the painting. After all, he had also inspected the remnants of the battle, which bore a striking resemblance to their current situation. Whatever came to his mind, the boss would surely have considered as well. Jiang Han, however, paid no heed to his words, leading Qin Xiu ahead. He sensed the watchful gaze observing them from the shadows, suggesting that their benefactor was still nearby. In a rather buoyant mood, Jiang Han found even the zombies stationed at the convenience store to be somewhat agreeable, though he knew they still had to be dealt with. A sudden attack from one of them would not bode well. Meanwhile, Xiyun, stationed on the top floor, observed their departure. With Jiang Han present, she could hardly feel at ease leaving this place. She quickly cleaned herself up and changed into fresh clothing. The stickiness on her skin was uncomfortable, and she preferred to be clean. She surmised that Jiang Han's decision was likely to wait for those preparing to leave to bring reinforcements. Had she known, she would have eavesdropped on their conversation. Unfortunately, she lacked the habit of snooping. End of chapter 45, midnight 12 o'clock under the blazing sun. One becomes almost oblivious to the passage of time. Were it not for her transformation into a zombie, she might have sought refuge underground to preserve her life. The three brothers below had scavenged half a box of instant noodles and some snacks from the convenience store, along with beverages. They could not carry much and had to take only what they could manage to the underground. Before descending, they cleared out the storage room, using discarded tables and chairs as firewood to prepare a simple meal of instant noodles. Xiyun sat on a chair, gazing at the spread before her: steamed pork ribs, boiled meat slices, and tenderly stewed trotters. Should she send some down to Jiang Han to support them? After much contemplation, she dismissed the idea of feeding them. She did not intend to reveal herself to Jiang Han. In their previous life, they had met in the cold confines of a laboratory, and in this life, Jiang Han did not yet know her. Suddenly appearing with food might raise suspicions of ill intent. It was better to wait for an opportunity to introduce herself before considering acts of kindness. Silently concealed on the top floor, she quietly embarked on her mission of gratitude. Although she could not openly offer supplies, she could discreetly place some unnoticeable resources outside, resolutely moving forward with her plan. She was relieved that the heat had not affected her in any unusual manner. Otherwise, even her desire to assist would have been futile. The covert feeding operation commenced. Anticipating that they would seek supplies at the convenience store, she took the initiative to place some convenient self-heating pots there. Additionally, she froze a prime cut of meat with ice, controlling the melting rate from a distance to ensure it would thaw just in time for them to retrieve it. Glancing at the moving hands of her watch, she noted it was already 10 o'clock at night, yet the sun still hung in the sky. Jiang Han and the others, hiding underground, were unaware of the changes occurring outside. Yet, as one of their kind, Xiyun had a profound understanding of the situation. At midnight, her abilities would undergo a transformation, and her crimson eyes would manifest, akin to a werewolf changing form on a full moon night. At this moment, she finds it increasingly difficult to control her powers, necessitating the slaughter of zombies to expend her abilities. Once her energy is sufficiently depleted to a manageable level, her crimson eyes will fade, and she will return to normalcy. The zombies at night are particularly formidable. Their abilities have undergone substantial enhancement, and her limit is merely to dispatch a few dozen in one night. As midnight approaches, to avoid causing trouble for those below, Xiyun departs from the precinct and ventures farther away. Sensing the absence of her gaze, Jiang Han feels a twinge of disappointment, yet reassures himself that perhaps the esteemed one has pressing matters to attend to and will soon return. "Brother Jiang, I believe the esteemed one has come to the city. I wonder what her purpose is. If she were heading to the base, she wouldn't need to come to the city." Ouyang Lin, slurping his noodles, bites off half of a marinated egg, articulating his speculations and queries, eager to witness the esteemed one with his own eyes. The other two, who prefer silence while eating, do not respond. Qin Xiu is unaware of who the esteemed one is, while Jiang Han is disinclined to engage with Ouyang Lin, undeterred by the lack of interest. Ouyang Lin finishes the remaining half of the marinated egg, his eyes fixed on the quietly consuming leader beside him. "Brother Jiang, you're not merely imagining the esteemed one, are you?" Though it may not align with her persona, there is indeed a chance for surprises. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han casts him a sidelong glance, contemplating that if it weren't for the disgrace of wasting food, he might have flipped Ouyang Lin's bowl onto his head. The door must be secured. Whether they can sleep soundly depends on whether it will withstand any forceful intrusion. With that said, he descends to the underground, preparing to find a place to rest, followed closely by Qin Xiu, while Ouyang Lin remains engrossed in his meal. TCH, the esteemed one will surely reveal herself one day, if she chooses not to speak. So be it. At the stroke of midnight, far from the police station, Xiyun transforms. Her crimson eyes imbue her with an alluring yet wild demeanor, while her nails resemble the fearsome protective claws worn by concubines in period dramas. Retaining a sliver of sanity, Xiyun rampages among her kin with a single swipe. She can rend ordinary zombies in half, and even those undergoing mutation will succumb to her ferocity after a few strikes. The bloody scenes of carnage unfold as foul black liquid rains down, transforming Xiyun into a creature akin to one that has just emerged from the mire. The remaining first-tier zombies, unable to be torn apart, are dispatched using her powers. Their anguished cries reverberate from afar, mingling with Xiyun's savage roars. As the bloody turmoil of midnight concludes, Xiyun stands alone amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, her hair matted against her face. Panting heavily as she emerges from the heap of bodies. Exhausted, she collapses to the ground, her body limp, though her powers remain within her. She lacks the strength to wield them. Using her spiked club as a makeshift cane, she crawls toward a cleaner area. Before long, the corpses began to emit a stench so foul that it could induce vomiting, and Xiyun found herself ensnared by the viscous blood, leaving her in a state of distress. Once she regained some strength, she hurriedly washed away the excess filth from her body with water and swiftly utilized the roots of nearby trees to escape the repugnant battlefield. Upon her return to the police station's top floor, she discovered that the three brothers below were already lying in a row, deep in slumber. After surveying the vicinity for a 10-mile radius, she confirmed that there were not many zombies left, allowing her to rest and recuperate with peace of mind. In recent days, she had become accustomed to the fluctuations in her abilities that followed her bouts of madness, so it was imperative for her to lie down and stabilize her increasingly active powers. The following day, the sounds of numerous vehicles echoed from below. Shortly thereafter, while Xiyun was still in repose, a series of gunshots rang in her ears, prompting her to unleash her abilities to assess the situation. It turned out that those individuals had returned with reinforcements. However, due to the sheer number of their vehicles, they had attracted quite a horde of zombies along the way. The spatial ability user responsible for transporting firearms evidently lacked sufficient space to accommodate the weapons stored in the underground facility, necessitating multiple trips to load the vehicles. Jiang Han and his companions shielded the spatial user to ensure his safety while they transported all the firearms to the cars, but the zombie horde was closing in. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies within the police station had struggled free and emerged. Jiang Han's keen senses alerted him to the impending danger sooner than the others. In a flash, he pushed Ouyang Lin aside and swiftly dispatched a zombie that had attempted to ambush them from behind. As dozens of others raised their sharp claws in a menacing display, the stinking bodies lunged towards Jiang Han and his companions, who remained composed in the face of these ferocious, bloodthirsty creatures. However, as the number of zombies multiplied and reinforcements continued to arrive, their escape became increasingly perilous. Caught in a situation where their strength alone could not overcome the overwhelming odds. Chapter 46. A word left unspoken that could not continue like this. Otherwise, none of them would escape, as they found themselves encircled by zombies. Even Jiang Han, usually so composed, could not help but feel a twinge of despair. The overwhelming number of zombies and their insufficient strength meant that even if they resorted to the firearms in their vehicle, it would only attract more zombies to attack them. Concealed atop the building, Xiyun wrapped herself tightly, revealing only her eyes, gripping her battle-hardened spiked club in one hand. Having resolved to assist, she decided to make her presence known. With agile movements, she quickly infiltrated the ranks of the approaching zombie horde, her nimble figure navigating effortlessly among them. A skill honed through her nightly training in dispatching zombies. With her spiked club, she executed a series of swift strikes, each zombie that fell into her grasp meeting a swift demise. Her speed was remarkable, as the battlefield seemed to cleave in two under her fierce onslaught. The boundary marked by the pile of zombie corpses. On one side lay Xiyun and the front yard of Dave's residence, while Jiang Han and his group defended the rear. Jiang Han unexpectedly discovered that the number of zombies behind had significantly diminished. Taking a moment to glance back, he saw the meticulously wrapped Xiyun amidst the horde, skillfully maneuvering her way through, slaying zombies with remarkable efficiency. He felt a surge of unexpected gratitude. However, while grateful for her assistance, he wielded his knife with renewed vigor, continuously intercepting the zombies that sought to ensnare them as prey. Despite the disparity in numbers, they tacitly coordinated their efforts, growing increasingly in sync. much to the astonishment of Jiang Heian and the others nearby. Leading his somewhat feeble team, Jiang Heian managed to dispatch all the nearby zombies, while Xiyun had nearly cleared her side. Just as he was about to approach her for a friendly exchange, he caught only a cold glance before she turned and departed without hesitation. Jiang Heian, who had instinctively reached out, found himself unable to utter a word. Left with only the sight of her disappearing figure, he awkwardly lowered his hand, pretending as though nothing had occurred, and descended the steps. Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu, observing from the sidelines, exchanged puzzled glances, sensing an unusual scent of gossip in the air. Although the number of surrounding zombies had diminished, and the reinforcements were swiftly dealt with by Xiyun, vigilance remained paramount. Shui Wenjia, who had come to escort them, was directing everyone to board the vehicles. The trio of Jiang Heian stood alert, scanning their surroundings, and noticed a distant group of zombies approaching. Seeing that others had boarded the vehicles, Jiang Heian quickly retreated with Ouyang Lin and Qin Xiu, finding their hidden off-road vehicle, thankfully unscathed. Once seated in the back, the sound of the engine starting was surprisingly pleasant. As they sped away from the center, the tension in their hearts finally easing. As the convoy drove under the blazing sun, accompanied by a horde of zombies bidding them farewell, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone as they safely exited the city. At that moment, they felt the promise of fortune following their narrow escape. Completely relaxed, Jiang Heian had overexerted his abilities, causing his mind to turn to mush. After a blinding flash, he succumbed to unconsciousness, slumping in the back seat. In a white, hazy expanse, Jiang Heian lay with vacant eyes, completely devoid of thought. Motionless as though lifeless, unable to close his eyes. After lying there for a considerable time, fatigue took over, and he finally shut his eyes. In that moment, his mind was flooded with images of Xiyun violently dispatching zombies. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself awake in his base home. Ouyang Lin's familiar silhouette coming into view, shortly followed by Qin Xiu, who entered with a bowl of warm porridge. For some inexplicable reason, he absurdly imagined Qin Xiu's backlit figure as that of a masked overlord and, almost instinctively, reached out towards him, only to be seized by Ouyang Lin. "Jiang, how are you feeling? Does your head hurt?" As Ouyang Lin spoke, the illusion that lingered before Jiang Heian was shattered. His gaze fell upon Qin Xiu, who held a bowl of kanji, and he noticed the teasing glimmer in his eyes, which made him feel a twinge of guilt. Jiang Heian forcefully withdrew his hand from Ouyang Lin's grasp, and the tumultuous emotions of guilt within him dissipated. It was nothing serious. It appeared that one must exercise caution in the use of their abilities, lest they end up as he did, lying helpless. The apocalypse was not a fleeting crisis to be resolved in mere months. Dangers lurked everywhere, and one never knew when they might encounter them. Without supernatural powers for protection, relying solely on brute strength was not sustainable. You have no idea. When you suddenly lost consciousness, no matter how much we called, you wouldn't awaken. And do you know? Today marks the third day since you fell into a coma. They had tirelessly traveled for 3 days, returning to the base to complete their mission. Aware that Jiang Heian was reluctant to summon Ningxuyu, they refrained from doing so and instead enlisted the help of other wood or water element ability users. They paid with supplies as a form of consultation fee, and these ability users were willing to assist. Otherwise, considering Jiang Heian's recovery speed, he might have remained in slumber for another day or two. So long? It seems the after effects of exhausting one's abilities are quite severe. You too must not engage in such reckless acts. Let me be the sole lesson learned. Fortunately, he had collapsed on the way home. Had it been amidst a horde of zombies, survival would have been most improbable. Indeed, but I wonder how that mysterious benefactor who aided us is faring. She utilized a considerable amount of her powers. If she too has exhausted her abilities while remaining in such a perilous city, there was no need to elaborate further. They could easily imagine that after Xiyun left alone, with luck, she might find a safe place to collapse, but with misfortune, she could end up on the streets. Regardless of the scenario they envisioned, they all felt a pang of concern for Xiyun. However, they underestimated the current Xiyun. Despite the intense exertion of her abilities, she appeared unfazed, basking in the sunlight while indulging in her chilled fruit platter, reveling in her enjoyment. Did you not see her utilize lightning abilities? Jiang Heian leaned weakly against the headboard, not anticipating that his first encounter with the benefactor would again be amidst a zombie siege. Once or twice could be overlooked, but he could not allow a third occurrence. Exactly. I was just about to mention that. Upon discussing the formidable power of lightning abilities, Ouyang Lin's face instantly lit up with envy and excitement. The lightning element was simply stunning, especially with the benefactor's composed demeanor, her eyes unwavering, and her striking presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Though Qin Xiu said nothing, admiration and respect were evident in his gaze. Such a person truly deserved the title of benefactor. Their own capabilities paled in comparison. The three of them, in varying degrees, extolled the virtues of Xiyun, whose true visage they had yet to behold. In essence, they revered and admired the strong, and among those they had encountered, only she could be deemed a true powerhouse. Over 100 collections, time for a little celebration. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 47. There absolutely will not be a next time. As the clock struck midnight, Xiyun sensed the familiar transformation commencing. What should have been a serene hour of enjoyment transformed into a frenzied rampage for Xiyun. Her blood-red eyes surged with an irresistible and chilling intent to kill, while a terrifying smile curled at the corners of her crimson lips, accompanied by a bone-chilling growl emanating from her throat. The pallor of her once fair skin was marred by the accumulation of dead cells, turning it a ghastly shade of gray, before fading into a ghostly white. As a faint, putrid odor wafted from her body, retaining a semblance of her former self, Xiyun wildly charged towards her fellow beings. Whether they wandered or congregated on the streets, signaling the onset of a new hunting spree. Every street she traversed, every shop and alley, and even the malls bore the stains of her savage deeds, the blood of her kind marking her path. The dim light of dark red glimmered in her eyes, casting a vague crimson hue across her face. The chilling cries and howls of the undead echoed throughout the city as Xiyun appeared on the streets, dragging the mangled corpses of second-level zombies, her body smeared with their blackened blood. With her eyes ablaze with ferocity, she emanated a dangerously lethal aura. Just days prior, she struggled against second-level zombies, yet now, she effortlessly tore them apart, even dispatching third-level zombies with a single, devastating blast of her powers. Xiyun's rate of growth eclipsed that of the zombies, her abilities nearing the 4th level in a matter of days, advancing at a staggering pace that left no one able to keep up. Within the span of an hour, through her relentless efforts, the eerily deserted streets transformed into a veritable sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, with dismembered bodies strewn haphazardly across the pavement. In the final minutes, a robust second-level zombie unexpectedly emerged to block her path. She had become the nightmare of these creatures. Confronted by the relentless provocations of the undead, Xiyun's eyes glinted with madness as she swiftly drew her spiked club. With rapid strikes, she unleashed a flurry of shadows, bringing the club crashing down upon the formidable second-level zombie. After toying with the creature, she delivered a fatal blow to its head, following up with a surge of lightning that pierced through its body, leaving a charred hole in its chest, accompanied by a foul stench. As time elapsed, Xiyun immediately summoned roots to transport her back to the basement. Collapsing onto the damp floor, her body reeked of decay. Pain radiated through her. Yet the power of her abilities continued to swell. As the pain reached its zenith, it gradually subsided, the fluctuations of her powers becoming more tranquil yet increasingly potent, indicating that this day's slaughter had propelled her to the 4th level of her abilities. Soon, the polar day approached its conclusion, the oppressive heat diminishing gradually. Xiyun, curled up in the basement, shivered uncontrollably as she hugged herself. Unlike the polar day, which provided warnings of its soaring temperatures, the polar night arrived unexpectedly. Had she not diligently recorded the passage of time on the wall, counting the days of the polar day, she might still have been wandering outside. In stark contrast to her indifference towards the sweltering heat of the polar day, the polar night proved to be unkind, as evidenced by her shivering in the basement on just the first night of its onset. At this moment within the Zhuge base, Old Wu had once again assigned a perilous task to Jiang Han, inciting a fury within him that nearly led to an outburst of rage. The previous experience of transporting firearms had not yet taught him a lesson, and now Old Wu dared to send him into the city once more, as if seeking his demise. If you wish for my life, just say so. Do you not tire of concocting such excuses? Suppressing his temper while seated on the designated armchair, his wrath threatened to erupt from his eyes, ears, and mouth, all the while the short, portly old man before him grinned amiably. This short and stout figure, named Wu Yanqing, was the commander of Zhuge base, and Jiang Han had previously served under him, establishing a familiar and cordial relationship, thus allowing a casualness in their exchanges. I promise this will be the last time. I shall never assign you any dangerous missions again, all right? Old Wu was well aware of the inherent peril of this task. Following the outbreak of the virus, the city's hospitals were overflowing with patients, and he had tasked Jiang Han with transporting medical supplies, a risk akin to delivering arms to the police station. This truly is the last time. The city has little left of value if I assign you any more dangerous missions afterwards. May I subsist solely on compressed biscuits without water? In a fit of ironic laughter, Jiang Han pushed him away, exclaiming, "Compressed biscuits every day? What a fanciful dream. Fine. You say this is the last time. Should such a dangerous task arise again, I shall ensure you have nothing to eat but grass." Hey, There will absolutely be no next time. I will send Gu Xian, Li Xian along with you, and arrange for Li Xian's sister's ability team to provide protection. How does that sound? As for the spatial ability user, there were only 3 in the base, each with varying capacities. During the previous arms transport, Old Wu had miscalculated and dispatched the one with the smallest spatial capability, resulting in an unfortunate outcome at the police station. This time, he decided to send Song Qing along, whose spatial capacity was ample enough to avert a repeat of the previous perilous circumstances. Agreeing to undertake the mission, Jiang Heian wasted no time. On the second night of the Polar Night, they returned to the city. Once again, Jiang Heian assumed the role of captain, leading his team into the city where the zombies were notably more active under the cover of darkness. They refrained from advancing recklessly, instead seeking a secure location to rest. Did you notice anything peculiar on the way here? The barren sandy hills and grasslands are beginning to turn green. While that isn't odd, what's truly strange is that the zombies avoid the green grass as if they fear it. Li Xian's sister, Li Shi, playfully slapped Gu Xian on the back of his neck and declared, "Can anything be more bizarre than the current state of the city? Did you not hear the wretched howls of the zombies within?" Leaning against her brother Li Xian's back, she dramatically extended her left hand adorned with a watch, while her right hand pointed, marking precisely 1:15 midnight. I heard from other task teams that a peculiar phenomenon occurs in the city at midnight. Can you guess what it is? After a moment of silence, the somewhat self-amused Li Shi sat down beside his older brother, nibbling on bread while engaging in his own question and answer session. They say that at midnight, zombies in the city center begin to rush outward, only to gradually return after the clock strikes 12. During that hour, one can be certain to hear the wails of the undead accompanied by flashes of purple lightning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heian exchanged glances with his companions, seemingly recognizing the answer to this occurrence in each other's eyes. This chapter concludes with a light celebration. Chapter 48, an upgrade awaits. So far, they are aware of only one lightning-type ability user. The last time they encountered the formidable individual, although they did not converse. They were aware that she was within the city, undoubtedly hunting zombies. Let us rest early. Tomorrow we'll head straight to the hospital at dawn. With Jiang Heian's words, Li Shi fell silent, and the group dispersed to find their places, falling asleep fully clothed. Song Qing, however, was able to retrieve a blanket to cover himself before drifting off. The first to awaken were Jiang Heian and his 2 companions, followed by Li Xian and his sister's ability team, with Song Qing being the last to rise, still bleary-eyed and harboring a hint of irritation. After a quick meal of compressed biscuits, Jiang Heian waved his hand, signaling everyone to set off. They advanced cautiously through the silent darkness, accompanied only by the hisses of the zombies and the sound of their own breaths and footsteps. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them, carefully raising their flashlights. They beheld a grotesque zombie before them. Jiang Heian swiftly drew his blade, but this zombie was evidently different. Realizing this, he immediately instructed Li Xian to shield Song Qing and position him in the center. Make sure to keep an eye on Song Qing and stay alert, he murmured before charging at the sudden interloper. With the wind ability enhancing his speed, he moved with remarkable swiftness. The zombie before them, now sporting claws and a hint of intelligence, was clearly on the verge of leveling up. Yet, facing an opponent with superior abilities, Jiang Heian was destined for a challenging encounter. After a friendly bout, the zombie's head was successfully sent rolling like a bowling ball towards a corner, its mouth opening and closing as if still yearning to bite. With the unexpected skirmish concluded, their group continued to hurry through the night. As they approached their destination, the hospital, the environment grew increasingly eerie, resembling a haunted abode from a tale. Following the previous incident where their abilities had been exhausted, Jiang Heian's senses had become acutely heightened. Frowning, he raised his hand to halt their advance. Turning, he placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, signaling them to remain silent. He then moved forward alone for a couple of meters, crouching behind an overturned car, his gaze penetrating like a searchlight as he scrutinized the surrounding changes. Suddenly, amidst the enveloping darkness, a formidable 2-tiered zombie lunged at Jiang Heian, who was seeking refuge behind a car, its claws gleaming ominously. Realizing his position had been compromised, Jiang Heian fearlessly drew his blade to confront the zombie's cold, glinting talons. The blade, radiating a chilling light, struck fiercely at the zombie's claws, igniting an intense battle between man and monster. Ouyang Lin and Qin Shou hurried to assist, while others remained vigilant, ensuring Song Qing's safety. Having encountered zombies countless times before, they were well acquainted with the grotesque creatures, feeling not fear, but a profound revulsion. Jiang, more zombies are approaching. 1, 2, 5. An increasing horde of the undead drew near, and the situation around Jiang Heian grew dire. This particular zombie was evidently not an easy foe to vanquish. Protecting Song Qing, We must retreat and find a safe place to hide. You all hurry back. We will follow shortly. What an astonishingly resilient zombie it was, with skin as tough as leather, rendering Zhang's blade ineffective, leaving merely a shallow wound. In contrast, a lesser zombie would have been cleaved in two by such a strike. Complying with the directive, Xiyun led the others to shield Songqing as they vacated the perilous vicinity of the zombie assault, swiftly seeking refuge within a partially collapsed high-rise. The remaining trio, united in their efforts, managed to dispatch the troublesome two-tiered zombie, carving a path through the encroaching circle of danger. Before long, they caught up with Xiyun and the others sheltered in the fallen building. This mission appeared to be far more perilous than they had anticipated. Perhaps not only could their powers evolve, but so too could the zombies. With a weighty tone, they acknowledged the potential for the zombies to become stronger, posing an even greater threat to themselves and those within the base. If their strength was insufficient, even their abilities would be of little consequence. For facing an upgraded zombie would merely mean a slower demise compared to an ordinary person. Let us withdraw from the city for now and inform Old Wu of this development. The intelligence they had just witnessed of the zombies' cunning was significant. Among the trio, Jiang Han possessed the most formidable powers, while the others' abilities were relatively comparable, likely ranking them just at the two-tier level. Only Jiang Han matched the strength of the recently encountered zombie. Upon hearing this, a silence enveloped them. Songqing felt no particular concern. He was merely a laborer in this endeavor, indifferent to whether he stayed or left, for this group was committed to ensuring his survival and return to the base. No need. We are few in number and can slip in discreetly, as long as Songqing has sufficient space. As long as you can guarantee my safety, I can carry as much as necessary within my space. Jiang Han gazed deeply at him. Among the base's 3 space manipulators, the other 2 had spaces merely a few hundred square meters in size, a fact well known to all. Yet, Songqing was always evasive about the true extent of his abilities. But now was not the time for such discussions. From their refuge on the uppermost floor of the collapsed building, they could see the outline of the hospital in the night, along with the faint silhouettes of zombies wandering outside. In a moment of unconsciousness, Jiang Han inadvertently activated his latent psychic abilities, a form of mental prowess that he himself remained oblivious to, enveloping his surroundings without his awareness. However, his abilities were not as extraordinary as Xiyun's, which could rival the power of clairvoyance. His own powers merely allowed him to sense foreign entities and discern their nature through the feedback provided by his abilities. Leaning against the wall with an air of feigned fatigue, he closed his eyes in apparent repose, while in reality, he had already dispersed his mental energy, gaining a clear perception of everything around him. He was acutely aware of the number of zombies present, yet his skill was still burgeoning, and his level was not particularly high, thus restricting the area he could cover, in stark contrast to the prodigious Xiyun, who could envelop an entire city with her abilities. At that moment, Xiyun was swiftly approaching Jiang Han and his companions. Ever since the onset of the perpetual day, her psychic strength had evolved to a level akin to that of space itself, seemingly reaching its zenith. It could be said that as long as she wished, she could perceive the minutest details within the city, even the slightest movements of a mosquito. Nevertheless, her elemental powers in thunder, wood, and water remained stagnant at the 4th level. Under the cloak of night, even ordinary zombies possessed formidable attacking capabilities. It was baffling that this group of fools had chosen to venture towards the perilous vicinity of the hospital. As she lamented their folly while running, she observed the foolish team re-emerging from their hiding spots. Chapter 49. Trapped. The trio of fools at the forefront clutched sharp watermelon knives, stealthily inching closer to the hospital, accompanied by a frail companion who trailed behind them. As they neared the hospital, an incident was bound to occur. The frail one inadvertently kicked an empty can of soda, awakening the zombies from their slumber. Quick, into the hospital. Under Jiang Han's guidance, the group entered the hospital unscathed, though it was peculiar that the place was not teeming with zombies. This scene did not alleviate their vigilance. Rather, it heightened their anxiety, especially considering that zombies could level up and grow stronger. They remained tense, unwilling to afford even a moment's distraction. Using the dim light of their flashlights, they surveyed the gruesome sight before them. Horrifying bloodstains and handprints smeared across the walls and windows. Jiang Han and his companions remained unfazed, having long since become desensitized to such horrors during their missions. However, Songqing was different. He did not regularly venture out for tasks, and what was mundane for others was overwhelmingly impactful for him. Jiangge, this place is unusual. Look at the zombies outside. They dare not pursue us inside. In typical circumstances, such a scenario would indicate that something within the hospital instilled a primal fear in the zombies. Brother, it seems we have struck a jackpot. The playful banter between the siblings only served to tighten the tension among them, particularly for Song Qing, who lacked combat prowess and trembled as he hid behind Luo Shi and Qi Hua. All right, if it's fate, then so be it. When the bridge reaches the ship's bow, it will naturally sink. Whether one dies early or late, death is inevitable, at least by taking the initiative. I can claim that my fate lies in my own hands rather than in the heavens. Upon hearing Ouyang Lin's words, the siblings shrugged and fell silent, while Jiang Han and Qin Xiu had already advanced ahead. With Jiang Han's newly discovered abilities, they encountered no zombies along the way and effortlessly collected the medical supplies, leaving them with an eerie sense of unreality. Li Shi and her team were utterly dumbfounded, as were Li Xian, Ouyang Lin, and Qin Xiu, all wearing expressions of disbelief. It appeared they had indeed struck a stroke of luck, not a reverse fortune. We can't escape. Just moments ago, Jiang Han had been grateful for their good fortune, but now he could not fathom how they could extricate themselves from the horde of zombies encircling them. Why do we say we can't leave? Nothing has happened. How did it suddenly become so chaotic? The once silent hospital was instantaneously filled with zombies, their target unmistakably the living among them, akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. Jiang Han scolded the stunned Li Xian. What are you waiting for? To the rooftop. Their hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as Jiang Han led the charge upstairs, only to find the door locked and resorted to forcefully kicking it open. As soon as they reached the rooftop, the debris blocking the door impeded their escape. Before they could catch their breath, the zombies had already followed closely behind. The heavy thuds of relentless pounding resonated in their hearts, filling them with a sense of impending doom. Finally, unable to withstand the assault any longer, the door was breached, and the barricading debris was pushed aside as a swarm of horrifying zombies surged forth, akin to unleashed bears drawn to fresh flesh. Song Qing stood at the back, terror etched across his face as he beheld the scene unfolding before him. Jiang Han took the lead, using his abilities to fend off the advancing horde, but their strength would not hold out for long. After dispatching a wave of zombies, perhaps sensing their powers waning, the sole level 3 zombie hidden among them emerged. It bore the appearance of someone who had been malnourished in life. It had remarkably thrived in its undead state, evolving into a level 3 zombie. Sensing its malevolent intent, the beleaguered group instinctively recoiled, realizing that this creature was far stronger than those outside. Today, they were most likely facing their demise. If it comes to the last moment, I will take my own life. I refuse to become one of those repulsive creatures. No, I don't want to die. You cannot give up. Song Qing, hearing their morbid conversations, felt a surge of anxiety. With his abilities, without their protection, he would surely meet his end. Ignored by the others, who raised their weapons in readiness, he braced himself for the impending confrontation. Anxiously, Xiyun stomped her foot, commanding the roots of a tree to elevate her to the rooftop of the hospital, landing gracefully amidst the two opposing factions like a celestial being. Positioned between them, she cast a fleeting glance at the third-tier zombie, catching a glimpse of trepidation in its eyes. With an immense sense of relief, she tightened her grip on the spiked club, shielding Jiang Han and the others behind her. This formidable third-tier zombie was far beyond what Jiang Han and the others could contend with. Leave this to me. You must go, she urged, knowing that with the presence of this powerful zombie, the lesser zombies under its command would not pursue them. To this creature, she represented a far greater threat than those they had sent away. No, there are too many zombies here. You cannot handle this alone. We will stay and assist you. Jiang Han firmly rejected her, a rare note of resolve in his tone. However, Song Qing was unwilling to comply. If you choose to remain, do not drag me down with you. If you refuse to leave, I certainly will not stay to accompany you. His tone turned sharp with Jiang Han, yet he shifted to an obsequious demeanor towards Xiyun, fearful that she might not rescue him from this perilous situation. Dear friend, might I trouble you to send me away first? I possess spatial abilities, and once I am safe, I can provide you with a wealth of resources. Who is your friend? Spare me the flattery. Saving you is merely incidental. Do you truly believe you are of any significance? With that retort, she knew without turning to see that the expression on this little beggar's face was far from pleasant, and her mood soured. Disinclined to continue arguing with Jiang Han, she took decisive action, using the roots to safely transport them below. Raising her gaze, she spotted a zombie with elongated claws advancing towards her. Xiyun swiftly turned, raising her spiked club to deliver a powerful blow to its grotesque head. To her surprise, its defenses were formidable. Her strike only knocked it to the ground, granting it an opportunity to meld back into the throng of zombies. Without the third-tier zombie present, the ensuing battle became remarkably straightforward. Xiyun swung her club with abandon, toppling an array of oddly shaped bowling pins. Consumed by her bloodlust, she found herself capable of manipulating the zombies in reverse, a realization that astonished her. Seizing the moment, She extracted a mirror and, to her astonishment, discovered her eyes had turned crimson. She commanded the zombies to push the troublesome third-tier zombie forward, only for her red eyes to fade, returning control to the third-tier zombie. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 is now complete. However, the third-tier zombie required a brief moment to fully regain command over the others, and Xiyun seized this window to engage it in combat. A violet lightning bolt illuminated the rooftop, and those who had taken refuge in the secure building, including Jiang Han, found themselves drawn to the highest point, gazing out at the unfolding drama atop the hospital. The formidable Xiyun was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Her level of power was something far beyond their reach, especially considering she wielded dual abilities. Ouyang Lin, starry-eyed, called out to her in admiration, his reverence akin to that of a devoted acolyte. Qin Xiao, witnessing Xiyun for the second time, exhibited a gaze filled with aspiration and determination, resolved to become as powerful as she. I believe I have seen her in the city. It was indeed her. She saved my life there. At this moment, Li Xian recalled that when he had diverted the zombies and found himself trapped in the small villa, it was this young girl who had appeared out of nowhere to save his life. He never expected that today she would once again be his savior. Brother, is the benefactor you spoke of really her? Li Shi exclaimed, embracing Li Xian's arm excitedly. Today she saved you again, and so many others. You must show your gratitude. Indeed, one must repay a life-saving grace. Otherwise, one would be a thankless wolf. Before he could finish his words, a long, mournful wail from a zombie echoed from the opposite hospital, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning that ensnared the level 3 zombies, releasing a nauseating stench. Xiyun disdainfully retreated to the roots of a tree, lamenting that if it weren't for their encounter, perhaps she could have ascended even higher. As the ground shattered around her, the other zombies, stepping on the debris, charged towards Xiyun. However, despite her apparent position at the edge of the rooftop, she was nearly 5 meters away from them. The zombies, propelled by their momentum, leapt downwards like moldy dumplings, leaving Xiyun no opportunity to act. With a leisurely motion, she spread her hands, and an endless stream of otherworldly energy manifested within her grasp. From the depths below, massive roots surged upwards, enveloping the entire hospital, obscuring the situation within from those outside. Inside, resembling a cluster of eggs, the roots sprouted countless small vines that pierced into the zombies' skulls, humanely searching for the crystal cores. Strangely, they could locate the cores, yet the moment they touched them, the cores transformed into pure energy, which was directly absorbed by the vines. While this method was indeed convenient, sparing her the need to excavate the filthy zombie heads, Xiyun felt a pang of frustration. She needed the cores to accumulate wealth. Pouting, she understood the predicament. Whether she used a knife or her powers, she could not obtain the cores, as they were immediately absorbed, enabling her powers to grow at such a rapid pace. Once the slaughter concluded, the roots receded, and the main root beneath her feet guided Xiyun to the building where Jiang Han and the others were hiding. With a graceful leap, she landed before them. At that moment, Jiang Han's anxious heart finally settled, his excitement palpable as he clenched his hands tightly at his sides. He had long yearned to meet this formidable individual, and now, standing so close, the thrill was undeniable. Xiyun regarded him with a quizzical expression, wondering why he was staring at her with an expression akin to that of a ravenous dog eyeing a chicken leg. Weren't you all supposed to be doing your own things? Why linger here? These individuals were merely a burden, and had it not been for Jiang Han's presence, she would have found them bothersome to even glance at. It's too dangerous outside. We cannot leave for the time being, Jiang Han replied, leaning against the wall, taking a deep breath as his excitement waned, replaced by weariness and seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xiyun contemplated the situation. Indeed, she had eliminated that wave of zombies in the hospital, yet the path outside was still fraught with danger. Unless she could evacuate everyone before midnight, these people would surely meet their end at her hands. You must leave this place promptly. I shall accompany you for a while. Xiyun, with an air of authority and confidence, wielded the cleansed wolf fawn club. Only by departing from the city's core could you hope to survive. Should they linger until midnight, or draw any closer to her, the outcome was all too clear in her mind. She had no desire to see Jiang Han perish by her hand. Moreover, even without her as a ticking time bomb, the zombies lurking in every corner of this city were far beyond their current capabilities, rendering it a veritable death zone for them. Are you not coming with us? Li Xian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Xiyun, who had saved him twice. The moment her words left his lips, confusion spread among the group. The city was fraught with danger, and given Xiyun's prowess, she could easily escape on her own, yet she chose not to. I find this place quite suitable for me. If you do not wish to depart but possess some degree of self-defense, you may remain. After all, the more zombies we hunt, the stronger we become. She recalled the man clad in uniform from the city. To her surprise, he was allied with Jiang Heian. Could it be that Jiang Heian was also a soldier of the same ilk? If so, did that mean he had been part of the rescue team she had encountered? Regret flickered in her eyes. Had she known, she would have lingered at that house for another day, perhaps to assist Jiang Heian sooner. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as she might have inadvertently harmed him during the day of constant daylight. I am Jiang Heian. May I ask your name? Xiyun stiffened, turning to the man who spoke. His familiar features and tone evoked memories of the version of him that had vanished in flames in a past life. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Jiang Heian waved his hand before her eyes. What troubles you? Are you injured, or is your power depleted? No, I am perfectly fine, she assured him, emphatically patting her chest. I am Xiyun. It is a pleasure to meet you all. It felt as though she was addressing the present Jiang Heian, while simultaneously reconciling the regrets of her previous life in that moment. I am Ouyang Lin. And this quiet fellow is Qin Xiu. This is Li Xian, and beside him is his sister, Li Shi. Ouyang Lin, naturally loquacious, seized the opportunity to introduce everyone. By the end of his enthusiastic introductions, Xiyun felt somewhat dazed, though she concealed it well enough that Ouyang Lin remained oblivious. In the background, Song Qing, who had remained inconspicuous, recalled how Xiyun had unceremoniously rebuked him on the hospital rooftop. He had silently cursed her for quite some time for that encounter. Please check if there is anything else you need to gather. I shall escort you out now. After the pleasantries, it was time to attend to the matter at hand. Delaying would be detrimental to them all, as well as to her own interests.